lot of people from the platform because we're scared of getting clapped. I would say for Twitch it'd be more clouded to have people have him on, but still not have to monetize it. Because he's not getting anything from showing up on your platform yet. He can't seem to stay away. Get that cloud from Twitch. What are you doing?
Um, I like that a lot. And then did people give you bad excuses as to why? And then you're like, fuck you, I'm gonna build it. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Right, because no, oh, because the color identity thing. I have a colorless commander deck, and it's insane. Did you see the Eldrazi precon? There's a card in it called Rise of the Eldrazi, and it's like 11 mana, 2 colorless and 9. You get to delete a permanent. I think you exile any permanent you want, and then draw 4 cards and take an extra turn. It's in Narset. I'd like that. I would like to get some of my Eldrazi customized. I used to play Eldrazi in Legacy, and I had every card that said Eldrazi on it was foil. I obviously can't have foil City of Traders, but my Ancient Tombs were. But some of the newer stuff wasn't foil. Um. Oh, you know what? You just reminded me I should open up my chats. I'm live too now. Uh, I uh I played Eldrazi in Standard during Oath because I asked people, why aren't people playing Eldrazi? Modern Eldrazi's everywhere. All the same cards are legal. You just don't have the lands. Why is nobody playing in Standard? And I was like, you know what? You guys are stupid. I hate your answers. I built it and I played in a PTQ because those still existed. First place going into top 8. 1 game lost the whole tournament. And then I lost to my friend in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. No, because he had fucking 3 mana Thalia that would have made my Reality Smasher enter tapped. That's what did it. I was so mad. And then he lost. He lost to someone from Ohio. I was like, dude, I beat that deck 4 times today. It's a crime that you beat me. Michigan would have won. Is probably one of the best white cards. Both of them. They're so good. Jesus. All right, Twitch, chill out with all these notifications on my screen. All right. Let me sideboard unlocked. Start. So I think you have to unlock your sideboard and hit ready to start, and then we can pull our commanders from the sideboard. Where it says sideboard locked with a red border around it. Is it green around it? It'd be at the top by load deck, load remote deck. Oh, did you load your deck? That makes more sense. I skipped that part, my bad. Maybe I make this bigger. Oh, I should tell my Discord that we're streaming. I didn't give it to you by default, but if you ever want to know when I'm streaming, I have a role for it in my Discord. I don't know if you watch a lot of streams. One minute. I'll help you out here. Share my screen. No. Oh, did you join? You didn't join the. I'm skipping so many steps here. So when you go to Magic, on the tabs, and then there's a game that's just called Kai, and it says Commander. I'm so sorry. I'm like 5 steps ahead, trying to give instructions. You should say deck server account store. Oh, did you log into this server? Oh, I'm in. Yep. And there's one called Kai. You'll have to use a password, and it's just Drazi. Lady, can I get one of those energy drinks, pretty please? I apologize for the cough. I mute it for the stream because I have a button for that, real easy. But I'm getting over like the actual flu, like H1N1 swine flu sublineage. I got it a month ago, and I have been like free from the virus for like 2 weeks, but my voice is still suffering like a lot. Drazi, all lowercase. Oh shit. Listen. Is your name Lethewater Kai? Mm-hmm. Add to buddy list. I added you. Wonderful. Okay, now you can click sideboard unlocked. And then sideboard. You right click the board, click sideboard, view sideboard, and then you pull your commander right out. Okay, so because it's commander, I do recommend that we use, see on the side there's the steps of the turn. So this is just like we're playing Magic in real life. It doesn't do anything automatically for us. But those on the side, you can click them if you want to represent where you're at. And what I usually do is when I end, I'll click end, and when the other person, if they have no effects or anything, so like, you know, like when I say pass my turn, what I'm really saying is I pass priority on my end step. So then the other person can click the pass, and then they'll take the turn. And then they'll have control of all the stuff. that make sense? Now, what is it? Timina? How do you pronounce that? Timna? She is in a lot of the #1 deck lists for CEDH, but it's not this combo. I tried to do a little bit of homework because I know you know what I'm doing. I did look up the general deck on something. So hang on. Control I to roll. I got a 6. You got a 10. So to draw a hand, you can hit Control M. So the way that you would partial Paris is to take cards out of your hand and put them on the field without anybody seeing them is Control and then drag. Nope, I was wrong. Wait. Shift and then drag. Okay. So I'm going to just do 1. Beautiful. Then I put it back on top of my deck and then Control S is shuffle. Most of them are really intuitive. Like I know roll and drawing your initial hand are not, but Control D to draw, Control U to untap. If you want to create tokens, you can just right click the board. Control S. S as in shuffle. For the people that are here, I have questions for him too, but we're also gonna play Commander. Because we both play Commander. How can we not? Did you hit Control M? That's to draw your initial hand. Control D is draw. I'm sorry. You know, you put 3 down, right? If you want to grab the 4 cards you had, I trust you. I don't mind at all. Okay. Okay. So partial Paris and first one's free, yeah? Okay. God, I respected you so much when you're like, that's how we do it. I was like, you have the good rules. Sounds good to me. And you go first. Nice. Oh, I didn't say it before, so I didn't include them. You know the battle lands. If you have any in your deck, they can just come in untapped. Because it's commander deck, it's made for more than 2 people. Breaking it on your turn? Yeah. I actually like that part of it. Beautiful. Oh. Beautiful. I pointed your Misty Rainforest to your life. Right click takes it down, left click takes it up. So actually, you need to gain 19 life. And then, so the way that you do the arrows is if you just right click drag on anything, it's a super useful tool in the game. And then when you're done, just hit end. If you're done, because it's commander, I have no idea. On the left, it's the green one right above pass. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, upkeep, draw. I liked your play, so I'm gonna grab a Misty fetch. But I want Triome. I think it's so fascinating, dude. I actually watched some videos and stuff, and I read some things about it. So before I ask you about the cult, though, for sometimes I have a lot of like people from the Mr. Girl community that watch me, and I don't know if they know who you are. So for the people that don't, can you just like let us know like who you are and like what you do in this space? I'm super happy to have you. It's funny, you're one of the only people I know that actively engages in this space, and like I've never once heard you say anything like shitty or negative or like that could be construed as toxic to anybody ever. And at the same time, I also still like you. Because usually, if that's the case, then you're boring. Yeah. I like Run DMC, but it's definitely more when they really took off. That's like when the money got into hip hop. That's like when I thought, um, like when they took off, that was like what I considered to be like the golden age of rap. And it was so good that people threw money at it and were, and so I feel like a lot of the stuff was out of the artist's hands. So it got really, really bad for a while, in my opinion. Oh, uh, oh, sorry. Yeah. Here, there you go. I hit end. They said they can't hear you. Properties. Oh. My mic got deleted from this. Thank you for telling me.
Good. They didn't hear my controversial take.
His controversial take was that Rum DMC. What was it exactly? Wait a minute. You'll be able to say it in a minute.
Run
There you go.
DMC created the monetization of hip hop.
That's funny. But it makes total sense to me. Yeah,
So
if you hit
people would say
pass,
I
then
call
it'll
them a
take space.
sellout, but not necessarily. If I hit pass,
Hmm.
okay.
It, yep, go ahead, click pass, and then it resets everything.
Okay.
Do you listen to Tool at all?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's the song Hooker with a Penis. Did Tool sell out? Yeah, if you have a record deal, you fucking sold out to some extent, okay?
Pretty
Any
much.
opinion somebody has about the band that they love that sold out it's a little ironic that they're criticizing somebody based on values that were sold to them by that artist. The only reason you know anything about that artist is because you paid to find out.
I'm going to play. I'm going to regret this
Ooh.
and toss this one. Or it goes under it, technically.
You play Mental Misstep, you motherfucker.
I mean, why wouldn't you?
It's the one that I don't usually play because I'm not very threatened by one drops.
Hmm.
But if I get Thoughtseize, then I'm gonna bitch about it for the whole game. Um, and feel free to take your time answering. Like, definitely do your thing. Um, so I looked into the cult that you were a part of, and it's RHK, also known
Yeah.
as RIA. Can you tell me what RHK stands for, and how did you fall into that?
Reiha no Hikari, or Light of Divinity, I didn't really know it was a cult when I got into it. It was when I had my first job, and there was a Japanese restaurant I used to go to maybe once a week, and they had all these pamphlets about, find happiness, yada yada yada. And I was really on the ropes because I was a Christian growing up, like from day one. I was a Christian in a very Christian family, church every Sunday, and the values of Christianity were just not there for me anymore. Like I just could not believe I was like on the road to deconverting from being a Christian. And so I was just like I still wanted to believe the spiritual aspects, and I ended my turn. Okay, you already got that.
Yep, I
And
passed mine as well.
I was trying to find something that would give me what I was missing. So I was looking for something, and I still believe there were like spiritual things, like things I could not necessarily quantify. So I in seeing this, it was like, okay, well, let's take a look at this and see what this is about. So I got into it, and it was interesting. The people were really, really nice,
Oh yeah.
especially to a black dude coming into a Japanese, community of people. I'm like, wow, why are they so accepting? Like, there's no side eye. No, they invite me into their homes.
Japan
Like,
is very racist as a
very
country.
xenophobic.
Um,
So it was shocking.
sure. And just to be clear, you were in Japan, yeah?
No, this is in Inglewood.
Oh, everything I've seen about RHK has been in like South Korea and Japan
It is
when I look it
here.
up. Okay.
So this was, I want to say 2001 or early 2002.
Then excuse oh wait, okay, but it was still mostly Japanese people.
Yeah, it was all Japanese people. I was the only non-Japanese person I saw when going to any of these meetings.
Okay, then I can keep my accusation that maybe you just joined because the pretty Japanese girls are being very nice. I was just kidding.
Yeah. Well, I
But
like it
I
just seemed like
wondered.
a good thing.
Sure. Were they recruiting?
I mean, technically, just the fact that they had pamphlets in the shop, and if you asked about it, they would tell you about it. Of course, it was like walking into Yellow Deli that hadn't
Oh
figured
wait,
out the game plan yet.
it's your turn, yeah? You
I ended my
drew?
turn.
Oh,
So I
oh,
hit
I see you
pass.
played a Delta.
Oh,
I got you. Draw.
I should have swung at you, but no, it
That's why I was
doesn't matter.
confused. Do you want to swing for 4?
Yeah, I'll swing for 4.
3, 4.
I'll
Okay.
tap this guy.
In my play group, everybody gets 1 take back as long as no new information has been revealed.
Sounds good.
Oh, it was on me. And then I'm gonna pass it.
How does my opposition agent work in this?
I can reveal my library to you.
Okay,
Whoops. Shuffle that back in.
I didn't see that.
Um,
So, like, you got to pay like $20, and then they give you what they call a bond, which is like a Japanese talisman and a cup. And you set up your cup with the talisman, you put the water there, and every morning you say the prayer and you drink the water from the cup.
please tell me the prayer.
It was
Am I past?
Goshigojin sama, Nidai sama, Warira Junryu Kusai Mishie no Masintamae.
Wow, the speed and the cadence in which you produce that definitely shows me that you have said this a lot.
Yeah,
What
I
is
did it for a year.
what's the translation of that?
It was mostly like Goshigojin, you're the way, Nidai sama, you are the path. You will show us in which direction we're supposed to go,
Oh,
which is very cultish in itself. And I hadn't really thought about it to that degree, but hey, we were having fun. So in the
I assume that you as
process,
God.
pretty much the Goshigojin is like a Japanese version of Jesus.
Oh,
And he had powers like the ability to teleport, write messages at distances, transmute items into magic stones, all the stuff that can't be quantified or showed.
oh, wait. So when I looked it up, I had the understanding that it was like an offshoot Christian sect. It is not. It has its own lore.
Yeah, the Goshigojin sama was the Jesus of this particular thing. Nidai sama is who took over for him once he died. And the fact that he died should just be enough answer for what was going on.
Oh wait, like is it Chow? Is that the guy's real name?
I don't know what his real name is. I believe it's probably Chow.
Okay, yeah. So he was he was like the main religious prophet, not just like an earthly messenger, but he presented himself as like the prophet of the religion.
Hmm.
Oh, I had no idea. I know his daughter runs it now. Yeah, or she's a
Yeah,
representative of it.
she's a
Okay,
representative, but he's still above that. Like, as long as he's alive, he's going to be the person in control of this.
is that his son?
No, it's not even his son.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
even believe he had children. Or if he had children, they passed away before he did because he died in early 80s.
Yeah.
I think like between 84, 85, something like that.
I read an article that said that the daughter of the founder had ties to the South Korean president, and it was like a big scandal.
Well, they probably didn't like that.
Yeah, they were worried about the religious influence of the cult having like sway over the president.
Yeah, that
Um,
makes sense. Let me drop this guy.
yeah, no problem. Um, I'm gonna in response. Oh,
Tap,
undo.
tap
I gotta shit.
in response.
I just put that right back. Let's search my library. Where's my volcanic at? There it is. I'm gonna hit that with counterspell.
Cool. Back to the command zone he goes.
Um,
Gonna swing my four at you.
3, 4. I'll break this fetch on the end step. Well, whenever you get there, I'm breaking it now though.
And I will end my turn. Why
So
won't you let me get a little card draw going? Just a
your
little
commander
bit.
makes me nervous.
So, they would have like meetings on Saturdays. And so, like in California, in Torrance and Gardena, there's a very strong Japanese community. So you'll find like one of the malls in Torrance has a Japanese mall inside of it, and there's two more Japanese markets nearby.
Oh, I wouldn't have guessed.
So that it kind of informs like what I like to eat because when I grew up, my first friend on the block was a Japanese kid, and I got to experience like some Japanese culture, Japanese food, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm feeling this. This is good. So I would just automatically migrate to Torrance or Gardena whenever I wanted to eat something I wanted to eat.
Huh. Okay, how old
So
were you?
at the time of the cult or at that point,
Like when you first got introduced to the cult,
it's like 18 or 19.
what was the average age of the other people in it?
There were a few people my age, so that's who I kind of gravitated toward, but they were mostly in their 30s. And these were like the children of those people
I see. So you're
in
you're
a lot of
probably like one
instances.
of the only outsiders to have joined that one at all at all.
Oh, yeah. I did not like, there may have been a white dude at one point, but I think he was married to one of the women in the group.
So you think he married into it, not like they got married and joined together.
Exactly. And then he just went along with it, or I don't know how it worked out.
How close was their
I'm gonna crack this on your turn.
no problem. For lack of a better way to put it, like their base of operations. Is it the church? Called the church?
Yeah, they
Or
had
temple? Oh,
yeah, they had a
there's
couple
temples.
temples, but they were like very few and far between, and you would like, it was pretty interesting to look at because they had all the iconography on the walls, which I didn't understand at all. It didn't make any sense. The only thing that made sense to me was the cartoons.
They have cartoons?
Yeah, they had their own anime for the Goshugojin.
No way.
Yeah, it was like old school Japanese animation,
Like Yu
what
Yu
was that
Hakusho
No,
show?
no, no, older,
Or
older, like
like Astro Boy?
Gigantor. Yeah, like Astro
Oh,
Boy style.
oh wow. Do you think like the iconography and stuff added to like the like sense of mysticism to the whole thing?
It absolutely did, because there's no way you would believe this otherwise.
Um, sure. Like almost everybody that I know that is religious grew up religious. So I understand. It's very easy for me to understand how somebody would just fall into a religion. It's something from the time you're born that you're taught to not question. You're punished if you question it. But a cult is
Mhm.
different. A cult does a thing that is a lot more rare, which is like you never see somebody who is like, it's very rare to see somebody like convert from one religion to another or somebody who isn't religious to become religious. Significantly more rare.
Yeah, and if you stray away or you have too many questions, you start getting ostracized, and they don't accept you, and you don't get the same warmth that you were getting, and the reason why you were probably there in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's why I never ended up being religious growing up, is because even when I was a kid, I was very disrespectful with how I would ask questions. I remember I was in catechism and like I got in a lot of trouble when I was in catechism.
Did you intern?
Yep, I passed.
I can never tell.
Sorry, I'll say it. So, uh, did you just go there like once a week?
Yeah, I only went once a week, but what ended up happening, because like I really wasn't vibing with the whole thing, but it was
Oh,
like, it was interesting, but I just really wasn't believing any of it. So what ended up happening was I got introduced to a dude that was a rapper
oh,
in the group, and I was already an aspiring rapper. So meeting this dude, he took me around to who he was working with, and I met his producer, and I did a couple tracks with this dude. I did a few shows with him, and then at that point, I just kind of broke off from the. So I was in there for about a year, and then I just broke off from the whole thing.
oh. Okay. Um, did you ever end up like having any sort of like role in the church?
No, no, of course not.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was way too much of an outsider to have a true role in the ins and outs of what was going down.
Uh,
I'm gonna preordain. How do I scry?
right click, view the top cards of library. Make sure you click the view the top cards, not view library. God damn it.
Two. Okay.
Um,
So you letting that go?
yeah, you can preordain. That's fine.
Okay, just making sure it's not getting countered before I look at some cards.
Uh, did they have any kind of like events or like rituals or anything like that that you got to go to?
No, not really. Just their Saturday services.
When did it start to click to you that it was a cult?
Not until I was out of it, honestly.
So you tell people about it and people are like, "Oh, so you were in a cult." And you'd be like, "No, not a oh fuck." Maybe? I don't know. I gotta think about that. Was it like that?
Yeah, it was exactly like that. I was like, well, it kind of seemed like I'm not sure it was. They seemed like they were really nice. It's not much worse than Mormonism.
That is not a good argument.
You're not wrong. Raw.
Mormons are the Scientologists of Christianity.
Wait, it stole my
What'd you lose?
cards.
You looked at the top two. You put cards on top of the library.
It took
You put one
a
on the
card out of
bottom
my
and you put
hand.
one on the top. You took a card out of your hand?
I put 2 cards out at the bottom.
Oh no, you put one on top. It has the log on the right.
Okay, then I did it wrong
Okay, you can take that card out of your hand and put it on the bottom.
because I don't even know where this card came from.
Yeah, looked at the top two cards of their library, put a card from their library onto the bottom of their library, puts the top card of their library onto the. Oh yeah, okay, no, you did. You scried two to the bottom, yeah.
That's what I thought I did, but then it yeeted one of my cards that was in my hand.
Oh,
I don't know where it went.
was it the breeding pool?
No,
Oh,
breeding pool's in play.
yeah. I was looking at the log, and it said that you exiled
It's
your
not going to
card name,
show it because it was a card I hadn't revealed to you,
but it still
but I
tells me
need
when he
that freaking
card.
card.
We'll go ahead and grab it.
How do I get it? Oh, let me go draw bottom cards and then. Yep, that's the one.
Sorry.
Wait, now the other card's gone.
When you view the bottom card, I don't know. I think when you view the bottom and you put it back, then it might have shuffled.
Let me see. Nope, not there.
You can just tutor it out of your deck. Put those other ones back and tutor it. I don't mind.
Bottom,
Oh shit.
bottom, bottom.
Oh, my.
It's cool. I'll just roll with this. It's fine.
Well, I didn't want
That's
you
my
to.
own fault. That is my bad. Just for that, I'm swinging for it.
No problem.
Oh, this game is being unkind.
I'll take 4. I really don't mind if you just want to grab the card out of your deck, though. That'd be fine with me.
Nah, it's cool.
All right, is that
It'll
it?
be
You
all right.
passing?
Yeah, I'm passing.
Untap. I'll keep draw. Cavern of Souls, naming human.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Yeah. Break. Cast Narset with haste.
Nothing I can do about it.
Swing. Trigger. 1,
Taking
2, 3, 4. Oh, thank
how much
God.
damage is that?
That's 3, Commander. I usually mark Commander damage on one of these little orbs. Second main, cast the Arcane Signet for free and cast Fury of Hordes for free.
Oof.
Second
Yeah, this game
combat.
is already lost on my end.
Trigger. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Yeah, might be. I'm gonna go ahead and path your second main phase. Path your opposition agent. And then I'm gonna play Time Stretch. Keep track of my extra turns over here. Play Aminato's Augury.
What does path get me again? I forget.
A basic.
Yeah, search that up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I can cast one of each non-land spell types from the exiled cards. For enchantment, I'm gonna go ahead and pick Aqua's Form. Put that on our set. Artifact's gonna be Thran Dynamo. Oh wait, that gets exiled. And then I'm gonna play long-term plans.
Current plans. Let's. Yeah, that's cool. I get. No, wait. No, counter that. Forget that noise.
Oh, you're
Arcane
countering it?
denial. Yeah, that's got it.
Shit. Okay. Wait a
Arcane
minute.
denial.
Let me see here. I'm gonna foil that.
Cool.
Can you stop that?
Nope.
Hell yeah. I told you I play a lot of free counter spells.
Hey, that's the way to play. I ended up yeeting a counter spell. I don't know where it went.
Oh no. Put that.
I'm like, why is there a bop in my head instead of a counter spell? What is this?
Okay, so I need to put this third from the top. You know what? I'm just gonna put it in this zone here because I'm gonna attack again anyways, and I'll just count it as the third card. I'm gonna play Armageddon.
Yeah, that's game.
Yeah. Aside from the fact that I still have 2 extra turns to go, I'm also gonna play Rise of the Eldrazi on the next attack.
Because why not?
Yeah. Cause it's the third from the top. Do you want to do that again?
Yeah, let's run it back.
Okay.
That was nasty. What's good, Mike B? Oh my goodness.
So at least you know I play Narset and I play her right.
No, that was good. I drew land for the first 3 turns. I'm like, I need like a card, any card. I got a good opening hand, and then it's just poop from there forward.
I realized after I was like, wait, I don't want 4 lands in my opening hand with this deck. This is not good.
No. I only had 1 land in my opening hand, and then from there forward, just land.
Well, you can hit start whenever you want. So was there oh, Jenny Burns, thank you very much for resubscribing. I really appreciate it. She says I flooped the pig. For the record,
Floop the pig.
I do have physical copies of the card game Card Wars. I have a couple decks. What is this?
It's not supposed to be there.
Okay. Was when you left, was there like an issue with you leaving? Did they like try to keep you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, they so like remember I told you about the bond? You pay
Yeah.
$20 or whatever it is, and they give you the stuff. So you have to re-up that every year. And I was like, yeah, I just don't have money for that right now. And I was like not working, so like $20 to them was like a sack I wasn't able to buy. So I'm like, yeah, no, I'd rather get a dub than do this. So no, I'm not gonna deal with that.
Were they like spazzing about it?
Yeah, so what they did was they said, oh, that's fine, we'll go ahead and buy your bond for you, and you can just come on back whenever you want. I was like, I'm cool.
Damn. Oh, I guess I might as well just keep. I don't want to keep that. No, that just goes back in the deck anyway. So I guess I'll pitch an extra one to draw 1. There we go. All right, I went down to 6.
I'm going down to. Yeah,
oh, you have Card Wars too? That's awesome.
So I'm tossing 2 and shuffle. That works. How did I get my sideboard again? I don't remember.
Right click the board.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you. I forgot to grab mine too. So they would put you in a position where you feel like you owe them money now.
Yeah, kind of like that. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't feel that guilt. So y'all can do what you're gonna do.
Yeah, but even if you did, then it just seems like to me that they would be encouraging you to not show up because you'd show up like, hey, you got that money?
I don't think they ever asked me for it. I think they just expected. I wouldn't even know who to give it to. Do I give everybody $5? Like, did we split it 4 ways? Did it, like, how did this roll?
Um, what was the? I guess can you give me like the overarching like lore of it all? Oh, you get to go first because you lost.
They were pretty much saying that this dude, the Goshigojin, was a strong spiritual being. Oh no, there was a bunch of people, Jack. There was a bunch of people. There was just maybe about six or seven in the group that I went to, but there were multiple groups throughout California,
Oh,
and then
sure.
it's really big in Japan. So I'm not even. So this comes out, and what the damn hell? This comes out already with a counter on it.
Oh, wait a minute. You are the starting player though.
Yeah, I'm passing it to you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying it just comes out for
Oh wait,
free.
and you're not the starting player. Hold on. I read that wrong. So yeah, here's what I'm gonna do because I'm gonna play it anyway.
I'm on to you.
This comes in tapped. I'm gonna toss this under. Well, not toss it under. Toss it in the graveyard. Oh, do we draw on turn one?
No.
Okay, just making sure because different play groups, different rules.
If it's
And I'm gonna play it
1v1, you
top.
don't anyway. If there's more than
Play
one,
it
if
top.
there's more than two people, you do.
Perfect. All right,
Oh,
passing.
that's a good turn one. I have a good turn one too, though. I'm gonna play Cavern of Souls, naming
I don't like it.
human, and I'm gonna play Mana Crypt, play Chromatic Lantern, and play Mana Vault, and pass.
Oh, that is a good turn one.
I told you. Um, so I guess like, it seems like you got out of it pretty unscathed then.
Yeah, they weren't going to really be able to mess with me because like they don't know anyone in my family. I don't even know if they have my number except for the few people that I talked to in the group. I did get invited back to the son of the Japanese restaurant's house to like just play video games and eat dinner with them, and that was
Yeah.
cool. But like that was just them trying to stay friendly to like make things happen, and it just didn't work out.
Did they like sort of like nudge or like hint at like they miss you at the church or whatever?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, um, when you were there, did was there anything that like did it seem like people were like putting on a face for you?
That's more than likely what it was, but I just didn't really think about it that way.
Everybody came off as pretty genuine.
Yeah, I was just probably very oblivious as well.
Sure, that makes sense.
That, cop that, demonic consultation
That's demonic tutor.
or tutor. Sorry.
Okay, it resolves.
Cool. And I'll end my turn after that. Let me grab something cool.
I don't have any good way to. There's no way for this to let me flip a coin. That's weird.
Flip your own coin, and I'll
Yeah.
just trust you.
Let's see here. I'm gonna do it on Google. Google flip a coin.
Where is it?
Heads. Does it have to be heads? Oh, I have to call it. God damn it. I'm gonna call it heads still. Flipping
Cool.
heads. All right, cool. I just drag it over. At least my stream can hold me accountable.
Yeah. I, I feel like you're an honest dude. It's going to be all right.
It's cheating in games is such a big deal to me. I took like my kid learned very quickly that like it is among the worst things that I can catch them doing. I remember because like when they were really young, they would like try to cheat in board games and stuff. First time I took them to the card shop, I was like, if you cheat while you're there, you will be grounded for fucking ever. Okay? Like I will be so mad at you. It's not you'll be miserable. Do not cheat when we go to the magic shop. I did not want to be the guy who was the parent of the kid that cheated so bad. Because that's very much a reflection of you at that point, you know?
Oh yeah.
Blue, red, white, and then 3.
Hmm.
Narset?
Yep.
Whoa! Uh, that's it for me.
Wait, hold up. Not
She has
insane.
hexproof.
Wait, one sec. Yeah, yeah, it's good. It's good.
All
She
right.
has hexproof. I'm going to top at the end of your turn.
Yep. No sacrifice effects, please. No each opponent sacrifices. Huh. This is probably the most mild case of somebody getting in and out of a cult I've ever heard.
Yeah, because I just really wasn't like I was already falling off a religion. This was just another step down the ladder.
I see. Huh. Uh, it's almost it's actually also like the most wholesome case of somebody joining and leaving a cult I've ever heard.
It's probably the most polite cult I could have gotten into.
To be fair, they're all Japanese, so like politeness is implied.
Okay, how do I
Oh,
order what's going to be on top?
um, so I would drag them off the deck while holding shift, so they're face down, and then put them back in order.
Okay, so let's
They'll
go.
appear. They might appear face up to you, but I can't see them. Yeah, it just says puts a card.
Okay, it's not letting me do that. Hold
You,
on.
you can't just drag them off the top while holding shift like this. See
Oh,
what I did?
let's
Ah,
see.
I can't even see what that is.
Drag them off the top
Yep, while holding shift.
and then put them back.
And then you can put them back in whatever order you want. Oh, oh, you put them to your hand. That's fine. I
Yeah.
trust you.
Okay, we're good.
But I guess for future, if you don't want to put them in your hand, this is what I meant.
Oh, how do you do that? So it won't show you if I do that?
No, so what you can do is you can right click them and peek at their face. You can right click them to peek at them.
Okay, I really need to get used to this.
You do because I really want to have like Twitch poll commander games.
Oh, it's gonna be rough.
I think it'd be so fun to have because like I know Will in his channel he plays Magic. Well, he used to, and he's played a couple times with me. We played Pauper Commander before. Dude, I destroyed. I use Crackling Drake for my commander. You get any uncommon you want. That was fucked up. And then I played him. He's like, I have this old deck that I used to play, so I'll play that. I'm like, okay, I'll just use my pre-con Doctor Who deck against you. He played mono red to ready land destruction. I'm like, you're a piece of shit.
Jeez,
I was just like ready to play like a casual game of Commander, pre-con, a good pre-con, mind you, but pre-con deck. And he's got like this evil, you have no fun deck. Yeah, he just plays all the mana rocks in the world and keeps blowing up everybody's lands.
I'll do this for 2.
No, you got it.
And pass the turn.
I'm sad. Oh wait, I'm not gonna pay the mana for that. Oh wait, do I? No, I don't. Draw. Oh, Jeweled Lotus,
That'll do it.
Glacial Fortress. 6 or 3. 4, 5, 6. It'll be the red. Cavern of Souls will be blue. 7, 8. Narset.
She's back.
And then I'll pass. So it was sort of like your last like holdout of like religion. You're like, I think that I'm not into this anymore, but I guess I can try that. Like, you slightly reinvigorated before the flame died out.
Yeah, well, I still didn't entirely let go. I got into Gnosticism after that.
What is it?
Gnosticism,
Oh, okay.
but like
Um,
online Gnosticism without other people. So I started hanging out in the Gnostic web and on their message boards, started reading a bunch of Aleister Crowley and other nonsense. And yeah,
Interesting. I like Crowley. I read 777 when I was in high school. Did
yeah.
you read
See, I
about
didn't
like
get into that till way later.
oh, did you read about like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn?
Yeah, and the Rosicrucian, uh, like the stuff that went down with Walter Mathers, just really interesting stuff. And just let me know, like all these people have different ways of handling these things. There is no one right way. It can be whatever we want it to be for the most part.
Yeah.
Mm, I need something, but yeah, I'm gonna have to just go ahead and transmute this.
Oh, sure. Um, did that how long did that last for?
That lasted for another like it went from when I was 20 to 23 or 24.
And then what led you towards being just atheist, right?
Yeah, I ended up being atheist once it was over and done with. I just wasn't willing to admit it to myself until maybe 2 years ago.
Oh, would you say agnostic before that?
No, I didn't like I would still act like I was Christian for the most part. Just
Oh,
a non-practicing Christian that just knew the Bible really, really well.
that's really interesting because there's a thing that happens with people
Yes.
that I think is like seriously underrepresented, where I think that the loss of faith is like actually horrible for most people internally. Um, do you think it was like really difficult to accept that loss of faith?
I I was more so instead of acting on faith, it was
Is it social appearances?
naivete.
Oh, trigger.
Yep. So like I believe that
Ooh,
the
second name.
things that were there in the Bible actually happened because everyone around me believed it. So I was like, well, all these people have been around this long. It must be true. There must have been giants at some point in a flood and all this other bullshit. I guess it happened. And then when I really like had to sit down and take a look at it, I'm like, oh no, for sure. Shit never happened. And so there never was faith. It was just like I'll give you the benefit of the doubt until the benefit of the doubt was like not a
That's
thing.
that makes sense. I lose 3. Interesting. I don't think I know anybody that had that take on it. So it never really bothered you then?
No, it really didn't. It just made it a lot easier to not believe untrue things in the future because the benefit of the doubt just wasn't as strong.
Huh. That's fair. If you can right click the top of your deck and show me the top card of your library,
How do I do that?
it revealed
Reveal.
top cards 2 and then click me and then enter 1. God damn it. You can keep that on top. And then I'm gonna cast this Narset. If that resolves. Is she good?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, trigger. I
Wait,
draw a card.
wait, what is it? Wait, what is it you're playing?
Narset, Parter of the Veils.
Yep, nothing I can do about that.
Okay, trigger my roll and a thought to draw a card. Um, Unfortunately, I think that's all I got. So, because that's all I got, I'm going to pay to untap my mana vault.
I'm being called a liar by my chat. What is this?
Why are you getting called a liar?
Because they're equating faith with me just giving people the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, I kind of felt like that. Oh, hey, Elk. Merry Christmas to you too. Emery said, "What sucked about my loss
And
of faith is feeling like my parents are crazy people for believing it in the first place, and having spent
exactly.
much time in church where they sounded not only insane but highly judgmental. Worst of all, it was fucking boring. Waste of my Sunday mornings, time I'll never get back."
True. So like when I was a kid, you know how there was a tooth fairy?
Yeah.
So I believed in the tooth fairy because my mom would literally write little tiny notes like this big and put them under my pillow when the tooth was gone. So I'm like, oh, there's a tooth fairy. Like, why am I not going to? Who? Where else are these little tiny notes coming from? And then, like, I want to say, by the time I was 9 or 10, I'm like looking through a top drawer for something, and oh, there's all my teeth. Huh? Guess there's no tooth fairy. Damn, mom, you're good. Got me on that one.
I actually think that I think that's traumatic to lie to kids about fairy tale beings like that. When my uh kid's mom was pregnant, we agreed no religion, no fairy tale present bearers. By the way, I passed turn.
Okay.
Because I've maintained this idea that Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, it retards children.
It
Um,
destroys children's epistemology before it even
yes,
gets started.
yeah, you're training them to accept things that cannot possibly be without having any rational thought behind it. And I think that's very bad. Call me crazy, but I think that teaching children to accept, I think it's a good tool for parents because it asserts an authority without any justification. And not only that too, like Santa Claus is like a great like, I don't think Santa's gonna like what you're doing right now. You know, that kind of shit parents like to pull. I think this is
Okay,
also bad, and I think I think that it's just generally like subconsciously traumatic to children to hear those things. Seems like to me a great benefit for having faith in Sunday morning community.
yeah, and so like faith is definitely not something you should be pushing for.
Yeah, I
So
also
demonic consultation, is it good?
oh no. Uh yes.
I'm gonna name
Something that's not in your deck?
yes. Let's go with
Oh no! You do have 2 mana up. Fuck, you have Thalia's Thassa's Oracle. God damn it.
yep.
I you know what? Shit. I can't do that either. Um yeah, you got it. I thought you only had 1 mana up. And I was gonna force a negation the thing that you played after it, not thinking about
Mm,
Thoracle. Yeah, you got me. Cyclonic Rift doesn't stop it because it's equal to 0 then.
good game.
GG. I'm dumb.
Yeah, I was
Of
gonna
course I
name
should have
Black
countered
Lotus
that.
and call it.
Did you have a counter spell for my counter
oh,
spell?
oh yeah, but
Oh,
I
okay.
wouldn't have used it probably.
Um, that's fair. Uh, do you want to
That
do
was
you
a
want to
wild one.
that was. Do you want to play another one like this or do you want to move to our less insane decks?
Yeah, we can move to something less insane.
I have another CEDH deck that's mostly built. I just got to
Well, I'm
finish it
not.
up.
Yeah, Jack. I'm not saying it's bad parenting not per se. I'm just gonna say don't. You can give them the fairy tales, but don't give them any inclination that it's true, because that will be the damaging portion of it. Just be like, hey, this is a story about some things that happened. You don't need to believe Hercules was real to be able to enjoy the story. You can enjoy the Bible, just don't believe it's real, and you probably won't get fucked up.
Yeah, somebody in my chat saying that even if kids would rather stay home and play video games, community is really important. I agree, but I think that using community as an excuse for supporting the church. So this is my hottest take about religion. Obviously, it's brought a lot of good stuff. However, if somebody says I'm a Nazi, and you go, "Oh shit, you what? That's crazy." Like, I don't think I want to hang out with you. And we're like, no, 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 no. It's not like that anymore. It used to be like that, but we're actually like really good for the community. We do food drives, we donate to the schools and all that. Be like, I don't give a fuck. Why are you calling yourselves Nazis then? Like, why do you still use the swastika as your symbol? Like, well, look, that's just like always been a part of our tradition. Like, yeah, we don't go around like killing Jews. We're not hateful towards anybody anymore, you know? But like, that's just what the group that we're in. Like, you're being really judgmental. Uh, I think that me rejecting that is the sane and rational person. However, when it comes to somebody who's in any sect of Christianity, I can't go, hey, uh, you know, historically, your institution fucking sucks. You guys killed so many fucking people, even not that long ago. You guys raped a ton of kids. Like, I don't think that it is good to be associated with this organization. Like, it's not really like that. That was just some priest, like, I'm not even Catholic. Like, why are there different standards applied to these two things? I don't understand. That bothers me a lot. We're super accepting of people having a religion that's not the same as ours. If you're not like, it's expected for you to be respectful of people that are Christian without bringing up the past and holding them accountable for it. But the same wouldn't apply to like Nazism. And honestly, before there were Nazis, you could probably say that the Catholic Church was the Nazis of like all of the rest of history.
I mean, look at the Crusades, man.
Yes, do look at the Crusades. Even without the
Gracious.
Crusades, look at witch hunts, actual witch hunts. 1/3 of Europe's women died as a result of being killed for different kinds of accusations alluding to like witchcraft and stuff. And I've always thought too, like, if witchcraft was real at one point in our history, it ain't around no more because we killed everybody who might possibly have been connected with it. Uh, like that, they killed so many fucking people. Uh, and unlike, I mean, Nazis went after like specific groups of people, but the church was like, if you're not
If you're
exactly
not one of
us,
us,
yes, you have to be exactly us or you're fucking dead. So like, I think that it's a pretty fair comparison. I do wish we had other ways of generating community, but I used to say that, but I realized we do. And honestly, it's the new church, like the new community, is nerd shit. People have like nerd conventions they go to. Magic the Gathering is honestly the best example of anything I can think of where people meet up, have community,
mhm.
do something all together, and it's really really good. I know myself and a lot of other people had like addiction problems in the Magic the Gathering community. Help them stay clean. Like this
So
is this is the modern church.
I got Vivian in the chat clearly because there's been a reform of the religion to a degree, and Nazism was fucking blasted to pieces by a world war because Nazism is an ideology that requires genocide, whereas Christianity is very mutable and has existed in different forms for 2,000 years. But it's more so the Catholic portion of it. Like, yeah, maybe they don't have full on, you know, religious wars anymore to the degree they did. It's still pretty damn close in a lot of ways where they were wiping out people just for not being believers.
You
So how do we re-rack
Nazism did not
this?
require you to kill anybody. It just required you to be complacent with it. And I would still argue that if you're not condoning the church for the past actions, which, as far as I know, they have never publicly apologized for, you are complacent in the past acts of the Catholic Church.
But I did used to go to magic events like every Saturday, so it was kind of like church in a big way.
Yeah, that's what I'm
There was
saying.
just no
This is our
worship involved.
replacement. Uh, you say that, but do you remember when Oko was legal?
Oh yeah.
I
Dude, I was
had
gonna build a deck that got banned before I could build it.
I was gonna say I had people. I traded my foil Oko that I packed for a Savannah because this man religiously. There's no other way to explain his level of confidence that it would not get banned.
Oh yeah, it needed to get banned.
Like 3 weeks later, it got banned. I was like, I have to get rid of this. Oko's too good. It's gonna get banned.
Well, I was gonna build Leovold, Emissary of Trust, and then like
I know.
this is the greatest shit ever. And my friends are like, if you build it, we're not playing with you. And I'm like, why not? You can counter it. I mean, all of it? No, not all of it. You can counter most of it. And it got banned before I could even build the deck. I think it was legal for like a month.
My buddy was working on the deck when it got banned. Yeah, Oko was super duper scary. I knew that Oko was gonna get banned when there was a vintage event and somebody won by attacking with their Black Lotus.
Oh goddamn! So how do we re-rack this game?
I'm filling out the rest of my deck. I have my deck in front of me and I'm just like inputting it into the software.
Oh, so you're doing the same thing I did.
Yeah.
I basically just took my deck and copy pasted it into here.
But
Eldrazi did a lot of like Mr. Girl stuff, and he comes on my panels periodically. So he's been around.
I still do regularly. My voice is just finally good enough to be speaking on stream again, but regularly I've been going over old Destiny and Mr. Girl streams, giving like an analytical perspective of it. And it's been a lot of fun. Had a lot of people show up. And we've had a lot of people in chat. We even had Lex Friedman stop by and dropped a dono and a sub. So it's I would say that's a good signifier that we're having fun over there.
Well, just saying, Drazi was a friend and fan of Mr. Girl, talked to him, and covered a lot of his material. Not actually, did rap songs with the N-word and gave cuties reviews.
That's true. I didn't, but give me time. I think Mr. Go would reject the idea of us being friends. He has that hard limit with his orbiters. But I would say that we are about as friendly as you could be in the position that I'm in.
Fair enough.
Most recently, we played MK, and he destroyed me.
Damn. I didn't know he played fighting games.
Me?
Mr. Girl.
Oh, he plays MK and Smash. I was gonna say, back in Mortal Kombat 10, I was like goated. I had a 17 win streak in ranked before. Do you play fighting games?
Yeah, but I mostly am like King of Fighters, Street Fighter.
Oh, okay.
I've never been a fan of Mortal Kombat, really, except for the very first one, and that was just because fatalities are a thing now. You should have seen the look on my face in the arcade when I first saw a Mortal Kombat machine, and I saw someone's head get ripped off their body. I was like, they can do that?
Isn't that illegal?
So I think the first game I saw like that before was this game called Time Killers. I think that's what it was called. And it was really lame, but you could like hack off people's body parts in mid-fight.
Oh.
So homie was walking around like the Black Knight and Monty Python.
Uh-oh. Okay, it is on here. All right, how many do I have left? I have 23 cards left. I didn't play MK very much, but my best friend played it, and he was like really good. And I wanted to beat him, and he never ever. He's one of those guys that like he knew that I didn't know what I was doing, and he would still just beat the fuck out of me. I never really got a chance to like learn playing him, so like I needed to be able to beat him, you know.
Hey, that's what makes us better. Having something to aspire to gives us a drive to increase what we're already doing. Because I don't think I wanted to get good at Magic. I just wanted to play a Merfolk deck until I was playing an Urza Saga block, and people were dropping friggin' Tolarian Academy decks on me. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck y'all. I'm gonna play something much more vicious than
That's fair. Just so you know, I do have it. If I play it, I have it.
hmm
I feel like
Same
that's the
here.
only card you might call me on.
Now we both have a Gaia's Cradle, but where I got mine is a lot less auspicious, probably.
Did you pack yours?
I got mine from a dude that showed up in my shop, and he obviously was on some shit and sold all of his cards for whatever I had in the register.
Oh,
So we got Force of Wills, Gaia's Cradle, Mox Diamonds, like all this stuff for I think about $350.
that's funny. I got my I had a tropical island and a Rasputin Dreamweaver. I got them for like $35. There was like a long wooden box with cards in it. This guy brought it in to me, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to go through it. There was like a ton of like basic lands. They were from them unlimited, so like $2 or $3 a piece. But I was like, I'm not paying you for these, because like nobody's gonna buy them. But I'll just like, I might add like $3 or $4 to the end of the total price. He's like, that's fine. And I get like 3/4 of the way through, and he's being super impatient. I'm like, you have like 500 cards here. I'm trying to be fair with you. So like I'm going through them. I was like, if you want, I can give you like what we have here. There's not much value here. Yeah, that's fine. So I give him $35, and then he leaves. I'm still going through. I was like, oh shit, Rasputin Dreamweaver. And some other card from Legends, it was like $75, and like 4 cards from the end, there's a tropical island. I was like, fucking sick. I don't know this guy's name. I never seen him before or after. So I guess nothing to feel bad about. But that was definitely the best Magic purchase of all time for me.
Viv, I think a lot of people just saw Mr. Girl as someone who was interesting and challenging to have a conversation with. They didn't really look too deeply into what other proclivities the dude may have. And I really can't prove most of it to begin with in a lot of ways. So, like, I can't say he's a pedo or anything like that. I can say he has said some things that could give you that impression, but I can't, like, just say for a fact this is the reality.
It's really funny. It a lot of the stuff that he says, um, save for the cuties review, is to be funny, and people are like, oh, you can't joke about shit like that. Tom Segura had a joke where he's like naked in a shower with his kid, and his kid talks about his dick, and like the joke is that Tom Segura has a boner. Nobody thinks Tom Segura is a pedophile. Nobody from that joke. But if you're in Twitch poll, it's like, well, you can't joke. Who would joke like that? Only a pedophile would make jokes like that. Like, no, you're just like very, very sensitive. But maybe too, I grew up like hardcore listening to George Carlin. So my ideas about like what is okay to joke about, everything,
Fair
is
enough.
is different from most people's, I guess. But there's a ton of stuff you could joke about that if you weren't joking, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed off about. I think you can certainly do harm by saying things to people, but if you're joking, if somebody's joking with you and you're getting offended, that seems like you have stuff to work on to me. You
And
shouldn't be
that's
getting
why
bodied by jokes.
I like people like Bob Saget,
Oh,
Gilbert Gottfried. Like, the jokes were vicious, but you knew it was a joke.
Bob Saget. Bob Saget is my favorite comedian to show other people his stand up. Because some of it's not that good and it's kind of cringy, but the fact
hmm
that Bob Saget is the one doing it makes it really, really good.
It's like one of America's dads is saying the most raunchy shit you've ever heard.
Yeah, and the fact that some of it, it's like, that's not even funny. That's just like cringy and fucked up. Makes it even funnier to me.
Yeah, Carlin's in my top two. Like, being honest, Jack, And his
Beautiful.
comedy did change, but I feel like it changed because of his age and what he cared about and what he saw America becoming. And he saw
Yeah.
that the jokes that he was doing before weren't going to get the effect that he wanted. So he had to ramp it up.
Carlin's, I think his comedy changed because the world changed. He's always been a political comic. Maybe not in the very, very early parts of it when his hair was still brown, but like by the time he had like really become established and known by everybody, he was making jokes about politics since the 90s at least.
Yeah. It just got a lot like once the black shirt came on, it became a different beast.
I thought um, he got better the longer he went for his whole career. I even have some of his vinyl still.
Yeah, I didn't
Uh-oh.
know George Carlin's comedy caused damage to anybody. That's interesting, but
Somebody said that?
yeah, that's what I'm hearing. He said there are interviews with him talking about it, and I've not seen an interview where he's like, my comedy hurt people and I want to be more responsible. I've never seen that, but if it exists, I'd like to see it because I want to see what his evolution was. But I also didn't watch a lot of interviews with my favorite comics.
I have watched a lot of interviews with him. I never heard that.
It's like Mitch Hedberg. Like I've never seen Mitch Hedberg in an interview, but I like his comedy.
Me neither, but I'd like to. Mitch Hedberg's a really good one. Yeah, you got good taste.
Hey, they make me laugh. It works. Like
There's
the kind of stuff I could never get into was what was that dude's name that everybody was digging like early 2000s, and he did a lot of like visual stuff in his comedy.
Dimitri Martin,
No, no, no.
Bo Burnham.
No. He was in a couple movies too. God, why can't I think of his name right now? I heard his name so many times. Mm.
He was in.
Maybe it'll come to me. But he was like everybody's favorite comic at the time, like pre Zach Galifianakis kind of stuff.
Was it? I hope it's not. Oh, what is his name? It wasn't Jeff Dunham, right?
No, but he's kind of funny.
He he's in my list of most overrated comics of all time. Him and Gabriel Iglesias, I think, are the two most overrated comedians of all time. They're both fine. They should be nobody's favorites.
Dane Cook.
Oh, I thought he was pretty good.
I didn't think he was
But
funny at all.
he stole jokes.
Oh, that doesn't help. He stole jokes and still couldn't make them land.
Well, let me put it this way: when he was big and stuff, I was like 14, so I liked him then. I think he's a great comedian for a 14-year-old.
Oh,
But
you
that's
made an enemy in
only
my chat.
friends.
You mess with Fluffy. Gabriel Iglesias is pretty funny.
I think Gabriel Iglesias is fine. Well, I actually had this debate with somebody, and I looked at some of his new stuff, and he's not so bubbly anymore. And he's like, he looks, he comes off as like worn down and sad. And I was like, oh, maybe I do like him now. Maybe I have to give him another shot. I don't
Give
like
him a
comedians
shot.
that
He's
are too
funny.
happy. It's
Oh,
weird. It's
gee.
weird.
Well, that's kind of brutal. But yeah, I'm gonna say I probably most of the comedians that are on my list were not the happiest people, like Sam Kinison,
Yeah.
Bill Hicks. Like
Yeah.
they weren't the happiest people.
Correct. I think that it's if you're a comic and you're super like bubbly and stuff, that's fucking weird. Knock it off. You use your pain to make me laugh
Damn.
so that I can laugh at my own. Sam Kinnison's a good one. Uh, most people my age probably don't know who he is.
Like people that can laugh about their own downfalls in some situations and make you laugh, like Richard Pryor when he set himself on fire, Sam Kinison when his girlfriend put a loaded gun in his back when he was going to the airport. You know, if you can make a joke like that and make everybody else laugh at what happened to you,
All right, I got it. Yeah, yeah. My all my favorite comedians are at least they're bitter. Um, have you ever heard somebody say that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones?
Yeah, I have heard that one. Like he's
So
got
I was like,
a
that's
couple
silly.
surgeries.
I'm like, that's silly. Obviously not. However, they did live in the same area, and their wives knew each other. But one day, it's funny. I was on acid, and I was laying down listening to Bill Hicks, as one does on acid. And he
As
has this
one
bit
does.
where he like throats the mic and goes, "Suck Satan's cock," and I shut right up. I was like, "Oh my god, that's Alex Jones! What the fuck?" It's a lot harder for me to not think that he's Alex Jones after I heard him do like the Alex Jones voice on that special. It is weird.
Sometimes I think Admiral Gibbs is Alex Jones. I just know it's not true.
They do look similar.
In like the tonal, like the way they their cadence is, like sometimes.
Oh, load deck. I gotta switch decks.
But I would severe like if that were the truth, reality just is no longer enjoyable to me. I'm just gonna stay in my room for the rest of my life on assistance and have food given to me through a slide in the door.
Honestly, like even like pragmatically, I could see it if he didn't want to do if he got tired of doing the stand up and stuff. He talked about a lot of like Alex Jonesy kinds of stuff. If he was just like done with people laughing about it and wanted to like report on it, he just got bitter and fucking weathered from all of it. I could see it. I don't actually think it, but I understand why people do.
That'd be a crazy escape door.
Chatterfang.
My boy.
Interesting.
And how we roll them dice again. Roll die. There it is.
Control I. One, two. Oh yeah, I should roll. And 11. I'll go first.
Cool.
Put these on
See
top.
what we got here.
Shuffle, shuffle. Now that you know how to use this too, I'd be happy to play Magic with you anytime.
Oh, for sure.
I've mostly for most of my life I've been a competitive modern player. Most of my life, most of my time playing Magic, and then like competitive Legacy. Every once in a while standard if I could brew up something good. But mostly modern and then Legacy. Legacy is my favorite format. But for the last 3 years, almost exclusively Commander, just because that's what's easy to find people playing.
I just like the format, and I feel like it's a lot more fluid than playing those other formats because there's always going to be little changes and things in like modern. Because I think when I was growing up, there was only like standard, extended, and legacy.
Yeah.
So I just didn't want to mess with those formats, and legacy was just completely out of the question.
I love
And then
Legacy.
now modern is something I could possibly get into, but it would just take a lot more investment to get four of certain cards
Yeah.
because of what the cost on those cards is now. So playing EDH, like you just show out for one guy as Cradle, you're good. One Mox Diamond, you're good. You don't have to build for that. Steve Martin, I've never heard of Steve Martin stand up.
Oh, he's not bad. Oh, hidden gem. Robin Williams has some of the best stand up of all time.
Cocaine was a hell of a drug.
Dude, his live on Broadway is one of my favorite specials ever. It'll still get me in tears to this day. Are you keeping?
Yeah.
All right, sick. Catacombs and pass.
I'm gonna regret this.
Yeah, Robin Williams is one that really surprised me. He's a lot raunchier than you'd expect, and he just has that energy. Hey now, my last few streams, I've been pulling like multitudes more than I am right now. This is just a chill stream, reflecting fate. But if you mean it as a compliment, thank you.
Oh, there you go.
On your end step?
Yeah, I wouldn't say like to most people, like younger people didn't know that Robin Williams was a stand-up comic before like Mrs. Doubtfire and all the other movies he's been in.
Yeah. Stay away from that color. So I think we need.
Yeah, it's a lot of, younger people. Like I'm of the older generation, so like I caught a lot of things that a lot of people wouldn't have in this time. So like when I was growing up, I still had Space Ghost,
Oh
um,
yeah.
the old school cartoons, but I also had some of the newer school cartoons, and I was like all the way up until SpongeBob kind of deal. So like I have a broader understanding of what existed. So when Space Ghost Coast to Coast showed up, he wasn't a new character to me. It was just a new take on the character.
No, he just has a deep voice. Somebody said, "Are you feeling okay? You sound like you're sick." No, Alethea just has a deep voice.
Yeah, it's just the way my voice normally sounds. I've actually been accused of using a voice changer.
I actually am the one that sounds sick because my voice is still recovering from being sick. I passed.
Cool.
Um, oh, I really wish that I had more like Magic players in my Discord. That way we could have like a commander thing going or something. Hey, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate it. Um, it's like I said, I'd really like to have like Twitch poll commander pods. That would be nice. But I don't know. It seems like
Yeah,
it's
I'm
tough to
just
do.
gonna
Oh,
put
sorry. Here you go. I
tutor.
handed you control of that stuff. Oh my
It's
God,
a good.
again? Yeah. Um, so before I thought that the religion thing was gonna take up more, or the cult thing was gonna take up more time, but it was a lot more chill than I expected, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I,
Um,
it's only so much they could really do.
well, usually when you hear about somebody being in a cult and getting out, it's like getting out was like a big deal. Um, the things that they did in it like seemed like nothing at the time, but now people realize like, oh, I can't believe I did all this stuff. But you had like the most chill, laid back cult experience I've ever heard of.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'd agree with you on that.
um,
And I just think it's mostly because I did not have an emotional attachment to it. Whereas if I believed it was real and I really had an emotional investment and a strong connection with the people, I probably would have had a harder time getting out of it. But like
that's
by the
fair.
time I realized this is some bullshit and it's just funny, like, oh, cool religion with an anime that comes with it. Okay, I'm gonna get a producer and do a few shows because of it.
That's fair. Oh, I didn't really comment on it. I wanted to tell you. I'm like the most. This is on your end step. I think of myself a lot as a like an agnostic, like apologist for Christianity or like for
Mm,
for God because I am not religious. I at all, but I think that uh the idea of there being a creator is a lot more valid than a lot of people who aren't uh religious like make it out to be. Like the arguments aren't terrible. They're definitely not as bad as people make it out to be. So I'm like 60-40. I'm like closer to not believing than I am believing, but like when people like Dawkins and stuff say like I'm 99% sure there's no God, I'm like, you're stupid. You have not fully evaluated the full spectrum of like what we're talking about here. Life suddenly erupting and being as crazy as it is it's a bit, I think it's a bit harder to dismiss than that. It does
well,
explain the most phenomena with the least amount of inconsistencies. You just can't
well,
prove
it's
it.
because there's no there there. Like if you can't demonstrate it as a candidate, it's very difficult to work from that. Whereas we have the natural order of the universe in itself, that's a much more likely candidate because we get to see the progression of life, how things form, new things forming, and there's no hand ever involved. So without something to point at, without any actual, because like if you ask
You're
anybody
talking about
what God
intelligent
is,
design.
no, not at all.
Intelligent design would produce the same thing you're talking about, though. It would produce a system that we could observe and understand how it works.
Well, then if it were intelligent design, there would be fewer flaws.
There's no flaws in natural order.
Oh, there's plenty
There's
of
just things
flaws.
we
Like
don't
that's
like.
why things evolve. Like because the environments aren't particularly like the puddle analogy. Oh, this hole is perfect for me. I fit perfectly in this puddle kind of thing. We have to adapt. And so we've been adapting over time to make up for how fucked up things are for us because the universe isn't very hospitable to us. So we
I would
have
say
to,
that our ability to adapt would be more like be more towards suggesting intelligent design because there's no reason that we should be able to adapt.
if there was an intelligent designer, it wouldn't have to adapt. Things would work the way they're supposed to.
That's based on our values, but if the goal wasn't to make everything perfect for everybody all the time, if the goal was to create a being that could become something greater, if that was like the aspiration of a creator, then it would make sense. Because just creating something perfect to live in a perfect like universe doesn't really seem like a very advantageous goal for an omnipotent being. But if you could create a being that could constantly be getting better and grow to like achieve like unknown potentials, this seems like more of a thing that like an omnipotent creator would shoot for.
Mm, I wouldn't be
Like if you're going to
creating
design a
things.
video game, would you make a video game where you automatically have all stats unlocked and you're just like a fucking beast walking around like completing everything without trying? No way, that'd be boring.
No, it would be more so like there wouldn't be massive clipping and people falling through the floor. There wouldn't be infant cancer, things like that.
Yeah.
Like breakdown of cells to that degree, like cancer in itself is like oh, there's a God. Cool. No, can't
Uh
be.
Yeah, actually, I think that the field of medicine is one of the things that led me towards thinking this way. By the way, I passed. The fact that there's all these different things that can go wrong with us, makes perfect sense to me. Such a complex system, obviously things could go wrong. But the fact that we have solutions to them at all blows my mind. There's no reason why, like, mixing a couple of different plants and synthesizing like a chemical should be able to fix any of that. That's wild to me.
It's a very interesting way to look at it. I just would
Does that
think
make
if it were
sense?
intelligently designed by a perfect omnipotent being, or like this is where it comes down to a problem. It's like, what is the designer, and can we get some finite parameters as to what this designer is capable of? And without understanding that, it's very difficult to nail down the idea that there is one. Like, does it know everything? Does it know past, present, and future? Can it live outside of the universe? Is there a mind? Like,
Yeah, I use the perfect omnipotent one as just like an example. I see the thing about it too is that when I consider the idea of God or a creator, I don't internally I don't ever put my own requirements on it. I think that that's the arrogance of religious people comes to them being certain about the qualities of God more than any other way.
hmm,
I think that the subject of God on both sides should be approached with like a very healthy amount of doubt that I don't see on either side that I would find satisfactory. That's rude.
about the kid, the dealing, and I'm good. Hmm. Or the fact that we have observed evolution in action, but nobody has seen Yahweh come down and cure cancer. Yeah, I agree with you, Jack. This is where my head is at with it. It's like there's no observable anything there. So to posit it, like I the same way I could posit intelligent designer, I could say universe creating pixies or a unicorn outside of time farted the universe into existence. They are all equal at that point.
So is the Big Bang though. So here's the thing. The Big Bang doesn't explain the creation of existence. It just explains the creation of the observable universe. The answer is still completely untouched and like the Big Bang doesn't like offer an alternative explanation for why existence is at all.
I can agree with you with that because we can't see beyond Planck time, but
Right.
everything after that we can observe, like the expansion of the universe, seems to
Sure.
be consistent with the idea of a Big Bang, and it just
Sure.
makes sense.
We just
So
know
what
so we
we
know about
so
this one event. That's it.
well, I'm very comfortable with the words "I don't know" from there, and I don't get
I,
to go "I
I
don't
am
know."
impressed.
So universe,
I
well,
also
I'm just
don't
saying
know.
this is exactly like I'm fine with that, but I can't pause it because I don't know creator, because I don't know pixies, because I don't know unicorn fart.
Um so I passed, by the way. I just didn't have a
Oh,
land,
cool,
and I'm really
cool.
sad about it.
I'm
Um,
sad too.
so the thing, so this is the analogy that I used with a guy goes by the Big JC, ironically naming himself after Jesus. He's a hardcore atheist. Um, if I
Colin
took,
Squirrel. I think you know that though.
imagine if I took a bucket with like 10 trillion marbles in it, various sizes and colors, and I dump it into a system of slides that are completely transparent, and it's like a complex interweaving network of slides that just keep going down and down, uh, say forever. Um, if I poured all those marbles out, and you're watching them go through the like crystal clear slides, it would make sense that sometimes we would see images that look like something, right?
Paradella.
Huh?
Humans have like pareidolia. Like we see things that aren't like we look in the clouds, we see a face. It's not really a
Yeah.
face.
What I'm saying is, it would make sense that we would see something that looked like something just by random chance, right? Like, oh hey, that looks like a car. Crazy. But if we seen like a 4 minute what looks like a film essentially playing out, we would
Pass.
know that then it would start to develop like little flaws in it and eventually it would fall apart. It wouldn't be able to maintain that. But then if that film came back and picked up where it was at after it dismantled and continued the same visual story, be like, okay, that's not a fucking accident now, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, no, it's just you can't say like it didn't blow itself up. You can't say that it like there's a lot of different things. Like if you see a dead body, that's not a guarantee that someone murdered this person. They could have had a heart attack, you know, like anything could have been that. So until you have a candidate for the explanation, you can't really posit one or the other. Like the butler didn't do it.
White, black, blue, and one. Sure. So that's typically how I think about the universe. It just seems like this probably didn't happen. It seemed like, I guess, let me put it
Oh
this
shit,
way.
he's playing, sir. Shit.
I don't think that it's unreasonable to say I don't think that this happened by mistake. It seems like you can use reason to arrive at the conclusion that this seems like it didn't happen by mistake. Everything has a way of working out very conveniently for not just life, but like the laws of physics. As we'd say, just like the natural order, everything works pretty fucking well to an impressive degree. And there's a consistency throughout all of it. Random chance seems like we would get laws of physics that aren't consistent. I see no reason why random chance would produce consistent laws of physics. This is just as much of a mystery as anything else I can't answer. So I think that it's not
Yeah,
unreasonable to think that something put these laws in place. I don't think that's what it is, but like I think it's valid. I think that like people who debate religious people who are atheists are way too harsh with their assertions about like people's ideas about like intelligent design and stuff. I think both sides are too harsh on each other to be perfectly clear.
that's interesting.
Oh,
That's definitely interesting. So let's swing 5 at you
oops.
and untop the land.
Oh,
How do we get tokens?
right click the board and then click create
Okay.
token.
Okay, cool.
And then you can make any token you want.
It's wild I don't have one yet, but just wondering for the future. So let's play.
And if you were to take like the Bible as the thing you wanted to go off of, I would say it would be if God was truly good, he wouldn't allow for there to be proof of his existence because it would deny you the ability to have faith.
Then why would he send a Jesus to show people his hands and confirm with certain people, but never do any of the stuff again? Why would it rain frogs and firstborn, like all the things that God supposedly
Oh yeah,
did,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
no longer does?
Um well, even that still none of that's proof. But um, I still think I don't go by the Bible. I think the only way that the Bible could possibly be what it purports to be is if I'm gonna play my commander. Is if
Cool.
I talked to this with the big JC before. If the Bible is truly like the translated word of God, it must be something that any person who's seeking God can pick up and go to wherever they're compelled to and get God's exact message to them from reading it at that exact moment. Like, because like nothing else could possibly demonstrate the glory of an omnipotent being more than having a your word given to man be deliberately misrepresented, mistranslated, spread all over the world, and every person be able to get a unique message from God to them. That's the only thing it can be if it is what it claims to be. Nothing can be literal in it. It must be that, or it's just a book. These are the only two options to me.
Interesting.
Because like I'm saying, that is something that only a truly omniscient being could do.
It just really sounds like wishful thinking. It's like we want there to be something. We can't prove there is
Oh,
something, but
sure. But
it's
wishful
still
thinking
within
doesn't
the
mean it's
realm of
wrong.
possibility.
uh Being 250 pounds and seeing a hot woman at a bar and thinking like she's just being friendly. No, I think she's hitting on me. That's probably wishful thinking too, but doesn't mean she's not. I mean, she's probably not, but she could be.
Yeah, that seems painful. Where's the squirrel? Ah, screw it. Go with.
I lost
I
two
know
earth
I have a
crafts.
squirrel.
I have
Huh?
no idea where they're at, and it kills me.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah. Oh,
I know there's a squirrel in this deck that makes squirrel tokens. Where the fuck is it?
my bad. I forgot my shrine token.
Oh, sure. Serious.
And just so that there's no misplays on this, um, it does have shroud. All my enchantments but Sterling Grove have shroud.
Where'd that go? Okay, move to. Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna play this face down, shuffle the library, and then put it on top.
Yep. Whenever I talk to somebody who's like 100%
My
atheist,
turn.
I always have to argue like I'm 100% religious in order to like give the other side, or it just doesn't work.
That
See,
makes
like
sense.
everything that I said makes it sound like I know I just believe this. I'm just like hardcore arguing for the other side here. Like I don't believe this, but I can argue it like I do.
Play a deranged hermit.
Oh, I don't like that you
And
did that.
then I get 8 tokens.
You have a token doubler?
Uh, Chatterfang himself.
Yeah, you sure do. All right. I don't love it,
Uh,
but all right.
Damn it, I gotta do this one by one. Can I just right click it and just make more? Okay, clone, 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 clone. Cool. And then we swing
Take 5.
the Chatterfang. The land untaps. And
Oh, you're tapping your squirrels. Oh, that's good. That's really good.
dude, Chatterfang's a beast.
Oh, just like the Earthcraft with the squirrels.
It's
I'm
dumb,
mad at
right?
you. Yeah, tap them squirrels. You owe me. You owe me some tapped squirrels here.
Yeah, I only have one good card to play and it doesn't work.
How many lands you on tap? 3?
Yeah, not in top four.
Oh,
But that was for the Bear Umbra.
wait, Bear Umbra does that? Oh my
Yeah.
god. All
Whenever this
right.
creature attacks, untap all lands you control.
I thought it was just +2/+2 totem armor. All right. Okay. Jesus.
Extra dumb, right?
Yeah.
So, oh, it's not worth it. Really not worth it. Let's see. Because I can't target your stuff right now, right?
You can only target my Sterling Grove and my lands. Yes.
Yeah.
If you target my Sterling Grove, I'm gonna sack it.
Yeah, not even. I'm going to go ahead and pass turn. I got chump blockers for days.
Draw. You do. You're not wrong. Play a Soul Ring. Wait. No. Yeah.
There's a meta conversation. They're still on comedy in my chat.
I'm gonna play Goshentai of Hidden Cruelty.
No, I don't bring up presuppositional arguments because you end up in hard solipsism. And hard solipsism isn't even worth an argument. It's a waste of time. It's like a meta conversation about a meta conversation.
It is a waste of time. I agree.
It's like, well, I can't prove to you that I am here right now in this world. You can't prove to me otherwise, and here we are. Oh, that goes bye-bye.
Um,
I should have probably kept that in my pocket.
Pass. It's not bad.
Untap my boy. Draw a card.
I'm in trouble. Yeah, shit.
And I'll pay the Echo. Should I pay the Echo? Not no reason to pay the Echo.
Okay, thank God. There's gonna be too much damage.
Mm,
Goodbye, Squirrel Lord.
let's see. Oh, I never even boosted my life.
Oh,
Let's go with. It's a problem with this deck. There's like no draw in it.
you need to get the there's one that lets you sacrifice creatures or artifacts. It gets a counter and you draw.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let's swing everything.
Okay. Block 2 tokens.
Okay, I will sack those 2 tokens to Chatterfang. So, does it cost 1 black? Yeah. And I will sack these 2 tokens to give him an additional +2/+2. So that's 7.
+2, -2.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
And yeah, that gets it.
Alrighty. Draw. Oh! My savior. Oko.
Jeez. That is unkind, sure. What's good,
Not a
Jeremy?
moment too soon. I have 1 colorless floating. Wait. Yeah, I gotta do that.
No gods, no designs, only chaos and order. Thank you, Jeremy. That's how I feel about it. And the sooner I came to understand that, the happier I was as a person because I no longer felt an existential boot on the back of my neck.
Yeah, I would say that if people feel that way about their relationship with God, then they probably have the wrong idea. about what they're worshiping too. Oh wait,
Oh, is this till the end of turn or is that permanently?
that's permanently.
Ooh.
Let me
In
get you a better
response,
one.
in response, I think I can do this. Let me see. I've never had this happen to him before. I'm going to sack him to himself.
Oh yeah.
And then he just loses the Umbra.
Yep. That's pretty good. Wait a minute. No, he doesn't leave. If he would be destroyed, instead, remove all of them. Let me
Wait, hold,
see.
what?
Let me check that.
Because me sacking him to himself is him being destroyed.
Yeah, let me see. How does sacrifice work with totem armor?
Maybe that's a ruling. I don't know. Hey, nice.
Oh, totem armor does not keep it. Does not was say if it would be destroyed. Sacrifice isn't the same as destruction.
Okay, then he just gets sacked.
Do you still want to do it?
Yeah, just gets sacked.
Okay. Did you want to at least hit one of my shrine tokens then? Plus X
Can't,
neg
I can't even
X.
target him, right?
Well, you
Because Sterling
sacrifice.
Grove.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it.
You right. My bad. Uh, move to my end step. I'm gonna pay 1 for the Handan of Cruelty to destroy a squirrel token.
Bye-bye, Squirrel.
And not pass. You still got me on the ropes though.
We're still in a good position, just not the best position.
I'll change gears with the conversation after this game. You got my brain working. I'm at 11 life. I'm scared. I'm trying to decide if it's worth turning a shrine token into an elk. I don't want to do that though. Because all of the shrines care about how many shrines you have.
Well, you already used the ability, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's your go end turn. No, I'm just talking about future turns here.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh,
Untap,
wait. Chatterfang is not the squirrel I thought it was.
draw. Oh, this fucking blows. Come on.
Who's the guy I'm thinking
I'm
of?
gonna crop rotation.
I was thinking of Toski.
Yeah, I have Toski in here too.
Of course.
Go with this one.
He'd be a great commander if you were playing like mono green auras.
Get this Bayou out here.
I never owned a card shop. I worked at a card shop for a year. It was my first job coming out of the pandemic. I loved
Oh,
it.
nice.
We did
Concordant Crossroads.
Magic, tabletop, and retro and modern gaming. It was such a cool job.
Chatterstorm. Nice. So
How
that's
many is that? Is
three.
that 2? 3?
Three.
Concordant Crossroads and what else?
Crop rotation, and then the card
Oh,
itself.
yep, you got it.
And
There's
let's
too
swing them
many.
all.
At me?
Yep. Well, no, I should probably
6,
swing at
8.
Oko.
5 of them at him? Or how many? Why are you dividing this? All
All
of
of
them?
them. All of them.
I'll just let him die. I want to keep my shrines.
Cool. Your turn.
Oh. Oh. Yep, green, green, and 2. Eidolon of Blossoms. Ouch, I take 1. Copy enchantment on my Handan. Or, sorry, it's a Goshentai. Trigger, I draw a card. And trigger, I get a shrine.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is getting ugly.
Pass. I don't have the mana to trigger it yet. Oh, wait. They have haste. Pass.
Yep. They have haste. Pass anyway.
Yeah, I gotta. I'm scared.
Play Chatterfang.
Ugh. Yeah. You have the Squirrel General.
And swing. Everything.
1, 2. All right, I'll block 4 of them and take 4. Getting into dangerous territory here.
So let's sack. No, I can't. Damn it.
You have no mana.
Yep, no mana. So these go. So that's a total of 6.
Yep.
And in my turn.
Untap, I'll keep draw.
What's your commander? What's your commander damage at this point?
17.
Mm.
Trigger, I get a shrine, and I draw a card. And then I draw a card for the shrine entering. Red and 2. Trigger, I draw a card, and then I draw
See,
a
this
card.
deck's a lot more fun. It's just not nearly as vicious. Like, oh, I have 3 mana. I can play these 2 cards and win.
Yeah.
Do you have a counter? No? Oh, sorry.
Let's see. Can do that. Can also do that.
Ooh, George Carlin had a joke. He said, I pray to the sun, but I worship Joe
Joe Pesci.
No, I worship the sun, but I pray to Joe Pesci.
Yeah, that's a good one. Honor Worn Shaku.
Peace out, Jack. Honor
I
Worn
can tap
Shaku.
untapped enchantments or legendaries to make 1 colorless mana, and it taps for 1 colorless mana.
Uh-oh.
On my end step, I'm going to pay 1, destroy your Chatterfang. And then with the clone, I'm going to pay 1 to destroy one of your tokens.
That works.
And then I pass. Oh wait, let's keep the non-creature shrines away from the creature ones. Does that work for you?
The timing of all this. Oh, yeah, it works. Blasting station?
Yes? Stop. Am I dead?
Useless to me. Nope.
Oh.
Nothing I can do.
Okay.
You got lucky. I'm out of any type of ammo. Nature's Claim on the Sterling Grove.
Shit. Is it worth just letting it go?
I'm like, where was his Nature's Claim when I needed
shit.
it?
No, stop having them tap. Damn. That one was tapped. I'm gonna tap this to make a colorless mana. And I'm going to sack this. Search my library for an enchantment.
Dude, I had some gumbo, I want to say 2 weeks ago. And I was really psyched to get this gumbo. Then I took a bite into it, and there was a big old piece of okra in it, and the, the bowl slid. I couldn't do it. It just ruined the consistency of the
Oh.
gumbo I was eating. I just cannot eat slimy food. And as soon as I get that slimy texture, I'm done.
Not as far as I wanted to, Big C. But I'm working on it. I had a very, very busy day yesterday. We're gonna watch some tonight with my wife and I. Okay, yeah, good. It's your turn.
Ooh,
Oh
I
wait, it was
will.
still your turn. Yeah, you nature's claimed. I almost let it go just so I could have the mana or the life.
Your turn.
Oh. Oh. Well, I have to play this first. Hondan of Cleansing Fire. For trigger, I draw a card and I get a token. So I draw a card.
I'm a hot dog on Hawaiian bread with Dijon mustard kind of guy.
Oh, okay. And he said I'm a hot dog. I was like, what?
Oh, my chat's clowning my food takes.
Oh. Farseek?
But when I went to Florida, everyone's like, he eats weird stuff. Farseek works. So, like, just not eating barbecue or fried chicken is like I'm eating weird stuff. And they're like, do you want Chinese food? I'm like, why would I want Chinese food? I'm in California. There's all the Chinese food I can eat. There's plenty of Japanese food. Like, I'm looking for the Cuban spot. Like, where can I get a good Cubano sandwich?
All right. I'm taking a big risk here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, these aren't legendary. 1, 2, 3.
And it took me 2 days to get a Cubano.
1, 2, 3.
And that's because when I
4,
showed up in
5,
Florida, there was a storm with a
6.
flood warning. And
Oh, 5.
hey,
Enduring a deal.
ooh,
I'll just leave it out.
that works.
Whoops. Is it? Okay, it's a sorcery. I'm just going to leave it here so that we know it's active. I can't play spells anymore.
Cool. Well, because I always start working out, and then when I get done working out, I go eat. I didn't get done because I didn't wake up until noon. I didn't get done until around 3:30. By the time I was getting out the door, it was like 4:15. By the time I got to the Cuban spot, it was 4:30. They closed at 5. I thought I was good. They had already closed up shop because of the storm.
Sanctum of All, trigger draw. A shrine. Draw from that. On the end step, I can pay 1. I'm going to tap this. 2, I'm going to target that. And they all trigger an additional time. So,
I will blast you for 1 with the
pay
blasting
1.
station.
Ouch. I go to 3. And it's your go.
Cool.
No, just use the right word next time. I can't use a word I don't know.
Draw me something good. Of course you didn't.
Also, all around your Big C, it's nice to see you here.
It's the most annoying creature you have.
My commander. Or the Eidolon Blossoms. But the Eidolon Blossoms isn't annoying anymore. Because drawing cards just means I can't play them.
And I'll just putrefy your general.
You got it.
Oh,
Yep,
this
I can't
sucks.
recast it.
End my turn.
All right. Untap on my upkeep. I'm gonna trigger Sanctum
Another
of All
storm.
and trigger Hondan.
They told me it was going to rain for like the 7 days after I got back to California. It's been sprinkling. Like there's been barely a drizzle.
I'm gonna resolve Sanctum of All's trigger first.
Cool.
Get that out, and then I have 2 triggers. All my other shrines trigger twice, so Hondan of Cleansing Fire, I'll gain 2 life for each shrine I control twice.
Oh
One,
no.
oh wait, this is
I
not
want
all
to
the
call
way.
game on that because I have no hand, no
One,
mana.
2, 4, 6,
But we'll keep it going until you go ahead and kill
15,
me.
16, 18, 22, 4. Wait, 2, 4,
Gonna say
6, 8,
Chatterfang got real close. It
12,
was
14, 16,
freaking
18,
Oko that
20,
ruined it.
22, 24, 26, 28.
Yeah, it
So
rained like in up in Northern California and in the Bay, and like here we got like nothing.
then 28 more, so I'll be at 50.
I heard one town got like enough rain for a month in one day.
Um,
But yeah, I'm dead. I'm freaking gone.
yeah, my next main phase, you're gonna lose twice as much life, and I gain twice as much as the number of shrines I control. Uh, I'm gonna pay 1, discard the shrine to shoot
Like
that.
there's board wipes in this deck. I just am not seeing them. Yeah, I figure it's wet where you're at then, my dude. Up in NorCal for real.
After that gets shot, I pass.
I will sacrifice it to the blasting station. Like it matters. So what, I lose 30?
No. That's on my next turn. You'll lose.
Oh,
2, 4, 6, 28.
okay, so I'll just drop it on down now. Yeah, that's usually the issue in California is like we don't have great irrigation.
I assume
So
that's
the
to
water
all
just
around
sits
your
where it is and it
AC.
floods. You done?
Yep. Oh, you lived in Florida?
No, I just visited.
Oh,
I got family out there.
I hate caring about people that live in Florida. It's stressful. That whole state is like determined to kill
Yeah,
everybody in it.
drainage. It's what it feels like.
Hurricanes, floods, heroin addicts, alligators.
I didn't see anything crazy really this time, except for some herons, and that blew my mind
Oh, and the clan
because they're.
is fairly active there too.
Yeah, I'm gonna just top out on this. You win.
Okay.
I get 4 squirrels. Oh, gracious. But yeah, these giant, like 6 foot tall birds just walking in the street. So I
That's
turn a
scary.
corner and I'm like, oh, snap. And I had to brake. And then it's not like they're scared of the car. They're like, hit me, see if I care. And they just mosey right along. And this dude that's in his truck, he's like trying to shoo him, but they don't care about him either. I'm like, dude, don't get attacked by these giant descendants of dinosaurs on my behalf. Eventually they'll cross the street. Yeah, tall turkeys, and I assume they're probably mean when you actually mess with them. Because I can't think of a nice bird on the planet except maybe a parrot.
I would have grabbed Paradox Haze on my upkeep from the Enduring Ideal, so I would have had 2 upkeeps. So the things that were already doubled from Sanctum of All would have been doubled again.
Yep.
I was gonna say I feel like maybe Shrines was a bit stronger than it should have been against Chatterfang, but you almost killed me, so maybe not.
I ran out of gas like right at the finish line. I was like,
Yeah, you were nitro boosting through the game. You burned it up too quick. But it's not like you could have changed it though, so yeah. Oh shit. Um so outside of the cult stuff, do you want to play again?
yeah, I got one more in me.
Same deck?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Um so we had an interesting conversation last night that was outside of the cult stuff. I just want to look.
Yeah, we were talking relationship stuff, and I know my chat loves it when I talk about relationships.
Ah.
And my next panel on Wednesday is going to be about divorce and the stigma of divorce versus having a long marriage.
Oh,
So,
interesting. I have a long relationship with my wife. We've been married for let's see, 5 years, but we've been together for like 11. But I've also been divorced. Um, they're both cool. I would say during a divorce, at least one person's happy.
I mean, when my parents got divorced, I was ecstatic. I was like, wow, that couldn't have happened a second sooner. Let's go.
Although ironically, I was never married to my kid's mom.
Fair enough. And I see a
Uh,
lot of people that I think should get divorced. Like in my own family, I don't judge other people's relationships. But when it's in my family and I have to go to functions and like sleep over at those places, and I know they're entirely dysfunctional, I'm like, yeah, they should have got divorced a long time ago. I mean, I'm glad they stuck it out to a degree, but at what cost? Like the children suffered, the grandchildren suffered. Like it
well,
was
and
not
most people say
ideal.
they're doing it for the kids too.
Yeah, no, I think that's a terrible argument in a
Yeah,
lot of instances.
I do too. Yeah, that'll work. Um, so it's funny enough, the conversation that we had picked up last night picks up like right at the end of the cult. It seems like I'm looking at the ages here. So you said that you went and started DJing with some dude like out of the cult.
Oh, well, I was an MC, so I was, I wrote raps, performed. So like, he had a group he called the Global Sapiens, and he introduced me to a producer, a Korean dude that wasn't in the cult.
Oh,
So when I met this dude, he liked the work I was doing, so we kept working together even after me and this dude stopped working together. So we still have a working relationship now. And I did a few shows with him, started working on an album that I never finished. Yeah, this seems good. Um, no, that's got to go. Top of the library. Top of the library. Shuffle and take two. So that's like that was what was really weird because once people weren't really in his same mindset, he just kind of stopped working with all the people in that group that we were working with. And I continued to work with a couple of them. I even did a show with one of the Japanese dudes that was in that group out in Kankakee, Illinois. And I'd say that's another godforsaken place.
what is?
Kankakee, Illinois.
Oh,
Yeah, it's basically just farmland.
oh, yeah, that sounds about right. That's like 80% of Michigan.
I was not digging that. But yeah, getting out of that situation, it was a little awkward with some of the people that I was hanging out with, but like we didn't have strong bonds. That's basically why it wasn't as devastating as it should have been.
That's fair. Um, and then the stuff that you told me that happened after that I thought was really interesting is that so like you're DJing, you're emceeing, and you're doing a lot of stuff, and you I guess there's no light way to put it. You like hoard around for a while, but
Oh
not
yeah,
but today you're asexual.
yeah, I
That's an
always was
unusual
asexual.
transformation to hear about. Well, sorry. Okay, then in that case, it's unusual to hear somebody say that they're asexual for me at least, and say I had a big slut phase when I was in my early 20s.
Well, so where I grew up is like the Compton area,
Mhm.
because Long Beach, Carson, LA is all attached to Compton. So I just call it the Compton area.
Okay.
And there's like the kids around there are hyper fixated on sex for some weird reason. So like I'm the kid that wants to sit there, play video games, maybe play some basketball, whatever the case may be. It's always, hey, where the girls at? And this was like I'm 8, maybe 8 years old. And a buddy of mine comes over like, hey, can you get the 2 girls next door to come over? I'm like, why? And he's like, come on, dude, get them to come over. I'm like, it seems weird. Like they don't want to play video games, they'd rather just play outside. Like I'm really not trying to mess with them right now.
I like that. So you were just like oblivious to it?
Yeah, I just sex wasn't on my mind. Being around girls wasn't on my mind. And I didn't think of girls any differently than I thought of the dudes I hang out with, beyond we have different interests.
You know, wh- that's I was interested when I was like 15. I think I was probably 16, but I had just as much of like an understanding. My friend's older sister asked me to teach her how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And there was a time where like I taught her a couple times in like a public library. I was sitting on her bed with her teaching her how to play. And then I look back, I'm like, she didn't give a fuck about Yu-Gi-Oh! What the fuck? Of course she did not. She had no interest in that whatsoever, and I was totally oblivious the whole time. And like I'm dumb. I'm fucking stupid, dude. She's literally a model now. Like of all the missed opportunities in my life, I'm just like how am I that stupid? Um but for me it's worse because I did have interest. I would have been like, "Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's go." But no, just too stupid to catch it. I understand just like not so I can understand the point of like just not understanding the intent. Um at least you don't have but then too. So how do you go from not like having that interest or anything? Did you just agree to go along with it because that's what they wanted to do? Was it too awkward to
Sort
say
of.
no?
So the way it works out, and I didn't. It's not that I wanted to say no. It's like I don't mind having connections with people.
Mhm.
Like I like having connections with other human beings. But when you grow up in that kind of neighborhood, like you're the only dude that doesn't have a girlfriend, all of a sudden your friends are literally grabbing you by the hand, pulling you through the school or through the neighborhood, like, yo, you want to be with this dude? No? Okay, hey, do you want to be with this dude? And it's really awkward. And like some girls are like, oh, somewhat interested, but I'm not pursuing and I'm not pressing for a relationship to happen. But then eventually, by the time I was 11,
Oh,
I ended up with a girlfriend. So you done? My turn?
yeah.
Okay. I ended up with a girlfriend. She was
At
cool.
11?
She lived, yeah,
Okay.
and she lived up the way from me. And then it became a lot of pressure from uh the friend groups because we had, similar friends that, so what, how far have y'all gone?
At 11?
I'm saying, like, this is like a pressure that's happening within my community of people. So, what do I play? Ooh, that does seem good, but no, let's go with. Yeah, I'll just play it. Fuck it. Imperial Seal.
Oh, yeah. Why are you paying two?
Oh, it's one. Oh, it is one.
You paid the wrong two. One mana, two life. I don't know.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
at that point, like after, because in school dances, when I was in like junior high school, people are like basically fucking with their clothes on. Like people are getting down. It's crazy.
In middle school?
Yeah, this
What
is
year was
normal.
this? Ish?
Um,
I have no idea how old you are.
like 94.
Okay.
I'm 40.
Okay.
So like 94, it's freaking wild out there. Let me play this face down, shuffle the library,
When
put
I was
on
like
top.
a freshman and would go to dances, that was so not the case. I remember my friend, he got asked to the dance by a girl and he turned and looked at me and laughed. I didn't do anything. He used me as an excuse to get out of her kissing him because he felt weird. That was like a typical middle school dance interaction at my school. I mean, I was in high
Yeah,
school, but barely. And also, she got really mad at me. She thought I did it. I'm like, Chris, what the fuck? He's like, I didn't know what to do. I'm like, well, fuck you, dude. I have a class with her. She's fucking pissed at me. She's one of the farm girls too. She could have fucked me up.
yeah. So like by 12 years old, virginity's lost.
Sorry for
So
that.
like the
The spreading seas, not your virginity being lost at 12.
oh, you
I'm
did
a
that.
different.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You spread my seeds.
Spreading seas is way more traumatizing.
So like the value of sex just really wasn't there growing up for me. It's like it was like a handshake in a lot of ways.
It's just something that you were expected to do.
You just do it. It's not really something you're tripping about. Like I said, it's like playing a game of basketball to me. Like it's a sport in my head.
I guess
It's
to a degree it
cardio.
was competitive with your friends, it seemed like.
Yeah, it's really odd, and that like a lot of people don't experience that, and I'm glad they don't.
Yeah. Do you think that contributed to how you feel about it now? Because of how it was introduced to you?
Well, like with me, I could never have sex and never give a shit about it.
Yeah.
The fact that it's offered and I don't feel any reason to reject unless I have like an actual reason to reject it is kind of the odd thing about it.
Well, I can understand too, like, I mean, even if I'm like not, if I were to say no to a woman, it would seem like such a grave insult that I'm laying down. Like if I didn't have like a legitimate reason other than like I don't feel
Exactly.
like it would be like I feel like there's very few things that you could say or do to a woman that would be more insulting than rejecting that offer.
That's kind of where my head's at with it. So it's like, well, you want to make that connection with me. I feel like a dick rejecting you. So let's play.
Yeah. Even long-term partners, like if I said no to my ex-wife, she would be like furious with me.
Oh, that was your turn. Let
Yep.
me untap all this. And a
I think
lot,
she,
I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't feel that way. I just know I do.
well, there's the idea that men always want to have sex, and that men will have sex with literally anything. So if you're saying no to a woman, it's just sort of like, oh, so like I think that the conception would be like, wow, anything but me then, huh? Because I think a lot of people think that most men would have sex with anyone
Hmm.
who's offering. So it's just like a huge like ego blow. Um, like I didn't I was mostly afraid of women until I was like 17.
I mean, that's a safe way to be in a lot of ways because some girls were vicious. I didn't experience it, but I watched some homies go through some really hard treatment.
uh yeah. Well, like I don't know. My best friend when I was 13 was having sex. And he was 13, but he was also like without trying, like one of the coolest, most badass people I've ever met in my life, even still to this day. So like he was 13 and like he would have sex with like adult women. I just be like, "What? You're crazy,
That's
dude."
more a critique on these adult women than
Yeah,
on him.
but not when you're
As weird as that is.
13. When you're 13, you're like, "My buddy's a fucking god. What the hell?" Like he's from the fables. How is he seducing these like adult women? Uh it was really bizarre. And like his sister would like act sexual with me and I would just be like confused and be like, Jessica, stop. Like you're weirding me out.
Oh, that's
Like
rough.
I practically live at your house. You're like my sister. Stop it.
I had a situation like that, and like looking back at it, I'm like, no, this was foul on her part. But when I was 16, um, met a girl at a restaurant, got her number, wasn't trying to, started talking to her. We ended up starting to date, and she basically had me like almost move in with her. Like I'm like staying at her place pretty often. And she was 23 and working at a cabaret.
What's a cabaret? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's like kind of like a topless bar.
Oh,
So I was like allowed like into the backstage of this topless bar, hanging out, waiting for her to get off work. And then eventually it got down to the point where she was like, I want you to move in with me. And I'm like, I'm 16. I am not moving out of my parents' house. If things go bad between us, where am I going to live?
yeah.
At that point, she tried to cut me.
Like physically?
Yes, with a knife. She was
Oh
making breakfast at
God.
the time this conversation went down.
Jesus Christ. And how old was she again?
23.
That's kind of terrifying.
I'm saying.
Did that change how you view relationships?
No, I knew women were violent at times, so it's not going to make me trip. I just was in a bad relationship, and I didn't really look back on it to be like, this chick was a pedophile. Like, why is this 23-year-old woman messing around with a high school kid and expecting them to move in and trying to like remove my support base from me?
Uh, did was there anything between you guys that made her think that you were on the same page as her?
The fact that I was over there often enough.
You weren't like being like
She,
romantic with her or anything?
oh yeah, we were having sex, the whole deal. I wasn't
Oh,
necessarily being romantic, but like I was just doing what I do, then going over there, hanging out, watching movies. We'd fuck, and I'd sleep over or whatever the case may be, and move on with the rest of my day.
okay.
Because I was usually like ditching school anyway, so like I'm only at school maybe 2 days a week, 3 days a week.
Okay, that contextually makes a bit more sense then. Not saying that she should have done that, but uh, it contextually makes a bit more sense to me. Um, and so then I guess are you you're asexual, but are you like hetero-romantic? Are you like biromantic? How does that work for you?
Uh,
Aromantic?
Definitely hetero, but mostly aromantic. It's just more so what like it's like moving with the flow of traffic. I'm rarely the one to initiate anything. I'm not trying to sit up and make out all day. I don't ask for sex, and like that was one of the issues in my last relationship was we didn't have sex for like 3 months, and I didn't notice.
She didn't feel wanted.
Maybe I
Yeah.
don't know,
Yeah,
but
that's a thing that can
eventually, like
happen.
I realized, oh no, something's wrong with this relationship because we've not had sex in 3 months. We were together for 8 years.
Oh, wow. I would say in most of my relationships, the majority of the time, I'm not the one to ask for it. Just I always feel like it's not like my role, but then sometimes I find out if I don't, that's bad. But I just
Right.
also think that maybe I'm uh s- dumb sometimes. Big C said, "Hold on, you play video games with cards and you skip school, bruh."
Saying
Um,
that
so
spreading season's pissing me off. I hate you for that.
that feels good. Having hate expressed during a Magic game is among the highest compliments a deck can receive.
Oh, I forgot my trigger. Shit.
Um, do you explain that you're
My
asexual when you got
pre-combat
into that
makers.
8 year relationship?
No, I didn't know until I was out of it. I never knew
Oh,
asexual was a thing.
sure.
So I'll lose 3 life and make a mercenary token or shapeshifter token.
Some boots?
3 life, right? Yeah, three.
Uh, I'm not sure what you mean, Big C. He's I'm gonna need some boots for this stream. Black market
And in my
connections.
turn.
Oh.
It's a great card.
Choose one or more every turn? Oh my
Yeah,
god. That's a bit much for 3 mana.
it's a great card. So, yeah, I was pretty much really popular in high school. Well, not in the first few years of high school because I was in Christian school because I got kicked out of LA Unified and I had to go to private school for a while because I just couldn't go to any of the schools. And in Christian school, like not much was really going down. But then by the time I got to the last school I was in for the last couple of years, I was like probably one of the most noticeable people on the campus. And by the end of the school year, I was voted within the top two biggest flirts in the school
Oh,
when I'd never flirted with anyone. So my first girlfriend when I got to that school, this is how it went down. And it's kind of like what you were talking about with the girl that wanted to play Yu-Gi-Oh.
yeah.
There was a girl that asked me to come study with her.
Okay.
And we had been talking for a little bit, and I was trying to like help her ex-boyfriend get back with her. I will take that. Well, I don't know what you're going to slap on him.
Whoops. I didn't mean to do
Are
that.
you making them bigger before I count the life?
No.
Okay. So we're in the library, and she's putting on lip gloss, and I'm like, I thought we were studying, and she's like, I only put on lip gloss when I'm going to kiss someone. I'm like, oh, for sure. Let me just leave then. I don't want to get in your way. And then she hops in my lap, and it's game over.
And I drop the Sithis and Kino Light. That's really funny. I could see myself making that same, like, oh, obviously she doesn't mean me. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I wasn't even a thought on my mind. Like, we're friends. And then another girl that I was really cool with, she was moving away. So she was going to be leaving. Like, that was our last day at school. And she just straight up kisses me out of nowhere. And I'm like, are we going to talk about this? She's like, no, I'll see you later. So, like, little things like that led into, like, after high school, I'm doing shows and I'm getting picked up by girls after shows. Hey, come back to my place, listen to some records, whatever
And
the
you took
case may
that
be.
face
And I'm,
value?
yeah, I'm well, not necessarily in this case. I kind of assumed I'm getting picked up at this point because it
Okay, so you've
happened
at least
regularly
learned.
enough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
it's happening regularly enough. It didn't happen every time, but I want to say a good 30 to
I don't
40% of
think
the
you would be
time,
kidding.
I'm probably having sex.
Sure. Um, so then you're not like uncomfortable with the notion of it then.
No, like I said, it's like a handshake to me. It doesn't really mean a whole lot.
Um, you have so I guess I just want to explore a little bit. You have like no like sexual desire at all, or just no desire to like bring somebody else into it.
I'm gonna say it's been about 8 years now.
Like you don't
No
take care of
sex,
it
eight
yourself
years.
either?
No, why?
Oh. Um I think after not that long, like I start getting like my brain starts to go bad after a while. Like I was I think at like 2 weeks, I went to jail and I was like, I'm not jacking off the shower, nothing. I don't want to do it. And after like 2 weeks, I'd wake up like humping my mat. I'm like, all right, I guess I got to do something here. Cause my body's like, bro, you're fucking up. Like, if you're not gonna do it, we're gonna figure out some way. And I didn't want to wake up with my hand down my pants. People would make fun of me for the whole time I'm there. At least, if not like kick my ass, be like, yeah, I don't want to see that shit. Uh, so after that, I was like, all right, in the shower is what I'm doing now. Um, yeah, I would just say that like my body will tell me like at a certain point, like it's been too long. Uh, you have to fulfill your obligation to your biology. So that's the part that seems that's the most odd part to me, is that you have no desire to even like do it yourself.
Yeah, no, not really interested.
Huh. You must be so productive. Is
Yeah,
that true?
I work out 4 hours a day every other day. I have many hobbies. I stream. I have a 40-hour work week. I have real life friends to have connections with. Like I'm a busy dude.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you the rest of your life gets to be a lot more fulfilling then. that
And
may
I'll
actually
sleep.
be like a like quite the benefit. I know that sphere of safety you have to pay 4 mana per attacking creature or 2 mana per attacking creature.
Really? I don't have that to give, so let's not swing. How do I remove this arrow?
You can do control R or you can change the phase.
There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty much
Uh,
done at that point.
when do you think like the pressure to be sexual fell off socially?
When I stopped hanging out around people that were hypersexual.
Oh, well, how do you define hypersexual? It's just like guys who
All
would
they
like
talk
bro
about
out
is
about it.
sex.
Oh,
Well, so I had a resurgence. I forgot about this because I'm no longer cool with this person.
mhm.
But
Oh, I do
one of
too.
my best friends growing up, who was part of that hypersexual group, got out of the Navy when I was, I want to say 19 or 20, because he didn't make it through the Navy.
Sure.
And all of a sudden it was, let's go clubbing, let's hit this party, let's get these girls. And eventually his sexual bullshit became so ridiculous that it started bordering on pedophilia.
Oh, god damn.
Because like first he's running trains on chicks, then he's coming up with ideas to figure out, if a girl's of age. And when he said the words, if she has keys, she's old enough, I was like, all right, my dude, we cool. I'm not gonna be coming around anymore.
Swing with Zer trigger. If she has
Yep.
keys, she's old enough.
Yeah, nah, I was good after that.
That makes sense. I've never heard that one before.
I'm gonna make a squirrel token. Well, I'm gonna make a couple squirrel tokens.
Uh,
Let's make another couple squirrel tokens.
let's see. Yeah, that's the one I want. Sanctum of
Let's
Fruitful Harvest. Trigger. Clone. Draw. Gain 2. Draw 2. And I'm assuming you're going to block Zer.
I can't block Zer. He's flying, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
Yeah, I already took
Pass
the
turn.
damage on it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have too many cards in my hand. I'm going to discard Omniscience and a Bloodstained Mire. And your go.
Yeah, I just don't think about sex, Kyle. Like it's just never on my mind.
Yeah, I usually Big C says I was asexual once. It was the worst 20 minutes of my life. So you can feel free not to answer this. But I can say that I know that this question is being asked in good faith because I know who's asking it. Said, were you ever sexually abused? Well, I mean, he did say there was that
Sort of.
woman.
But I think all of us have probably been through that.
Uh, yeah, like would you count that woman
It
attempting
wasn't
to
a
cut you
woman.
with
It
a
was
knife?
like that I would not call abuse. No, it was
Okay.
like relatives and like that are the same age as you doing weird shit.
Oh, sure. Like when
Like
you're
wanting to
younger?
play doctor, but like it's not full on sexual, but it's like pretty damn close. And you're just oblivious to what's going on.
I feel like that's kind of part of just like kids figuring their sexuality out.
Yeah, so like that's what the closest I would say to me being sexually abused would be.
Yeah, I certainly had stuff like that with other kids my age growing up. It's the babysitter's daughters for me. One was like I think
I'm gonna
like a year or two
sack.
older than me. The other one was my age.
Got you.
But yeah, it's I would say about the same. It's never like actually like there's no like actual sex or anything, but it's them trying to emulate what they think the adults do to like the
Hmm.
to the degree in which they could understand. um
Damn. 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh
So
yeah,
you have
sphere safety's
4,
up to 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
5. Yep, I'll mark it.
Damn it. I will. I can't even swing at you. This blows. I'll make another one of these guys. Which makes another one of these guys. I'm going to use the Thought Picker Witch.
Yep.
Doesn't cost anything. Let's use the strip
Oh,
for it.
that's pretty good.
And I get to see the top 2 cards of your library and exile one.
Yep.
Let's go with the Honden. Goes bye-bye.
Let's see, is it this one? No. Does he get discarded or exiled?
Exiled.
Oh, it's a good one too.
And I am good after that.
The same person asked me to ask you if you notice your legs shaking.
Yeah, I have restless leg shit.
Oh God.
So I'm always shaking. I'm always moving.
Oh, should I have trigger? I get to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And like most people that know me notice that I have, like my grandmother was talking about it all last weekend when I was hanging out with her. Like, you know, your leg moves like my hand moves. I was like, yeah, I know. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna spend one of the white mana and then make the rest of the Wooburg. Tap my commander.
Maybe that's where all the sexual energy goes, to me shaking my leg all day.
Draw a card because Omniscience entering.
Omniscient. Oh, fuck.
I brought it back from the graveyard with my commander.
Ain't that about what?
Idyllic Tutor. I apologize.
And you got a full hand. Oh, I'm so fucked.
And I draw a card whenever an enchantment enters too.
Yeah, no, that's a never-ending combo right there. That's how that's gonna roll.
I'm gonna get Song of Creation, put it in my hand. Trigger, I draw a card. Play Ghostly Prison, trigger, draw 3. Handan.
This is pretty much game, so we can go through the motions on this, but you already won. If you want to continue the conversation, cool enough.
Yeah, we can continue the conversation. It's over.
As soon as Omniscience went off, ooh wait.
I have Handan of Night's Reach, and then I also have this, which just like mills you, and it would get doubled.
That was a wrap. I should have been hitting you with the Thought Picker Witch a long time ago. Like I can make like 4 more tokens. About as good as us getting.
Yeah, it would have been if I don't just outright mill you this turn, which I probably do, because I'm gonna draw basically all the cards and hit enough shrines to get to half of your deck.
And I can never swing at you anyway, because once you have all that stuff, it's pretty much a wrap.
Yeah. Do you think
that sphere ended the game? Go ahead.
Do you think that does this give you any respect for shrine decks?
Oh yeah, no, shrine decks have always been good in my opinion. Since my buddy tends to play green white and like runs aura shards and skull clamp, and I never saw my skull clamp, by the way.
Oh, that would have been a problem. So I have this issue with Commander. I'll come right back to the conversation, but I wanted to tell you why I built this deck. Where I'll try to build a casual deck and it'll end up being way more competitive than I expected it to be. Because it used to be like, I played Sign of the Ur Dragon, was like my first one. People were like, will you build something else? Please? This deck's too strong. I'm like, fine. So I built Narset because I like Jeskai Control. And then like the deck kind of builds itself. So I built this deck because I have a pre-release promo, Sanctum of All.
Oh,
and
nice.
I have a TCG player store and I was like putting it up for sale. I was like $1. I was like, I don't want to sell it for $1. I love this card. Like, it's so pretty. And I was like, wait, I can't keep putting cards aside because I like them and I don't want to sell them. There's no way to run a business. If I'm going to keep this card, I have to build a deck with it. So I built Shrines, and it's one of the meanest decks I've ever built. And it wasn't, Not only was it just to be casual, but it was just so I didn't have to sell a $1 card.
Jeez. Of all the reasons to build something like this.
Yeah.
Like I kind of had a similar issue, like because people didn't like Xur, because like if Xur swings turn 2, you're never stopping him again in a Xur deck. Like if I get to resolve one attack, it's pretty much a wrap from there. So they're like, build something, a little easier. And then I built Aloro, I think his name is, which is still Esper colors, but it was like a giant life gain and other garbage. People still hated that deck. So then I built God, what's his name? He's he can copy spells.
I know the otter does, but it's banned. Um, I don't know.
I forget what his name is, but pretty much that deck ended up being filthy too. And it just led to every game being kill me first, then we play the game.
Is it Calamax?
No, not that guy.
Emodane? The Pyro Hammer? Veyran?
No,
Voice of
it's
Duality?
something of the twin something.
Riku of Two Reflections.
Yeah, Riku. I built Riku.
Oh no. It's Teamer too? Yeah, that would
And
be
he's not that scary.
I just read the text on it. I could make a scary deck out of that. Like off the
Yeah,
top of my
once
head.
like you hit a couple draw spells off of him, all of a sudden your hand's full, then it's time warps, then it's you blowing the entire board up repeatedly.
Dig through time.
Gets exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems horrifying.
Well, let me know, Evan. I'll help you out. Just let me know what you're working off of. We're playing Commander, but if you're playing like a regular deck, like modern or standard, I can help you out.
Yeah, if any of your viewers play Magic, I strongly encourage them to join the Discord. I'd love to see if people start posting in the Magic group. I will have like Magic events for the Discord.
So a legendary Commander deck, yeah, I can definitely help you out with that.
Yeah, whether it be Commander, if people want to play Modern, Legacy, I probably wouldn't be super. There would need to be quite a lot of people for me to play Standard and do something around that. But anything but Standard would be cool. Because Standard sucks. Standard's for new people.
Yeah, standard is just for like pure competitive reasons, I would say. Like you're playing just to go to PTQs and make money, like the International Poker Tour kind of thing.
But also Wizards doesn't know how to make standard anymore. They suck at it.
But yeah, I would say Joda's like the perfect legendary commander deck commander. Because Joda's dumb.
I like Joda. Let me make sure. Joda the Unifier. Yeah. He's a Fist of the Suns on a stick.
Yeah, and like if you're building it as a real deck, he's like $4 for the card. But he has legendary creatures you control get +X, where X is the number of legendary creatures you control. Whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a legendary non-land card with lesser mana value. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. So it's legendary cascade.
Have you ever seen anybody build a Kethis EDH?
I have not seen that.
That would be
probably good.
Yeah, it seems like it would be. It's really good in like an arena format called Historic. It's pretty brutal. Does I guess I'm kind of curious. Does it 'cause it seems like probably more than most people I know who have told me that they're asexual, that you're like super at peace with it. It doesn't seem like it impacts you negatively at all.
No, not really. I don't see why it would.
I think for most people, there's a lot of like pressures from other people, or like their parents wanting grandkids and things like that. So do you have any desire to have kids?
I have one.
You have a kid?
Yeah.
Oh, well, shit. I guess that takes care of that.
Yep. All covered, but I didn't have any parents to enjoy that kid, so
Aw.
there's not really a pressure there. Kalia. I fucking hate Kalia.
I have Kalia.
Kalia the Vast is pernicious as hell. She's almost worse than Zer.
Um, when I first built her, I misunderstood her, and I thought she tutored it out of the deck and onto the field.
No, it's
Um,
just straight out of the hand, but still, it's so
yeah.
dirty. If you have
So
a handful of hot garbage,
well, I played my wife with it, and like every turn, first time I swung, I'm like, grab Avison out of my deck, and she's like, "This deck isn't fair." And then like I actually read her, I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been
like
cheating
that
the whole
isn't fair.
time." That's I was like, "You're right. It's just not fair. I'm not allowed to do that at all. I just have to play a bunch of black tutors, so it still happens."
No, I mean, my balls aren't snipped, unfortunately, and I learned that the hard way. That because during the 8 year long relationship, I was using the rhythm method. The one time my rhythm wasn't on point, it was hey, what are we gonna do about this?
Uh, so I assume that do you like being a parent?
I don't know yet. I think so.
How old's
I
your
love the
kid?
fuck out of him. 5 months.
Oh, wow, new parent.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I think that it's a lot. I think that feeling of being a parent comes a lot more once they start to develop a personality. Because you're like, oh, I'm responsible for this thing. Like
well,
when you have a
because
baby, you're responsible for making sure it doesn't die. That's your number one job. Keep it alive. So I've said this before. I hope this isn't offensive, but like I had a baby. That's how I felt too. When you have like an infant, it's a lot like having a pet. There's just you have like duties to make sure that it stays healthy and alive. That's basically all you really get to do with the infant. You can't talk to your infant like in a meaningful way, but once there's some kind of like communication and you can see the personality come up, and then you like sort of understand like you're gonna be the way that I make you, and you like, and that really sinks in. That's when I think you get that that more prideful like important feeling of being a parent.
I can dig that. It's just with this situation, it was like artificial insemination between me and a longtime friend, and I wasn't expecting to have any interaction with this kid. And then I guess she felt more strongly after the kid was born that I should. And
Yeah,
then my sister, who's like my only family member, is like, you need to. And once I did, I can't really stop.
yeah.
And
Well,
so it's grown more strong over time.
it. I'd say that it's probably pretty important. The most common factor amongst drug addicts is that their biological father wasn't in their life before the age of 5. So there's probably it's probably pretty good that you are involved.
That's pretty much where I'm at, and that's what my sister was like railing into my head. Like, this kid needs you to be there. If you're not, it's going to cause problems for them in the future. And I'm like,
Oh,
this
big
little
time.
fucker looks exactly like me. How can I deny and just not be around? It's damn it. Okay, fine.
The worst and most annoying parts is when they start to act just like you because you'll get irritated or mad and you're like, fuck. Like
Mad at myself.
yeah, and you're just like, and then you kind of be like, I get it. I get why sometimes people treated me the way they did when I was like this. It is annoying on the other side of it. And
this
it's a bit
kid,
humbling.
this kid just doesn't seem to care about anything. He's super chill and aloof, so I can see my own personality in him already, and I can see where that could piss people off too. You just don't care about anything, do you? I do, but what am I going to do about it?
um, yeah. I so then I guess I I I wonder when did the 8-year relationship end? Is that had to have been rather recently then, yeah?
Now that was, I want to say, 10 years ago.
Oh. Oh, I thought that you were saying that that's who you had the baby with.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you just hang out sometimes still.
Yeah, exactly. Like once a week.
I see. Okay. This makes more sense then. Okay, because I was gonna ask if you miss having like that companionship, but if you're still hanging out, then it seems like you just
We
need it
didn't
in one
see
week
each other
spurts.
for we didn't see each other for like 9 years.
Oh,
and like kind of reconnected. And it's like, because the whole relationship ended because of a pregnancy termination.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's when the whole not sleeping together for like 3 months thing went down. That's when like all the things started falling apart, was after the termination. And so we never really had a conflict, or didn't, like, the relationship would have been what it was. Had that never happened, we'd probably still be together.
Who was upset about it? You or her?
Her, of course.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You might
Like,
you might
well, I
have
was the
really
one
strong
put.
feelings about that. I have no idea.
Oh no, I didn't think it was a good time. Like, I was disabled and in a wheelchair. Neither of us were working. I'm like, there is no reason for us to be having a kid right now. We both still, like, we're living with people. We don't even have our own places to stay, and we're gonna have a kid. No, this is not what we do. So within like 2 weeks, I was like, hey, can we terminate? And she, of,
I sure hope that's not how you said it.
I didn't say it exactly like that, but there was
Okay.
a lot of long conversations.
Okay,
But
but
either
but
way, there's no
that's more
right way to
appropriate.
say.
There, you're right. There's no right way to say it, but hey, can we terminate is definitively the wrong way to say it. Just to be clear.
Yeah, it's,
Um,
I don't feel strongly that we can produce a decent environment for this kid, and it's probably not in either of our best interests to do so right now. We'd be screwing over 3 people instead of just us.
sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's probably the right call. I'm like super duper mad pro-choice. I couldn't give a shit. I don't care if somebody wants to use it as their primary form of birth control. I just don't care. I could not care less about it. Um, it's not. I can't get one. It's none of my fucking business. I just don't care. Um,
I can respect that.
but also you just like kind of glossed over. You in a wheelchair? What happened?
I was in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting a knee injury from work, and that knee injury pretty much put me on crutches to where I could not walk unaided.
Hmm.
And so with workers' comp, things taking as long as they did, my legs pretty much atrophied to shit, and started having issues in the other knee,
Yeah, I
and then
was
ended
gonna
up
ask. Yeah.
fracturing my I ended up fracturing my tibia because of the lack of muscle and bone on bone nature, what was going on with my knee, to where they didn't fix that, and I ended up in a wheelchair.
Jesus.
So I spent, I want to say, 2 years rehabbing out of the wheelchair.
Oh my God. Yeah, I've had it's like I'm fat and I sprained my ankle like 6 years ago, and my other foot and ankle, like my foot, knee, leg, ankle got really bad because of all the overcompensation. Um, so that makes total sense. What happened? You got an injury at work. What happened?
A piece of metal fell out of the wall and hit me in the knee.
That sounds awful.
It was. And then I asked my boss, like, hey, can I get some ice? They're like, no, we need you to fill out this paperwork, and then you can go on to the hospital.
That when you said what happened, it upset my stomach. Uh, yeah,
Yeah, they did
Jesus
not maintain the
Christ.
building very well, and things were like fastened with like tape and other things, and that piece of metal fell out of the wall and cracked.
Jesus Christ. That's pretty brutal. That's kind of a weird question to ask you, but like it seems like you have just had like not necessarily the best experiences. A lot of things that I've heard from you tonight have been pretty negative. Why are you such a nice guy? You are genuinely one of like the most like kindest people I've met in this space. Um, whenever you interact with people, you always seem to have like the best intentions. You're never like
Uh,
farming anybody when you do your panels or anything like that. You just seem like a solid dude. Where'd you get that from?
I think I have a reasonable level of empathy to where I can put myself in somebody else's shoes and know how I'd want to be treated. It's when you don't treat me in that way that you may catch some of that negativity. And I've had somebody tell me, you are the nicest person I've ever met and the cruelest person I've ever met. I was like, I can see that. Because I can just cut somebody right the fuck off in like 2 seconds and never talk about it again.
Uh, that makes sense. Jesus, I would say like right before I met my wife, I used to tell people I'm the nicest person you'll ever meet, 363 days out of the year. But there's like a day that I just crack, and I like 4 years I would have a day just have a total meltdown. Like I would scream to the levels to where it'd be appropriate for people to call the police. If somebody tried to like stop me from walking away, I'd probably swing at them. Just be a fucking monster for a day because I just bottle everything up all year, and then eventually I'd crack. So now I can be mean if I have to. I just don't like to.
Yeah, rather not. Please don't make me be that person. Oh no, you
Oh,
made me be that person. I'm so sorry you're catching this. All
that
of it. Like
that's
stuff
me
that happened
now.
from other people.
That's me now. I talk to my kid's mom and I'm like, hey, look, let's not talk about this right now. I don't. I'm getting upset. I don't want to get angry with you. Can we just put this aside for now? All right, look, I'm trying to. All right, God damn it. Now I'm mostly mad that you made me mad because I really didn't want to be mad at you and behave this way, and I'm furious that you've made me be this way. I
I,
feel that at all, or 100%. There's somebody in
yeah,
my
usually I
big
was a
family
nice
gets
guy
it. I
until you
can't take
punched
it
me
at
in the
all.
face, kind of thing.
What do you think about people that say, because somebody just said in my chat, people that say they're asexual have some sort of trauma that has led to them repressing their sexuality?
Yeah, there's nothing to suppress. Like it's just not there. I can't think of what trauma I could have experienced that started so early because I've kind of always been this way to have caused that beyond just my parents had a shitty relationship.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty commonly held belief. I think I heard somebody asked Mr. Girl about asexuality too, and he said that it's like definitionally dysfunctional because you're not doing something that like you're designed to do basically. That the majority of people have this drive for, and you lack this drive, so something has to have caused this dysfunction.
That's interesting that we think we're designed to reproduce. I would say it's a function of humanity, but it's not the initial design. We're just designed to survive
Yeah,
first and foremost.
I think generally I'd say that the desire to reproduce is only the drive to reproduce is only superseded by the desire to survive.
And so I would probably think like survival is more so been
Yeah.
on my mind than replicating.
Well, yeah, yeah. I'm saying that not dying is our strongest drive, and then reproducing is our second strongest drive. So
Yeah,
like, all
I
right, I
could
got
say
food, I
that
got
could be a thing.
shelter. Now I need to have sex. Is like basically how most humans like work on the animal level.
Yeah, I think we do work on an animalistic level. It's just maybe I never felt secure enough in that way. Maybe that's it. I don't know what it could be, but it's just not there.
Do you think you're a trusting person?
Well, we talked about the whole thing with the tooth fairy and all that other shit. Yeah, I'm pretty trusting.
Oh well, I up that was when you were a kid, so I don't know. Like, if anything, I would say that that could make you untrusting after
Yeah,
finding out
no,
you've
it
been lied
didn't.
to. It's
Until like it works on a level like if you tell me something that is fantastical, you're not going to have the same level of trust as if you said, "Hey, I just got a new dog."
sure.
Maybe you didn't get a new dog, and I'm just like, "Oh well, I trust that you got a new dog. Why would you lie to me?" And then if I find out you lied to me about the dogs, like, why the fuck would you lie to me about a dog? That's a whole different conversation.
Well, I think when I say trusting, I mean like although I'd say that to some degree you've expressed it today. Like, do you feel comfortable being like open in yourself around people? Like you're trusting in because you said maybe I'm not secure enough. Do you have like trust in other people to where you can like
Oh no, I
really
mean
be
more so
yourself
like
and stuff?
secure in my means, secure in knowing where I'm going to be living, secure in who's going to be around me in the future. Like not so much like because I'm a pretty open book. Like anybody asks me a question, I have no reason to lie about it. There's nothing I feel I need to hide. I haven't done anything foul in my life. Like if there were a judgment day and I had to stand before whatever it is that lets you into where you're going to, I'd be like, okay, run it. What did I do?
Uh, that makes sense. Yeah, I like to the point of like mental illness can't stand lying to people. Like the kind of lie that I can do is like before I've been streaming, like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta go to the grocery store. But it's just like way easier to explain that than saying like, hey, I have to go to this restaurant that's about to close and like do something like it's the same effect and it doesn't change anything and it's just quicker. So like technically that's a lie, but that's just like more or less for convenience without misleading anybody in any meaningful way. But if like I can't like bald face tell a lie to somebody. It fucks me up.
I say to people, there are only two people I will lie to: myself and my employer.
Oh,
Otherwise, I have no reason to lie.
that's you're this close to I say there's two people that I think is acceptable for people to lie to, which is your parents and your employer. Anybody that has undue authority over you to where your if you were required to be honest with them, it would limit your own agency. You are now allowed to lie.
Yeah, that's how I
That's
see
it.
it.
Yeah. Like obviously your boss like if they can take food out of your mouth, you're allowed to lie. And your parents like you're like almost supposed to. Like it's almost like abusive to your parents to be totally honest to them all the time, you know?
I can see that.
Um and also too if you're always honest and like you can't really live your life because they're gonna stop you. And that's like finding that balance when you're growing up is like part of growing up, I think.
Yeah, I can completely. I did used to lie to my parents pretty
Yes.
often.
That's that's fair.
Oh,
Oh, I see he's behind on the stream. Uh
your chat is pretty awesome. They have great questions.
thank you. Uh All Rounder said that he hates that your sister said that to you about you need to be in the kid's life. If she believed that, wouldn't she be like morally compelled to say that to him?
Well, we have different fathers, and my mom married her father and realized he was abusive and left him after a year. And he at no point ever tried to make contact with her again. He just disappeared off the planet. And she feels that was detrimental in her life and that I shouldn't do something similar because it would be the same for him.
That's that makes sense. I my kid's mom kept me from my kid for a long time, and I tried everything to not go to court about it. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want my kid to be in the system at all. She even went so far as like signing a contracting agreement with me and then broke it immediately. But underst like when I read about the like the drug addict thing, I was like, oh, I guess it just sort of like destroys kids' minds if their biological father's not in their life. It's like I guess if I have to go to court, it doesn't matter how I feel about it, that I just have to. Also, I just like freaked out about going to court. That scares me.
Yeah, hey, I feel you on that. That the fact that you have found the strength to do so is epic in itself.
Yeah, now my kid lives with me full time, not the mom.
I did hear something about that, and I'm very happy you got that working out for you.
Thank you. I think I just implied court and she was like, okay, we didn't have to go to court for that. Because
Yeah,
ironically, I probably would have lost just because Michigan's not that good to dads.
that is a whole other conversation in itself. Is like how much agency dudes have in the process of maintaining custody, all that, like how men are treated in court, and then it goes to another level of intersectionality. If you were a black man, how well would it work out? Like all these things come up, and I hate
Yeah.
to even think about it because my dad actually had to fight for me in court, and he ended up winning.
Oh, wow. Congrats.
So
Some states are better than other states too. I went to jail for child support for my kid who I lived with, had the same address as, and lived with the mom at the time because the city pressed it that hard. I was like,
wow,
I was like, mom's still in high school. She was in her last year of high school. I was 20 and she was 18, and I was like, I was the one who's there. What do you mean go get a job? I'm at home with my kid while she's at school, and when she's sleeping, I was like, while she was asleep, I stayed up to take care of my kid, and then I slept for a little bit, and then I'd wake back up when she left, and then I would take care of my kid when she was at school, and then try to sleep then. They don't care. 30
That
days.
ain't easy.
No. And then I went again for the same reason, and she left me while I was in jail for child support with our kid, and I lived with them both.
Duh.
Yeah, better
Hmm.
off. She
I
she
mean,
didn't
in the
write me
end,
once. And
never
this
put
is
money on your books.
oh, absolutely not. This is what a baller I was. I had a letter smuggled out of the jail to get to her the same day on Valentine's Day. I wrote her a letter on Valentine's Day, and it was delivered to her doorstep on Valentine's Day. Um, because that's the kind of like connections I made while I was in there, and I couldn't get one letter back.
I
Big,
could see a little bitterness growing out of that.
yeah, man. If I can do that, you can write one letter. She's like, I didn't have any stamps. I'm like, fuck you. You think it was harder for you to get a stamp than for me? I had no money in my account. I'd play poker for everything I got in there.
Damn. No wonder you're good at magic.
And poker. Thank you.
I feel like the two skills are interconnected.
There's a lot of people I know who started playing poker after playing competitive magic and do very good. I learned poker when I was 5. My grandpa taught me. So yeah, it translates over quite well. The reading people, especially if you're playing like competitive modern. Somebody plays like a Misty Rainforest. I already know the first. There's only 3 decks you're playing. I know what they are. The next land will tell me every card in your deck. So I think
That's
that
what
line
it
of that
is.
way of thinking is helps in Magic. Or when somebody, if you go to play something and their hand jumps towards their lands, you're like, oh, I'm watching you. That's a poker trait. Watching for
For
tells.
sure. For
Um,
sure.
Big C said or asked me to ask you how much sleep you normally get.
It varies. It's between 3 and 6 hours
Oh
every other day.
wow. Every other day?
Yeah, on workout days when I'm working my job, I got to get up at 4 in the morning to work out if I'm going to get my full workout in. So I'm getting like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours of sleep on that day. Whereas the next day, I don't have to get up to work out. I get about 6 hours
Um, do you caffeinate a lot?
all day,
Oh, okay.
every day. Tons of caffeine. Like I,
Okay.
I read recently how much caffeine a person should like at most have, and it was like 800 milligrams or some garbage like that. I'm like, I'm at 3 times that right now. What are we doing? How am I alive? I can drink that lemonade from Panera and survive
Yeah.
it under any circumstance. What is this?
How much is even in it?
Oh, I don't know, but it killed 2 people already.
Yeah, I saw that, but like I just feel like they were weak.
Yeah, they got cold.
They got
How
cold.
much? 300. Yeah, they got cold.
390 milligrams?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
nothing. That's
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the daily maximum intake is supposed to be 400 milligrams. No, I'm usually getting at least 1600 in a day.
Uh, I, I, I drink water and I drink energy drinks. That's it. There's like
Yeah,
no in between.
Kyle, 390. That's breakfast. Yeah, I'm
Dude,
saying because
yeah,
like I'm drinking coffee all day. I also take caffeine pills
I used to.
on top of that.
Um,
So
when I
that's three
was
times a day.
when I was in my early 20s before I met my wife, I was like hardcore addicted to stimulants like Coke, Adderall, Ritalin, or whatever. And it was all going straight up my nose. Well, I'd eat them too, but like I'd take caffeine tablets in between to like stretch it out and like pound coffee. I would say average caffeine intake around that time was probably like 2,000 milligrams a day, and that's with like pharmaceutical grade stimulants as well. Um, I don't do anything like that. I take Adderall every day now, but exactly as prescribed orally on time. Um, I just had a lot of shit, and that's how I dealt with it. I guess I was also an alcoholic then too. Um, the, Big C also asked, "Do you have a hard time with your mind slowing down?"
Yeah, that's a huge problem, but it's always been even without the caffeine. Like trying to get my brain to shut the fuck up is a task.
Have you considered that you might have ADHD?
Nope, never considered it. Black families don't have things like that.
Well, because he said, believe it or not, he's self-medicating, and like, um, I feel like before I was really scared to actually get put on Adderall because of my past, and I have severe ADHD. Like, oh my god, I'm the worst person in the world without my medicine, and I would just like two of the 20-ounce Red Bulls was like to start my morning at my job just so I could like focus and do stuff. But I never thought about it in those terms. I tried to like act like it wasn't a problem since I knew I couldn't take meds for it. Um, but yeah, I mean, you're saying kind of playfully, black family, we're not allowed to have those problems, but like you're not being dictated by your family anymore. Have you considered it?
No, I never considered it. I'm just knowing that growing up, that never even would have like been on the table. Like my parents never would have got me tested for that. Like
Yeah.
it never would have been something like that. And I never thought to do so afterwards because I've been functioning fairly fine since. So
Um,
I would think if I felt there was a problem, I'd probably be looking for a solution. I just don't feel like there's a problem.
yeah, you do seem like you're I would say like by every metric you're like successful in life. You seem like you're pretty happy. You're doing only shit you want to do. And goddamn, like I'm almost jealous that you have like no sexual desire because that's eaten up so much of my time throughout my life.
I don't know where
Like what I
motherfuckers
could
find
have
the time to
done.
do that shit. So like when I first started streaming, because I wasn't like really streaming yet, I didn't really start until I started getting on Prime Kai's panels. But there's a buddy at work who's an older veteran, and he'd have like a all black veterans panel thing that they would do on YouTube called the Night Watch. And they got into this like 90s red pill shit because they didn't call it red pill then. They used to call it like pickup artistry or game. And listening to these dudes, and I would tell them like I have no desire to do that. Like, where am I going to find time for a chick? I'm not even trying to find a chick. And they're like, okay, we're going to give you homework. We're going to need you to go out and talk to 5 girls. And I'm like, why? Say one of these girls hypothetically is interested. Now I have to find time to call them, visit them, hang out with them, go on dates. At that point, I am the dog that caught the car. What the fuck do I do with the car now?
And so, and you would never have a reason to watch porn then, yeah?
No,
Is it just super weird to you?
no, I get it. Like as a kid, it was like finding it. Like it was like going through the fuzzy channels. It's just like
It
I'm
was
not
fun
supposed to
because you were
have
supposed to.
this. Exactly. But then once I can, it's like, why the fuck do I care? It's like watching
I
sports to
understand why
me.
people care. But
I don't like
uh,
watching sports either. So it's like, why am I going to watch people play a sport I'm not playing? This is silly.
uh, yeah, that's yeah, dude. The things I could have accomplished, especially in my early 20s. Oh my god, I probably would have graduated from college and shit. Do you care if one of my chatters joins your Discord?
Yeah, go right ahead. I only got
Uh,
a little bit more time
I
because I
know.
got to go visit someone.
Yeah, you doing anything over the holidays?
Nope.
Oh, you just chilling by yourself on Christmas?
Yep.
Oh
I'll probably
shit.
be streaming or playing a video game or something else. I don't like holidays. Well, like full disclosure, I lost both of my parents, like one 2019, one 2021. So like I pretty much have like no family. My sister's really like my only family besides the kid now. And so like I have no desire to do holiday shit.
Well, I know that like everybody's like super busy on the holidays. If in the evening on Christmas you find yourself with nothing to do, hit me up. I bet my wife wouldn't mind playing a game of Commander too.
I'm down.
We could play on Cockfights, or even since we're not streaming, we can use our cameras. We can play on Spell Table and use our real decks.
Even better.
Um, yeah, because just because you don't participate in the holidays, that just means that it's extra lonely because everybody else wants to do nothing.
Yeah, I fucking love it. Like
Oh,
I feel so fortunate that I don't have to go do shit on holidays. Like I had to do something on what was it? So we had a memorial for my mom on the 8th, and my sister wanted to like have a potluck, and I'm like, I don't want to do this. Please don't make me do this. Fine, I'll make a dish. I'll come down there, and I ended up pissing her off so bad that she stormed out for 2 hours and just fucked up the entire occasion.
Oh no. Well, if that's the case, then take my offer as a big if. Like if you are for some reason then not enjoying your time of no obligation, don't feel like you have to come play commander. But if that is the position you're in, hit me up. If not, there's no hard feelings.
I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, I know it's close. Is there anything you wanna plug your stuff?
Well,
And
let me
then I'll
check.
cut you loose because I don't want you having to like leave out in the last minute.
Well, I
You seem
still have
like you're
more
too
time
polite to.
because,
Oh,
well, I'm just waiting for baby's mom to hit me up and let me know when she's out of work because I'm supposed to go hang out with them for a bit tonight.
oh,
So that's
cool.
pretty much all I'm looking to do. Otherwise, I'm just chilling for the rest of the day. This is my free day where I don't have to work out or anything. So it worked out perfect.
Oh, the rescheduling was good then.
Well, yesterday would have been cool, but I got like 2 hours of sleep the night before. So I was like burnt the fuck out, but I was still down to do it. So it did work out to a pretty good degree.
I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, you said someone was going to jump into the Discord. So I was like, is this anything pointed at me? If
Oh,
so, I'm down to answer questions.
yeah, I think that they're just
Otherwise,
interested. I can tell you that they're a super good faith person. They are they're a really great guy. He's a really great guy, Big C. Um, I thank you, Big C. I stole him. You could say he was a Destiny fan who became a fan of me after seeing me talk to Destiny, and didn't like Destiny very much after the conversation I had with Destiny.
that's
Like,
not something I aspire to do. What did you do to Destiny that made him hemorrhage a viewer?
uh, it's Destiny's fault. He was extremely dishonest when I talked to him. He
Hmm.
overnight went from saying that Mr. Girls like the story that he told where people accuse him of being a rapist for. Destiny fought tooth and nail with everybody who said that. Said it's not really like that. It's a complicated story, and like appreciated the nuance in it and understood what Mr. Girl was trying to say. Then after the bridge got burnt overnight, he's an actual literal rapist. And I was like, that's not true. That's not how you actually feel. You
Ooh.
were way too determined for way too long. You argued with people about it. That's not how you actually feel. You're just being a salty bitch right now. And then he was like arguing with other people to defend that point. And I'm just like, this isn't right. Like I respect you, and I have for a very long time, but like this is the first time I've ever seen you be like blatantly dishonest like this. What the fuck? Um,
Okay. Well, bring him
and
on. I'm going to grab something real quick.
oh,
I'm
he
still
said
listening.
it's not today. He just wanted to talk to you in
Oh,
general,
okay.
so he wanted
Oh,
to
yeah,
join your
I'm down.
Discord and stuff. Yeah, Big C, I can tell you this. I'll basically always vouch for you. Well,
Yeah, I
not even
missed my
basically. I'll always
supplement
vouch for
window.
you. That's true. All rounder said too. Destiny always says that he hates when people use the word rape to describe nuanced situations.
Yet he'll use it when he wants to attack someone he feels has wronged him. Fair enough.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, because it makes people think of somebody getting violently raped in an alley, and that's not the word you should use. And I think that's the correct take. Growing up, that's what I would have always thought. To the last 2 years, that's always what I thought when somebody said that word.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a very loaded word.
Yeah. But it shouldn't be. I think it should just mean that. We should probably say other words for the other things that people are using it for.
It's just most people aren't willing to take the time to suss out the nuance and figure out which word applies, if that word is even apparent to them. Just like when people do authoritarian shit, they want to just go straight to Nazi.
Yeah.
Whereas
Well,
this person's not, espousing the Reich or anything like that. They just are, they have authoritarian views. So a Trump supporter is not necessarily a Nazi.
sure. Actually, the
They
last
can
couple
be.
streams I did was about the Destiny and Mr. Grill conversation about whether Nick Fuentes is or is not a Nazi.
I would
which
say
I
white
should probably
nationalist, not necessarily a Nazi. I've not seen him
this
just
is
straight up do Nazi.
he has recently. He had like we need to get rid of the Jews stream like a month or so ago.
Oh, yep, that's Nazi then.
I have said since that conversation happened and still hold it to this day, if I can't say Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, then nobody is a Nazi anymore. Like if he doesn't qualify, then sure, then just say nobody is. And we can figure out the new word that means as closely aligned to being like if you were in Germany, if a person alive today was in Germany at that time, would they happily sign up to support the cause? Fuentes seems like he fits that bill to me, but he'd probably only sign up if he had a more political position rather than a military position.
I really don't pay attention to the dude. The only thing I ever heard him say was the cookie joke, and I was like, "That's in poor taste." But I figured it was just some bullshit he does with his audience. I've not heard him say anything more extreme than that. But as soon as you start saying we need to get rid of him, that's when we're in that that territory.
Yeah, well, he said after he got like canceled off of everything, he said that he's gonna hide his anti-Semitism and stuff in jokes, so that way he can be more broadly accepted. After that, the jokes can't. I can't look at the jokes the same way anymore. He really
Yeah,
he set himself up for that. Yeah, it's not a joke; it's a dog whistle, and
yeah.
that's where I would draw the line too. Like, I would never accuse a comedian of being any kind of like ist. I wouldn't say that a comedian telling a joke, they're doing it because they're racist or sexist or anything like that. But if a person who's just like sort of like an online political figure is just saying these things, we're not looking to you for jokes, so you should probably be more careful with your jokes then. You probably have a higher responsibility.
Yeah, in my chat, he's saying a joke in poor taste. I thought all jokes were fine, though. What happened? How do you tell the difference? And that's definitely the where we get into dog whistles. But then people hearing dog whistles where there are no dog whistles also becomes problematic.
Yeah, so if you're not the kind of person who's regularly if you're never like so if you rarely make jokes, and you do like a lot of political content, but the only kinds of jokes you happen to make are like at the cost of somebody that like so like for instance, if you're like a left leaning political streamer, and if you make like a sarcastic comment about like black people being impoverished, it's probably like a swing at the right. You're probably not talking down about black people, right? But
Okay.
if a right wing commentator makes a joke, like makes a similar joke, and they're not really punching at somebody who's doing it, and like these are the only kinds of jokes they make, it feels like maybe maybe this isn't so much of a joke because you only joke like against people that like have a tendency to be put down by like the party that you're associated with. So like if this is the case, then you probably need to take some time out to explain how you're joking or something like that. And if you're just sort of making a lot of these jokes and moving along, this is gonna feel like a dog whistle. But if you're a comedian and you're on stage and there's a microphone in your hand, you're allowed to joke about whatever. Now, don't let me find out if you make like an edgy race joke. Don't let me find out that you're doing edgy race stuff in real life, and then I'll probably just think that you're joking because
That makes
that's your job
sense.
to be jokey. But uh, or you do it like the Kramer guy did, which case like Jesus fucking Christ, like I don't understand that. That just seems like he had a mental breakdown.
Mm. So,
That didn't seem like a bit to me.
I kind of felt that way about Louis C.K.
About Louis?
Yeah.
Oh, tell me.
When
He's
he
one of
was
my favorite
talking about
comics.
masturbating and all this other
Oh,
stuff. And then it comes out that he was like literally masturbating in front of other people forcefully against their will. Like I
yeah.
didn't feel like it was a joke when he said it to begin with, and then it was proven not to be a joke.
Yeah, so on that too, those ones were bad, but we had no reason prior to think that he was being vile um when he was
He just
doing
seemed
stand
really
up.
adamant when he was saying it. And this was like in a conversation he was having, and he was saying it like a joke, but he just seemed really emotional about it. I was like, doesn't feel like a joke, my dude.
That's fair. Oh, Johnny Scarlett, thank you for following me. It's nice to have you here. That's a cool follow to get. Um Louis bummed me out a lot too because he said he makes a lot of really edgy jokes, and like, just don't let me find out that it actually applies to you in real life. That was a pretty big bummer. However, I did watch his new special. I think that not a lot of people end up like, uh, so like, I know he didn't go to jail or anything, but it cost him $38 million. Okay,
Oh yeah.
you actually paid. Like, that hurt. There's no way you're not learning. If he doesn't learn his lesson after that, like, holy shit. Um, like, I'm he was gone for like 5 years or plus, and he lost $38 million. I would say that I feel comfortable watching his stand up again. Like, I can't say like he hasn't paid the price. Most people don't pay $38 million when they fuck up that bad, when they do something that's that deplorable. Most people just get to keep doing it, to be honest.
Well, like we live in the information age now, so when something happens, everybody gets to voice their opinion on something. And I feel
Mhm.
like that's what the cancellation is. The court of public opinion is stronger than it's ever been, probably in the history of humanity. So, where back in the day when people like with Bill Cosby, for one, before the age of information, people knew he was doing that. It was kind of almost an open thing.
Oh,
But then when you had people like Hannibal Buress bringing that to the forefront and then people talking about it more and more, then it became oh, this isn't just a joke. This isn't just something that's murmurs. This is the court of opinion making its decision that we feel he is this. And then it came out.
I had no idea that Hannibal was part of that, bringing that to light. Is he really
Yeah,
like
Hannibal.
instrumental in that?
Yeah, Hannibal Buress was like the one that relit the fire on the allegations.
Wow.
Well, Jack, we're talking about dog whistles and like when a joke really isn't a joke. But yeah, we kind of got back to comedy again. But
Yeah,
more
it's
so, like we were talking about like closet Nazis and other BS.
sorry if it's weird to go back. I'm passionate about comedy and stand up in particular, and the Louis one hit me pretty hard. Um, in fact, I did a stream with Kiev Weird. He's like a music streamer about comedy and like why you can say that something is like good or bad comedy. Uh, like because I complained about Gabriel Iglesias to him and said that he's overrated,
Oh,
and
you were just dig the hole.
so that's how that stream happened. And to give him an example of what like a good structured stand up bit is, I did a stand up bit in the style of Louis C.K. because he has such like a formulated structure where it's like you say something outrageous that nobody would agree with, and then you tell them that you agree with it, and then you open it up and then you explain it in a really wild way that nobody can really deny. And it's funny because you do end up agreeing with the crazy assertion that he gave you. Um, and that's why I think he was so good.
I could dig that. Like, but that's making you explore facets of yourself that you never really even confronted before.
And
And
that's what makes good stand up. Because he said that stand up doesn't have to be anything more than telling jokes. I'm like, a great stand up does, though. A great stand up changes the way you look at the world, and they do it in a way that you don't realize that that's what they're doing. Like George Carlin had great political takes, and it was mixed in with super raunchy humor. So he had a way of affecting the way you thought about things uh, while you're just laughing with tears in your eyes. Then you go back to your regular life and you have something new in your brain that sort of snuck in there.
those are probably the better comedians in
Yeah.
general. And then there's ones that are just fun, like your Mitch Hedbergs and people like that. David Tell.
Yeah, I like David
Like I
Tell.
can dig that. He's definitely depressing though.
Yeah, I think, but that's part of the reason why he never got bigger than he was. I like Mitch Hedberg a lot. I think that how good he was is a bit inflated by the fact that he died because I think he could have went on to be one of the best. Because he was just so unique in his style and delivery. Motherfucker would sit down and close his eyes while he was doing stand up. That's fucking on its own.
I
That's
figured Hobie was
hilarious.
high as shit. He's kind of like Kurt
Yeah,
Cobain in
I
that
was
way.
I was gonna say like if he was doing a show where he was on the edge of ODing, it would have looked exactly the same. And that's what made it funny. Uh
So, how do you feel about Andy Kaufman?
I have to look at his face. Hang on.
This dude used to do like real life bits. So like he would have a comedy
Mm.
show and he would come on and just not do anything anybody wanted him to do and just play like a Mighty Mouse record and like pantomime to the Mighty Mouse record and people would get pissed off with him and then he'd say his line from the TV show and then go right back to doing what he was doing already. Or he
Um.
would be a fake wrestler that only wrestles women.
So unfortunately, I've never been exposed to him, but I understand. I remember now, like he's like the grandfather of absurdist comedy, and I love absurdist comedy. Um, I can't think what's her name. There we go. Kristen Shaw. Do you know who she is? She does the
No, let
voice of
me look
Louise
her
on
up.
Bob's Burgers.
I'd probably know if I saw her.
Uh, she,
Oh, okay, yeah.
she did her
I,
first stand-up special, and it was like a masterclass of absurdist comedy. It was so good and weird. Uh, there was definitely some people that were pissed that they paid for tickets because it was not a typical stand-up show. Um, but I love that. I like when people can take it and make it like their own art form.
so, hot take. I don't understand why Bob's Burgers is funny.
You?
I cannot watch the show,
Oh, I think
and
the
I
appeal to
like the
Bob's
dude.
Burgers is that it's so one of the unique qualities about it is that like life shits on Bob, but his family doesn't really. They do it in a joking way. They disrupt the family formula in these kinds of shows where the dad's like an idiot. He's just like a regular dude. And the kids are like the main source of the comedy.
Oh, okay, the kids
So
annoy me. That's probably why.
it's a much more feel good kind of like comedy. And the jokes are all pretty clever. It leans heavily on puns, but I think you have to have that feel good element of it. If you're not getting that out of it, it probably wouldn't lend to the comedic parts of it very well.
Okay, because like I like the burger jokes, like when he's naming the burgers, and I'm a really big H. John Benjamin fan. Like I like Archer, like pretty much
Mm,
everything the dude does, I love it. And so I try watching Bob's Burgers, and I just can't get into it.
uh, yeah, we're pretty big fans of this house. Um, mine and my wife's ex girlfriend was like the hugest fan. She has like a picture made of her in Bob's Burgers art and stuff. Big fan. That was like it's like our go-to show to go to sleep to.
Yeah, like a lot of my friends, a lot of people I know really love this show, but there's probably about three people I know that we all feel the same. Where we're like, I don't get it. I don't get the joke. Like, what's the deal? So I'll watch it through that lens where I'm more focusing on Bob being an everyman and his family being the comedy foil, and maybe I can get with it a bit more because
Yeah,
I'm willing to give it the college try.
but yeah, Bob's a flat character. Are you familiar with like the writing terminology?
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
straight man
Well,
in the
he's just
show.
flat. Like the the world happens to him. And like all the things he likes are like really inconsequential. There's nothing super exciting. Like he gets super excited when somebody posts that they're growing cucumbers in their basement, and that's like his whole deal for like 2 weeks. He's like super invested in this guy growing cucumbers. So like that part's just like kind of like really dry, and it's very much like the B story, but it because it's like a wholesome thing and it's so like out of place in like regular comedy, I think it just comes off as really funny. Um, the
Okay,
do you watch Sunny?
it's always sunny.
Yeah.
I love that show.
Um, one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my whole entire life, and this falls under like the absurdist category to me. Did you see where he came out? Matt came out to his dad as gay.
Yeah,
The interpretive dance that he does is so fucking good. It's like
it was
genuinely
brilliant.
masterful art. And the fact that they spent the time and money to get the other person for him to practice that routine for it to be like actually fucking beautiful is the funniest fucking thing. And they put it in Sunny. That is so funny to me that they would put something that good just for that joke. That to me is like peak comedy. Doing something that's like super serious, like super hard work for like the smallest level of a punchline. is that to me is like genius.
See, for me, that show is like it's because I don't really like Seinfeld, but it's like Seinfeld where everybody in the show we all know they're shitty people. Whereas when you're
Yeah.
watching Seinfeld, they're shitty people, but we're not supposed to act like they're shitty people,
Oh, sure.
and that's
I,
why that hits with me so much better.
that's fair. Um, like I think Sunny's funny in general, but that was its peak.
That
Um,
was epic. Like
and
for
then at
me, it
the
was
end,
the
Frank
Nightman
cried
Day
to
Man.
like get it. Oh, did you know that they did that live? And like,
Yes,
and then afterwards they put on a couple shows of it. I wish I could have seen that.
I wish I could have gone and seen that. That's just
Yes,
great. And like Danny DeVito being as wild as he is as a character in that show is another masterpiece in itself. Like the shit he does is bonkers.
he loves playing Frank.
You would think he is Frank, but he's really not that wild. But just damn it, he get like the
He
energy he
owns it.
puts into it is perfect.
Yeah,
Like that
dude.
one where like he talks with a gun at all times.
He's fucking he was eating french fries and he dipped his gun in the ketchup to fucking suck it off the barrel. Dude. Yeah, dude. That's probably one of the funniest comedy characters ever for me.
Oh, he's right up there.
Yeah. I didn't even ask you who's your number one stand-up comedian if George Carlin's number two. Is it Richard Pryor?
Yeah, it'd be Richard Pryor.
Okay. He's like one of the only comedians I can accept people saying is above Carlin. I I personally put Carlin above, but I really my wife and I just introduced her to Richard Pryor like a month ago.
Really?
Yeah. Um Also, I thought he died way later than he did.
No, he died like what, late 80s? Late
Wait a
80s, early
minute.
90s, something like that. Patrice O'Neill is great, but I feel like Patrice O'Neill's
No, he
comedy.
died in 2005. See
Oh
what I
wow,
mean? So I
oh
that's what I'm
wow,
saying. I thought he died in the 80s.
fair enough. Yeah, because he really wasn't doing anything anymore. Yeah, because he was on that show with Eddie Griffin and Malcolm Jamal Warner. He did show. Okay, so yeah, it was in the 2000s. But yeah, I feel like Patrice's comedy is taken as a prescription for too many people, and I don't think people should be taking his comedy as advice. And that's where my issue is with Patrice. But he's funny as shit.
Who?
Patrice O'Neill,
Yeah, I see his face. I'm really bad with names. Oh, okay.
because he will tell women like men will love you, but they will never like you, kind of stuff. And like it's
Sure.
funny to a degree, but when people actually treat life that way, it is oof.
Uh, a lot of times when comedians make broad generalizations, it's funny because there's an element of that. There's times where you feel like that. Yeah. Um, I hope people don't. You shouldn't live by what any comedian says. It's funny because it's not true most of the time.
Yeah, you would hope, but they're like the red pill community like takes Patrice as like one of their
Oh,
idols.
really?
Oh yeah,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
because he also did like call-ins with people that would like talk about their relationships and give them relationship advice while being funny in doing it, and it's just mm-mm.
Oh, does he have a show? Like
He
a
had a
radio
radio
show?
show. He's no longer alive, but he did a radio show. It was like Opie and Anthony or something like that.
Okay. That when I didn't know he died. Because I couldn't place him with just the name because I'm the worst person in the world with names. But seeing him, I know exactly who he is. Why are all the comedians dying?
Yeah, Patrice passed away like 10 years ago, something like that.
Oh yeah, 2011. No kidding.
Yeah.
I feel like he was still a household name. What do you What do you think about Dave Chappelle?
I'm a huge fan. I don't
Me
say I
too.
espouse all of his views, but he's still funny. And the shit he says is almost prophetic in a lot of instances. So you really can't hate on it. Like I would say he would be the second coming of Richard Pryor. And if you look at the Chappelle show, It was almost identical to the Richard Pryor show that never made it off the ground.
Oh, I didn't know he had a show like that. I would say that
Yeah,
Dave Chappelle is one of the top 5 greatest comedians to ever live.
I couldn't really argue against that. Like he definitely deserves, if not the top 5, at least in the top 10 for sure.
I When I was like a kid, he came out with oh my god, I should know this right off the top of my head. His first major special was so good. That would drive me crazy. Uh, Killing Him Softly. I didn't even
Yeah,
see that
that
one
was
pop
the
up.
one right there. Like people
Dude,
got that one.
like, there's bits from that that still bring me to tears, dude.
Ooh, someone just brought up the whitest kids you know. When homie walked up with a jug full of oh, what was it? I think he had like a jug full of meth or something like that.
Dude, there's
He's like, "What you got there?" It's a jug full of meth. Where'd you get it? Science. Oh, it's PCP. That's what it was. Jug full of PCP. Like they make that in liquid form. Got a jug of it.
gallon of
I was
PCP. Yeah,
dying.
yeah. The Whitest Kids You Know is probably like the funniest sketch show that nobody's heard of. And I think that's a fucking shame. Most people I know don't know what it is. And god damn it. Most people don't know what Fuse was either though, so that's probably why. It was just like a weird channel that you had to have satellite TV to get.
Got a gallon. Yeah, the way he said it, like you could tell they did like improv comedy and stuff like that. It was just killing it. I've never heard of Fuse.
Don't say that, Cat Dog Bark. You are a mod. Uh, my only YouTube mod said I'm not really a mod. Oh, but you're all banned. What did you see it on? Just YouTube, I assume. Fuse was the TV station that it was on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I watch the stuff on YouTube because after my shop, a lot of people that used to come to my shop would come to my house to buy cards and smoke weed and play
Dude,
games. So they would pull up like whatever YouTube video. Now I'm seeing stuff I probably never would have seen.
that's so funny that you say that. I lived in the thumb of Michigan, which is basically like the deep south. And I put up flyers and stuff for magic events. I lived in the biggest town in the thumb, which is Bad Axe, and it had a Walmart in it. That's what made it like the hub. And there was a cafe. So I put like flyers on packs of magic cards at Walmart. And we had 19 people for an event once, which is crazy.
Oh,
Um, and so, but afterwards, like we couldn't have top 8 there, so we would have it at my house. And my house was the card shop. Like 2 people I know, like I sold booster packs 3 for 10. I beat Walmart. I'm getting all the business. It's good for them. It's good for me. I provide door prizes, and I won a lot, so I'd make money off of the events by winning, but I wouldn't take a cut. Um,
only
and
thing
so
you lost out on was pre-release, unfortunately,
yeah, that sucked. It would have been cool.
because
It would
that's
have been
where
really
shops
cool.
make the money.
Yeah, dude. Uh, there was a shop that opened 45 minutes away from us, and we went there to play pre-release. The guy genuinely didn't know how to run his shop. He gave out more money than he made on pre-release, which is crazy. And on Black Friday, he did trades. Like even when he did trades normally, for a while I had to talk to him. He was doing trades at like 100%.
No, we were doing them at 50%. What do you? That is
And cash at
unheard of.
25. Yeah. Right?
That's how you do it.
Yes, this is the standard. And that's why I'm able to make money doing the online card shop because I pay cash starting at 40%, which is better than everybody.
Yeah, that's really good.
So and I do trade-ins at 60 to 70%. So that's why that model works. But people would come to my house afterwards to do the top 8s, and like it's so funny you say that. It's like that was like my life. One time we had the cops called on us for being too loud because I lived in a duplex and my neighbors were just fucking insane people and they were also assholes. Um, and the cop knocked on my door. I was like, "Hello." He's like, "I got a noise complaint." I was like, "Oh, do you want to come in and see what we're doing?" He's like, "Okay." And I showed him that we're all just playing Magic, and he was just like, he was
Carry on, see you
dumbfounded.
guys.
I was like, "Is this the best thing you've ever seen?" When you showed up at a noise complaint, he stopped and really thought about it. He's like, "Yeah." And normally, if a cop knocks on my door, you're not allowed in my house. But I wanted him to know how fucking dickheaded my neighbors were. What happened
So they don't
was,
come back.
yeah, I walked away from the game because it was over. It was goblins versus like control, and I was like, okay, this game's over with. And like 10 seconds after I walked away, like 7 people went, "Oh!" at the same time because goblins came back and won. Uh, and that got the cops called. And I told them that that's what happened too. And so the cop was like, okay. And I thought it was really cool because like now the cops are never going to show up at my house again if they call.
Dude, I wish I had that experience because when I had my shop, the store next to my shop was a laundromat, but he had people sleeping in the back. So when I would have events that went after 7 o'clock, they would call noise complaints on me, and they also talked with the gas station across the street to also call on noise complaints. So the cops were showing up at least twice a week, and they never stopped showing up. So I wish they would just stop. Like, we're just playing Magic in here. Nothing. There's no crazy music. There's nothing going on. We're just playing Magic. Chill the fuck out.
Yeah, people are assholes. I mean, my neighbor didn't know. I mean, I also sold weed out of that house too, but my neighbor didn't know that. I had my card, so like you'd have a cop would have to be in my house, catch me handing him the bag. But uh, yeah, I sold weed. I sold magic cards, and and I rented video games.
Rented video. You were blockbuster after blockbuster. That's wild.
Dude, yeah, it was really good. You like $3 you'd get a game for a week. Can't beat that.
So is Big C the person that wanted to have a chat?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And when people would buy weed, I'd make them take a video game with them, and then when they came back, just bring it back.
I,
It's
I
awesome
ended up
when I really.
losing hundreds of dollars because of that. I loaned somebody my copy of Marvel vs. Capcom 2 for PlayStation 2,
Oh,
and they never gave it back. That game's worth about $300 right now
yeah.
because most of the copies didn't work.
I used to like I worked at that shop, so I became quite the retro video game collector. But the games sort of took over my house. They were flooded off the shelf, and we had like a stack like this on the floor too. And I was like, I gotta get rid of these games. It's too much. So I sold like $4,000 worth of games so I could have my floor back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely want to come hang out at your place, if not just for EDH, just to play some games. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, we kept a good chunk of them, but like it was a problem. I had to sell enough that hurt me to where I wouldn't want to start collecting again because it got out of hand. But I got 30% off uh at the shop I worked at. So like somebody would bring in a rare game, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna go put that in my box in the back.
Yep.
Especially like NES. I had is it Dragon Fighter, like the $500 NES game?
Wow.
We had
I
we
didn't
had
think
some
that was real.
cool games. I think it's Dragon Fighter. But yeah, it, it was yeah, it was a Dragon Fighter. I'm looking at the
Yeah, it
case
was
now. Yeah.
Dragon Fighter. That is old.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had a Sega oh my god, what's the first Sega console? Not the first one. It's the one that
Mega Drive?
yeah, I had a Mega Drive and I had Godelvia for it. It was like an RPG top down game. Uh it my Mega Drive was like the saddest one that I got rid of. So you like retro games
Mm.
too?
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. Like I that's probably why I like Street Fighter and King of Fighters a lot more because they tend to be more retro-esque. I haven't liked them as much since they've gone like 2.5D, but yeah, I will play some old ass games. I don't care what they look like, and it's probably why I like roguelikes now because they remind me of playing those old games. Like the first time I got to play Keith Courage on Turbo Graphics kind of stuff. Like these are always great moments for me.
Have you ever seen one of these? And look at the condition. The sticker's
Is
still
that a
perfect.
is that a
Yeah.
Game Gear?
Yes, the blue Game Gear.
I've never seen a blue one. I thought the color was off on the screen. I've only seen the
No.
black one. My cousin had one and used to play Columns on it, and I forget
Hell
what other
yeah.
game. Yeah, that was
Um,
biz.
Tuna's making like a retro arcade out of Adele for a gift for somebody. and he asked me for games to put on there. For Sega, I put Columns on there. I was like, Columns was fucking the shit, dude. Like,
You would get
uh,
sucked into it easy.
everybody loves Tetris, but they're sleeping on Columns. That was a good game. Me and
It
my
was a solid
babysitter's son
competitor.
would fucking two-player that shit all the time.
Wow. Golden Axe was great. It's just,
But Golden Axe was on the list too, 1 and 2.
I mean, it was the Disney games I hated most of all, though, except for like Quackshot. But like the cash grabby ones, like Lion King, just pissed me off. Aladdin pissed me off.
Is that me? Oh. Thank you for the bits, Faxon. Let me see.
Primal Rage, yeah, Vampire Survivor is stupidly fun to me. I don't remember the music from Columns. I do remember the music from Tetris. I think that may be the difference.
What's going on between you and Sfaxon? He's blowing up my chat.
Who would I say?
I don't know.
Was it Smith?
Sfaxon.
Oh no! Oh, Saxon.
Saxon? Okay.
Oh, he got banned out of my server.
What happened? He keeps wanting me to
He's
say
doing
something.
exactly what he's doing right now. Is what happened. He's a very active chatter and a very active interlocutor.
I see. So just chat bombing a lot?
Yeah, a bit too much for me because I can only take so much. I'm pretty chill. And then my chat is like, fuck that dude.
Okay.
I got no beef with him. I like him. I made friends with him in the politics server long before I was even streaming. So like, no bad blood. He can still hit me up. It's just I can't have you in my chat going ape shit on my people. Like, you got to have some chill. Take a Valium, come in, chill it out.
Well, he can test this representation of it, but
that could be the case. And, you know, if he wants to blame my mods, I still stand by my mod team. It is what it is. Again, no ill will, no bad blood. You could always hit me up. Oh, yeah, he did get banned and then came in with 4 other alt accounts. Yeah, that did happen.
I have one mod. If my mod bans somebody, he's against banning. If he banned somebody, I would not even look at the appeal. On God, Cat Dog Mark, if you banned somebody, I'd be like, they obviously deserved it. He's like morally against people getting banned out of communities. So if he's like, this person has to go, I'll be like, I don't even want to know, dude. Like, you can.
And that's pretty much.
You tell me if people are gonna bring it up on streams at me. If I'm gonna be in trouble for this person, what they did to get banned, then you can tell me. Otherwise, I don't even want to know.
So again, no beef.
I had to say something. He donated. I'm not gonna read what he donated, but I would. I'll address his concern at least.
Oh, my mod team is talking about it right now like they're having flashbacks from Nam.
I do understand though. He gets banned from a lot of places. I'm never there when it happens, so I can't comment on it directly. But I know he's frustrated with all the bannings that he's gotten.
I get that, and when X amount of people, like when there's 10 or more people that reject you, maybe you have to start looking inward and see what you need to work on as a person. That's all I'm going to say about it. Because maybe it's not them, maybe it's you.
I understand.
So, one of my favorite games of all time, and I can play it at any point, is Symphony of the Night.
Oh, dude, that is one of the best games ever made. Have you seen the show?
So much replay. Oh yeah, I'm watching it still. Like
it's a masterpiece. It's an absolute masterpiece. Did you see the new one?
Yeah, I watched the latest one. That one's also dope, but I don't think anything's gonna beat that fight between Death and Belmont.
I didn't know that people could write shit talking like that in a fucking action show. It was, oh my god, dude.
Death has a British accent and he's an asshole.
he's like Trump level shit talker. It's insane. Uh, like, and already that show was like perfect to me. But yeah, that fight really, really pushed it over the top. I went to my local game store right after I saw the first season, if you can call it a season. That was the only thing I hated about it was 4 episodes for the first season, 8 for the second. I'm like, you can't be this good and give me this little. That's not. This is like almost borderline evil. And I talked about it, and one of the guys there was like, "No, I think it's a dog shit show." And I'm like, "Look, I need to get my cards and leave." Because we're about to be
Feel you.
fighting here, dude. Like, you just said something that is so dumb and wrong. I don't know how I'm gonna not be rude to you now. The animation quality was insane. They picked such good characters. It was all perfect. The new one, I got really mad when it ended too. I was like, no, how can you do me like this? Uh,
Like I
they
feel
did the
like
same thing in season 2. They brought in Alucard and was like, now it's over. Like,
yeah,
why you gotta
that
hurt
was
me?
all we got. Like I feel kind of sad because we miss out on some of the lore that happened in between each Belmont, so we never got Simon. And
Right.
Simon was like the originator of the Castlevania storyline. So
Yep.
to miss out on that part of the family tree, it sucks, but I get it because that would have been 2 or 3 seasons in itself.
I mean, it leaves room for them to explore it later, but also maybe it's a good reason to go play the games.
Not going to say it's not. I mean, just I think it's going to get a lot more people into Castlevania lore in general because I also want the Isaac storyline and Hellforgers because that was a game in itself,
Yeah.
and I want that storyline because I want to see those two fight.
Uh, I I want them to animate Symphony of the Night. Give me 2 seasons of that.
And
Good
that could
God,
come. Symphony of the Night is just such a good storyline,
it
and like Shaft
it
showing
really
up,
would.
uh, Orlok showing up, like these are characters from Symphony of the Night. So like you're getting backstory. Like I need this.
Yeah. And it's funny too because I grew up just playing different Castlevania games. Hard stuck on playing Castlevania Night or Symphony of the Night over and over again. But I had no idea that I needed that show. Uh, but I needed that show. Oh my God. Um, Also, like every time I've watched the first episode, with a woman, it made them cry in the first episode. I'm like, that's so good. That's like a first episode cry is insane.
Yeah,
And
it's
the only reason I
hard.
point out that it's a woman is because I think it's harder for guys to identify with the pain and sorrow of Dracula and feel emotional about it. Uh, but like,
He,
because
he
it's
got
like
done
it's Laura's
dirty.
wife. Oh, dude, bad. Yeah.
Like I can't say he made the right move, but I can understand why he would be that pissed off.
Yeah, it turned him against all of humanity. It was very
Like I'm
good.
trying to help humans. My wife loves you guys, so I'm gonna try to relate with you guys, and you murder her for real. For okay, everybody, unleash the squad.
Yeah, and that's in one episode they crafted an amazing love story. Uh, they took the big bad of the world and made him a big softy, and then turned him into like literally fucking Satan.
You did this, humans. You made this monster. It's the best way it goes down.
Yeah. God damn it. Now I'm really mad that we're not getting another season for at least another year.
That's how I feel about a lot of things, but I'm also a huge anime fan, so I'm kind of used to it at this point where anime doesn't show up for like 3 years for
Have you
another
seen this?
season. Awesome. Is that Death Note?
And you know who that is?
Can't tell.
I actually can't see where I'm at. Let me tilt her down.
Nope, don't know that one.
That's Lelouch. Code Geass.
Oh, Lelouch. I didn't really watch Code Geass.
If you, it is the closest anime there is to Death Note, and it is arguably even better. I consider it to be one of only 2 perfect shows ever made. Highly
A lot of
recommend.
people are fans. I watched probably 10 episodes and I fell off of it. I need to go
Oh,
back and watch it.
my buddy Aaron, super critical about anime, and he watched. He was like 15 episodes in. It was like, look, all I can say is that I think it's crazy that you said it's a perfect show. I was like, where are you at? And he told me, oh, you didn't get to the end of the first season. Okay, so I assume at this rate you're going to get to the end of the first season tonight, and then tomorrow you're going to finish the whole show. So get a hold of me the day after tomorrow after you finish it, because I know you will. And he messaged me back and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. So he was even further than you got and was just like, I don't know about all that. Uh, and he was like, I'm fucking wrong, dude.
Yeah, I couldn't really relate to Lelouch, and I was just like, I just started calling him Lelouch douche, and I was done with it after like 10 episodes.
He's a very complicated character. I don't want to spoil anything.
Well, I'm
But
gonna go back and watch it.
you
Like I've
should.
gotten two recommendations. Prime said Code Geass, and then you're saying it, and I respect your opinion, so I'm gonna give it a stronger shot.
Yeah, I
Same with
have.
Bob's Burgers.
That's cool. Bob's Burgers is good. I have them both holding Go Stones. Are you familiar with the game? Go.
Yeah,
Um,
there was actually an anime that was the biggest anime in all of Japan for a hot
Hikaru no
minute
Go.
called yeah,
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. It was good.
which I watched all the way through.
Yeah, I played Go since I was like 13. I really really love it. And but people wanna people wanna like put Lelouch and Light against each other because they're the like most brilliant minds in all of anime. And they're like, so who would win in a game of chess? That's stupid. Lelouch, he plays chess. He
Yeah, I was
hustles
gonna
people
say
for
Lelouch
chess.
wins because
That's a dumb question.
Light lost his chess game.
Yeah. Well, not only that, like one of them plays. If they're both like comparably smart to we want to see who would win, the guy who has experience, have him play Go. That's like a much more brazen example of intelligence, and neither of them have any experience. So that's why I have them holding Go stones. And I always wanted a Go tattoo, but it's hard to make a tattoo that doesn't suck out of a 19 by 19 grid in black and white stones.
And you're not wrong. You have to get that like all the way across the back and shoulders.
Or it's just gonna look corny. So having two of my favorite anime characters like holding ghost stones, that worked for me.
Anime is haram. Be like that.
Oh,
My
Johnny
chat
Scarlet,
is
you like
wild.
Go? We should play Go sometime.
That's a strong game right there.
Yeah, I worked at a movie theater as my first job, and the second job I got was in the same mall. It's called All the King's Men. It was a chess store, and I was the only Go instructor. That's how I got the job. I was like, oh, I really like Go. Does anybody play Go here? And like the chess hustlers were like, you play Go? That game's hard. I'm like,
In comparison, yeah.
it is, but like also you guys would destroy me in chess. Oh my god. But because of that job, I got to play against the state champion of the elementary division chess players. It was a 8-year-old Asian girl. We played for 45 minutes. Best game of chess I ever played in my life because I'm around people teaching me shit nonstop. And we both took two pieces from each other, and the only words that were said was, I said, that was a really good move. And she said, thank you. And we didn't finish the game. The best game of chess of my whole life was against an 8-year-old girl. It was nuts. Uh, I tried to get her
That's giving me
parents.
Hunter flashbacks.
Yeah. What's that ugly little girl's name? God, I hate her, but she's very interesting, but she's so fucking gross.
Oh, because her nose is running all the
Yes.
time. I don't remember her name.
I'm very excited. I really hope it happens.
I think it was like it was Kamugi.
Kamugi, yeah. My roommate yesterday, I got him he's the hardest person in the world to buy a gift for because he buys everything he wants. And I found a Bisky Funko Pop, and I brought it to
Ooh,
him, and he was like, "Oh, dude, I actually don't have this one." They're like the only pops he collects is Hunter x Hunter, and
just Hunter.
yeah, and he pointed out that his Miram and I already forgot her name, Kabuki,
Kamugi.
Kamugi. There you go, Kamugi. There's one of them playing Gungi. It's like a $30 pop, and he never got it delivered to him. So I need to remember that next time I need to
Oh,
get him a gift.
hey.
One year I got him a Hisoka body pillow cover, and
Oh,
the
that's
body pillow
so
goes with it.
haram.
And there was an anime panel that I was on, and I was holding it the whole time, and he's just like shredded, shirtless.
The bath scene. Oh, that's rough. That's
That's funny too.
hilarious.
He's like, as far as I know, he's like the only uh like he's not like the main character, but he has a lot of screen time very obviously openly a pedophile, and people love him.
Not he
He's a
does say
fan
some
favorite.
extremely pedophilic shit.
It feels like he's not hiding it at all. Like he wants to fuck Gon. Like I think he makes it pretty fucking clear that he wants to fuck that kid, dude.
Actually, he only made it clear that he wanted to fuck Killua.
Uh,
And his brother was about to murder him for it. Because he gave him the sign.
Sure, but like when they were playing the dodgeball game, and he's backed up behind Gon, his crotch was covered by a shining light. What is that? What do we take that to mean? When Gon gets thrown back into this guy's dick, and then it glows with a shining bright light.
My asexual self is never going to understand, and I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not going to ruin that character for myself.
Oh my gosh. You're supposed
But
to understand
Krollo's
that Hisoka is a fucking pedo, dude.
Krollo is my favorite character in that show. So it's like, I have no issues with that dude. And his modus operandi and the way he works is like spot on for me. I hope he wins in the end. But I've probably run my course a little.
You root for the bad guy?
Yeah, gotta.
Oh,
I don't even
no.
call him the bad guy. He's a person that had a good reason for doing what he was doing, and it got corrupted over time to where he became what he hated. And I'm hoping he will fix that about himself in the future, but the character still has some time to go. But a friend of his got trafficked and murdered, and so he wanted to prevent things like this happening in the future and became a trafficker and murderer.
My favorite character is the ugly little girl who she got turned ugly because she heard the like forbidden music.
Oh, I forget her name. The one with the sound ability that has no hair.
Yeah, well, like she's like balding like a 50-year-old man with the hair on the sides. They gave such an interesting side storyline for her, and then just like, now we're not going to talk about that anymore. I was like, no, that was so interesting. How can you do that to me?
Oh,
Also,
Johnny, see, this last one because like more P stuff keeps happening and it's ruining shows for me to where I can't watch them anymore because it's no longer fun. PDF file.
Oh, I thought she was saying like piss stuff was happening.
No, I was watching the show, The Lord and His Maid or something like that, and it seems really wholesome, and I was liking the show. And then all of a sudden, his little sister starts having a crush on his butler, who's like 60, 70 years old. That doesn't bother me so much because he doesn't return it. But then just recently in this season, or like as I'm closer to being current on it, there's an older character whose partner got turned into a child or like started Benjamin buttoning and reversing in age. And I'm like, that is disgusting. Let's not do this. So these things do ruin shows for me, and they need to cut that shit out in Japan.
I guess I said this on Twitter the other day too, is that I don't care. It's anime. Like it's not real. It doesn't bother me because like it wasn't until recently that I really because of my interactions with Twitch Poll that like people equate like those kinds of things to like real life kids. I'm like, I've never, like maybe I'm just better at compartmentalizing things, but like I would never see like the show that you're talking about and feel any kind of like the same pull that I would if somebody was like being creepy to a child in any way. These are like wholly different things to me. They get wholly different emotional reactions.
I put it on the writer and I'm like, what are you trying to convey? That's my problem. And so it just ruins the show for me in general because I'm like, this writer's fucked.
I guess they're trying to convey that something uncomfortable is happening. I guess I would think of it the same way if like I'm watching a movie and like a character has like slaves. I'm not going to be morally outraged at the writer. Like sometimes fucked up shit happens, you know? And it's part of the story. I wouldn't be like,
I'm fine with
this guy like does this guy think that we should still have slaves? What the fuck?
I would like that's part of the problem with Shield Hero and a few other anime, like where them having slaves is like deemed a moral good in a lot of instances, and I'm just like, I don't like where you guys are taking it. I know it's just a fucked up reality of the world that they're living in. I think another one that's happening in is
I think it's
oh, I
something that
can't
makes
think
the
of what the name of it.
world interesting because like if he didn't make the one girl his slave, she was like fucked, and it like saved her life. But like she was like willful too, which I think helped. It was like slave on paper only.
Yeah, and that's kind of how they make it. When like if this was reality, it would not work this way, and I don't appreciate them even acting like it would. But this is a fantasy. I'm going to suspend belief and just roll with it until it becomes so pernicious that I just cannot ignore it.
Yeah, uh I think it was yesterday. I realized that I guess if people can't separate how they would feel about if it was real from it, I would understand the moral outrage. But it never struck me that way. I've never like bridged that in my head when it came to like fictional stuff.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss until you have that bubble burst, and then like you can't unsee it at that point.
Yeah, I guess so. The only thing that makes me like draws that bridge is like I hate seeing things where people get like divorced in like books or in movies. That always makes me really sad. But other than that, I think I'm always like it never touches the part of my life that interacts with the real world ever.
I feel you on that. Well, I think that's a good point to close out on.
Yeah.
Thank you for the conversation. It's been a blast.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night with your kid.
Yeah, thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, and peace out to Drazi's chat. Y'all have been great.
Oh,
I'm gonna
where
raid into Drazi anyway.
do you have Twitter or anything people can follow you on
Yeah,
aside from Twitch?
Lethewater Kai on all platforms, including YouTube. I don't have a TikTok, thankfully, but I may get there one day.
All right, Lethy. Genuinely a pleasure to have a one-on-one conversation with you. It was really fun.
Pleasure is mine, dude. I've been having a blast. So
All right,
holla at
buddy.
you in the near future.
Yeah, sounds good. Um,
Yeah,
Peace out.
peace.
Oh, thank you, Tiromi. Let me get a new one. I forgot that I have one that expires. It's in my bio. I'm gonna change it. There's a correct and updated one. If you'd like to join the Discord, feel free. Um, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me know. Hey, 1 minute. I might have somebody else to talk to. Somebody was stirring the pot a little bit earlier, and I'll see if they want to chat. I had planned to stream just until Lethe. Let me switch this real quick. Oh, that one's not very good. Let's see. Let me. Oh God, I don't like that at all. That's garbage. That is a bad scene. Oh, my camera was tilted down so I could show my tattoos. There we are. Ooh, I need to get shrunk down some so it doesn't look ugly. And nobody told me my lighting needs to get fixed so that my camera doesn't look like trash. I reached out to see if this person wanted to chat or not. Base sauce. I've been looking at your nips for like a half hour. Sorry, buddy. Why didn't somebody say something? This fun came in late but enjoyed. All rounder, I think somewhat the same based on your Twitter. I have not been eating powdered donuts. I'm pretty sure that powdered donuts aren't vegan. Oh yeah, the noise reduction is on. Let me grab my. Oh, it's right here. My light was right here the whole time. Ooh, sorry. That's my bad. I didn't know it was so close. It's bright. should have helped. My dog's like really afraid of the light, so sometimes we fuck with him with it. Because he acts cute and silly about it. No, why does my camera look so terrible? It doesn't usually look like that. Let's see. Huh. I don't know, I'm confused. I'm gonna try something real quick. At all. Studio. Hmm. Weird. I don't know, I guess I have to mess with it. I usually don't have that much noise. Is it turning into a hot tub stream? You wish. Oh, wow. A cocaine debate happening in my YouTube chat? That's fun. Well, it doesn't look like they want to chat, but your wife has texted you 3 times now. Oh, what do you want for dinner? Pizza. Obviously, pizza. I've had a video on the back burner for a bit. I wanted to watch on stream. I'm gonna pull that up. Okay. So one of my, I guess he's here enough to say, a member of my community had a debate. I really wanted to see, but I told him, of course, I would watch it on stream. There we go. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Emery, where's it at, man? I'm gonna find it. Did they get rid of it? No. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. We'll start it at what started the conversation. Okay. So somebody from mine and Mr. Girl's community talked to food shops. Wait, no, don't help. You can always stop listening. Ban her cat dog bark. Oh, you would ban your own wife? That's funny. So Emery is somebody who's part of my community and Mr. Girl's community. Oh God. Oh, because I made it so much bigger. I see. Jesus. Now I gotta shrink her down. Sorry, I usually do that when it's not focused on me. The adjustings. Okay. So Emery went and talked to food shops about whether Mr. Girl is right about Destiny in response to the divorce thing. I don't really have any interest in talking about the divorce in any kind of detail whatsoever. But this conversation happened. They're a member of my community and Mr. Gross community, so I'm gonna watch it and see what I think. I also know food shops a bit. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's weird. Why did that change?
So yeah, Mr.
There we
Girl
go.
also made a thing. Okay.
I'm gonna turn off this light over here. And see.
Reasons to stop speculating out loud about Melina. All right. So this from Mr. Girl's official thing. It's very awful to lose control of your public image, and conspiratorial speculation forces you to either divulge extremely personal information or be eaten by sadistic piranha. Piranha. Okay. Right.
I think my
You're participating in a continuing
monitor.
abusive pattern in which Destiny uses his platform to
Last
settle
thing.
extremely personal scores. Your theorizing becomes part of his retaliation. I understand why you're doing it. You've gotten a few juicy nuggets and are foaming at the mouth now. That is him using you to threaten and
go.
harm his own wife. Without your loud, gleeful participation, Destiny would have no way to abuse or threaten those close to him.
Let's see.
Do you understand that? You're not acting as an audience. You're throwing stones at his wife.
That doesn't
Trust me,
matter.
this speculative rumor starting is far, far more unpleasant than the insults. You'll notice that my most devout harassers focus almost entirely on rumor mongering. They know what they're doing. Well, in case you didn't, now you do too. When you behave this way, you're participating in psychological abuse. The thing he is threatening her with is you.
That's better.
Okay.
By the way, thank you, Haas.
All right, that's Mr. Girl's statement.
Oh, my bad.
Hey,
Jesus.
what's up?
I don't know why, but my scene was like all messed up. Even my monitor screen wasn't up. Sorry about
Hi,
that.
you're on.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
This is our boy.
Clearly, this isn't finished because depending on how,
I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna be gone for like 5 seconds. Just going to get a drink.
Destiny chooses to continue to talk about this. Right now, Melina is probably not going to say anything. But if he says something and Melina feels like she has to respond, hopefully it wouldn't turn into a back and forth. But that is a very real possibility.
Maybe. I think that the way that people are
I lied. I got a banana too.
speculating on this, I find to be at least
How's that, Big C?
I don't know. I think it could be
Volume
the
better?
case that I think okay, you ready for the take? Okay, the take I think
Wait, I kind of missed what Emery said.
A back and forth, but that is a very real possibility.
Thank
Maybe.
you, Johnny.
I think that
I think what Emery just said is clearly true.
the way that people are speculating on this, I find to be at least I don't know. I think it could be the case that I think okay, you ready for the take? Okay, the take I think is that it's just a fucking
At Dog Bark, you thought this was a live conversation? You're correct. It was. Oh no. What? Okay. Jesus.
speculating on this. I find to be at least I don't know. I think it could be the case that I think okay, you ready for the take? Okay, the take I
yes,
think
please.
is that it's just a fucking regular ass divorce. I'm sorry, it's just a regular ass divorce.
I don't think there's any element of it that is regular. What? Oh, that was your wife, Big C. I thought it was my moderator's wife that was in chat too.
it seems like somebody's
Happy
emotional
to have
needs were
her.
not met. Okay, this is my
Would have
prediction.
he's
Okay,
happy to have
somebody's
you.
emotional needs were not met. And
Mhm.
then bam, the wife just left for another dude, and that's it. Like that's a regular divorce. That's just a fucking regular ass divorce. That's it.
Sorta. From what I can gather, that's pretty much what
That's
it
it.
feels like. What's happening right now, at
But
least for Melina's
but
side.
people are just blowing it like people are blowing it up into like something that is oh so mysterious, so fantastically wonderful. And by the way, this is not
The thing that makes it not a regular divorce is that most of the time when people get divorced, there's like friend groups that'll like divide up and stuff, and somebody can lose one party. I guess both parties can lose some friends or whatever. But most of the time, there's not like 100,000 people that are ready to like go ape shit on another person during their most vulnerable times. I think that's what makes it not normal. Because DGG pretty wild sometimes.
not my take. I borrowed this take from another, from one of my informants. And yeah,
Yeah, I think. Well, I think part of the reason that forms is because of what, and I think Mr. Girl pointed this out within his Reddit post, is that I don't think he directly pointed this out, but I think I take a notice from like him even saying something about that. Is that what Destiny will do? Is I think he did this a couple days ago. I don't know how long this has been going, but he was basically alluding to this like happening in the first place, where he's like he kind of treats it like his whole life basically is like drama content or content
mm-hmm.
in general.
Mm-hmm.
So when you tease out future content, especially labeling it as like, oh, I got a nuke, or oh, I got this, I got that, like this is I yeah. If you're treating your relationships like content, if you're treating your life like content, expect people to speculate about future stuff that like you keep hidden right now and you allude to be.
He did do that about his divorce. He didn't say that it was a divorce, but he like said the date and stuff and said that everything's gonna be going like great afterwards, which is weird.
Be like future content to talk about, because
Mm-hmm.
clearly everyone's talking about it right now.
Yeah, I don't really either. The thing that made me the thing that I couldn't avoid about Destiny's divorce is that I knew that people were going to use it as an opportunity to shit on polyamory. And I knew I had to care about it to some extent because some of the content that I make is like I'm very pro polyamory. I'm polyamorous. Destiny and his wife were at least on the books open, which isn't the same thing. But I knew that people were going to use this failure to suggest that it is like a bad dynamic, that it can't work and all that shit. And that's exactly what happened. I don't know why, but eating rice and whatever else that is with their hands triggered me for some reason. Uh, I don't know why either, but I'm gonna say that that's fair.
Now, it's a whole thing. And so I think Melina's probably used to that by now.
Big C, you did tell me it was gonna happen.
But maybe one of the things Melina wants to change in the future is to not treat her or every little aspect of her life as content. And I think she's always had that in mind, probably just speculation. But
It is not typical to eat rice with your hands, cat, dog, bark. If you say polyamory is for the birds, I don't know. I had like half of a clever comeback.
I think she probably wants to push that even further. So I would hope that she doesn't do a back and forth with him. Any misinfo from Destiny's side or stuff that she feels like she has to clear up. Maybe I would hope for her sake that she just chooses, you know what, I'm just not going to engage with this. It'd probably be more healthy for her. And it would actually probably be a bigger W against Destiny than any kind of like a back and forth. So
I think from her perspective, I think what she should just do is just not engage, go about her life, and then probably just and then later on, like maybe like 3 years down the line, just go like, oh yeah, I left Destiny because you know, he wasn't fulfilling my needs at the time, and that's it. You know, like nobody
Mhm.
at that point nobody cares anymore. At that point, literally
Yeah.
nobody cares. No, like it's like who Omega Low, who cares at that point, right?
Yeah.
Like who really is like caring about Destiny at that point? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we also need to keep in mind too, which I don't think Destiny's lying about stuff that he's been alluding to in terms of like the boyfriend threatening to kill himself or something, any information like that. I wouldn't suggest that without like things that he feels like he's confident enough in that you wouldn't allude to it.
Uh-huh.
But we also need to be aware that like Melina, if she chooses to share something, like there's probably more to this than like what he's talking about. So I'd also dissuade people from like picking a side necessarily. Like if there's a right or wrong.
Yeah, I
I don't
think
think there's a
people.
yeah.
Yeah, I think people are too. I think people are too attached to Destiny.
Oh.
I think when it
I play plus one. I don't like polyamory either, but I'm very much of the proponent. It's not a problem as long as everyone is consenting. Sure, and like that's the same for like every relationship, right? Cat Dog Bark, you can chat with Specs in my Discord. He's there a lot. But I think the thing that I feel like the deck is so stacked against polyamorous people because when you're a child, the first stories that you're gonna hear are likely gonna have some romantic component to it, and it's always monogamous. Every piece of media, like nearly every piece of media that exists has like monogamous like romanticism in it, and so like whether you agree that it would just be like the natural human state or not, you are still very much conditioned to think that monogamy is the correct way. So it's like I feel like most people don't even have a chance to like not condemn it in their mind, like internally, because what's the word I'm looking for? Um, shit. I'll think of it.
comes to Destiny, clearly some needs are not being met. To the point where okay, you're leaving Destiny for some dude, right? Some random ass dude. Right, yeah.
Yeah. Um
Yep.
yeah, no. I think he said before too that if like things didn't work out with Melina, if this like relationship, this like marriage didn't work out, he said he would never get in a serious relationship ever again. Um I don't think
I
I
don't think
think that
that's
was
true. I
kind of
think
a,
people contradict themselves all the time.
yeah, I think that
And
was a
he
bit of a
contradicts himself like repeatedly all the time anyway. No.
yeah. And from like one of the rumors of the Lawrence Southern stuff and all that, I'm not sure if that's all real or not. I'm leaning towards maybe. I definitely don't believe him on that instance. I'm sure like he'll bounce back and find someone new. Hopefully,
Surely.
soon, so he doesn't wander on this any further. I know a divorce is hard on both ends, regardless of who started it and all that good stuff.
I just hope he has a support network. That's it.
Yeah, as much as
I've this is kind of a weird conversation to hear because we've sort of seen how it plays out now, and how it plays out isn't great. Um, it, I think it'd be best if Destiny didn't talk about it
I don't like Destiny,
publicly
I do
anymore.
think like this is probably hard on him in a lot of different ways. So I would hope that he's talking to somebody properly about this, whether that be a therapist or a group of close friends, and I hope he doesn't um, you know, get too caught up in the darkness over it. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. I think
I gotta
I think the problem I have with a lot of the narratives, and I think that part of trying to draw like a most responsible kind of thing is just simply just going like, hey, I think the most likely conclusion you're trying to draw here is that the most likely conclusion is the most likely one. That's it.
yeah. I gotta say Mr. Girl is handling it very well in terms of not being petty and saying I told you so or anything like that.
He did. He the main thing that he did was tell people to not like fuck with him about it.
Uh,
Wait, are you a Mr. Girl fan?
yeah. In the sense of like, I have huge criticisms of Mr. Girl, like huge ones. But in terms of like some of the stuff regarding him and Destiny, I feel like there's a lot of like unnecessary flack or misconceptions about Mr. Girl.
There we go. It works now. Not hard at all on Destiny. Elk says, agreed to me. Other people's marriages are none of my business. Yeah, I agree.
End of the whole conflict that are unfair.
I'm sorry, this is driving me absolutely insane. I even tried Googling it. What's a word that means like conditioned from a very young age? I can't think of it.
So to speak. Yeah, that's how I describe it.
Okay.
I think it starts with a D.
All right. Yeah, I see. I think that for people who are Mr. Girl fans, I'm sure that they will feel vindicated, you know, in what they feel and think.
I didn't feel vindicated at all, even though I saw some things that was very much in line with the kind of behavior that Mr. Girl suggested would happen in this situation. No, not groomed. I definitely got those vibes, but there's no vindication feeling there, like at all. It's a divorce. It's still sad.
And stuff.
Indoctrinated, yes. I think that monogamy is something that is indoctrinated upon like everybody. Every single piece of media. Oh my god, you just like cured my brain tumor. It was really driving me crazy. Every single story you hear when you're a kid, every movie you watch that has a romantic element is going to be monogamous. You don't have, there's like really no chance to doubt that sort of relationship structure. There's no chance to really go, I wonder if there is another way. That just never enters the equation. That is not a conversation that gets had ever. There's no, like nobody brings it up to anybody at like even in your teens go, well, just so you know, there are other kinds of relationships that can exist and here's how it goes. It's just sort of taken for granted that monogamy is the default. And I think that, that hurts people that are monogamous pretty heavily. Oh, by the way, I didn't say it when it happened. My bad. 0 ohms. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot.
But
Yeah, I mean, this is just further reinforcing what I already felt was true. I mean, I'm not gonna celebrate it or anything.
I
Like,
don't
It's
I
good.
don't agree with a lot. I don't agree with the rhetoric surrounding like, oh yeah, Destiny is using his audience on purpose as like stones to throw at his wife. But yeah.
uh,
If you're to say that he's not doing it on purpose, I would argue that he would have to make a strong effort to avoid that happening. Without that strong effort to avoid it happening, he has very openly recognized what the effect of his audience can have on people who like oppose him in like non just like argumentative ways. And I think that there would be a lot of work is required to not have them effectively being used as a weapon. And if he's not taking those steps to ensure that it's not happening, then I would say that it's essentially the same. He has to be aware of it. He's a smart guy. So yeah, another bad take. I'm assuming that you mean food shops and not me. Although I would lean towards the fact that he is actually using them as a weapon on purpose and knowing it.
for this,
Do you think that's true?
For this specific thing, no, not so far.
I don't think so. He doesn't use his audience as a weapon like that.
I would describe this at the moment.
Well, that's crazy. He definitely does. He did with Anna. He directed them to her kiwi farms. Like, that's just one example of many. Big C says, of course he uses his audience. Yeah. That's a very silly thing to say.
Moment for alluding to something.
If you
like
don't know,
treating it like
you shouldn't say
drama,
that.
Just kind of saying like something's on the horizon, a nuke, stuff like that. I would say that's irresponsible. I would describe it that way. I don't think he's
Emery's being too
done
generous.
anything in terms of actually weaponizing his audience yet, and I hope he doesn't. So that's how I describe it right now. I think
Okay.
he's alluding to
And just to be clear too, I'm still a Destiny fan, but that doesn't mean I can't say that he does things that I think are not good.
the possibility that if he feels like he needs to, he will, which is a pattern of behavior I've seen before. But I don't think he's done
Okay.
anything yet.
I actually can't speak to what has happened at this point in time because I'm not exactly sure when this took place in the timeline, but I know what I know now.
To be
So
fair, when he said he's gonna use his audience, he says that if he could in an alternate universe,
Mhm.
he would, just to see what happens, right?
that's literally the same thing as saying to do it. If the audience is listening and saying like, hearing him say something like that, that means that's what he wants.
But
Like,
he's saying that he's bragging. He's sort of like ego bragging about how much of a gracious and courteous person
respect
he
the
is, right?
skill, not the man.
No, I don't
Oh, you're
believe that's
watching
the
Emery
case.
debate confusion here.
Okay,
I think-
I believe
I
that's
think-
the case.
I
But
think,
Yes, this
I
is
think what he
Emery.
does is more subtler and more easy to get away with.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
He'll do like little things to lead on the audience to make them hate a specific person.
It's almost admirable how good Destiny is at doing that. Like it is it's quite the skill to have that sort of like what Emery's describing, this sort of like slow lead up to it. And it's not like a unique to Destiny thing either. I think that most people in that position would have a very hard time not doing it. Yeah, Big C, how about the Anadox? That was the example that came to mind immediately for me. Say, don't talk about Anna in my chat anymore. If you want to talk shit about her, go to her Kiwi farms. Here's how you get to her Kiwi farms. Like that is, and he's even said too, like, oh, I was trying to get them to stop doing it in my chat. There's some plausible deniability there, but I feel like in that instance it was like paper thin,
Even further.
which is why it's a good example to use.
wait.
He won't directly sick his audience. 'Cause
Okay,
obviously
wait.
he can't get that.
Okay, when was the last time he actually directly, like
It's a
was
bad line
different
of
from
arguing.
any other content creator on the platform?
This is not an argument against what Emery said at all. This is bad arguing.
Like basically, you're saying that there is intentionality behind his subtle hinting, right? But how different is that versus something like just being human?
Nobody said. I even said that it would be hard not to do. I think for most people that's exactly what they would do. But this is one of those kinds of things that's like a very compelling reason why you would want to do a thing that's bad, and somebody saying like, "Hey, you shouldn't do this. This is bad." I understand why you would, but also fucking don't.
Could you describe what you mean by just being human?
Sure. So if you were just human, right?
Yeah.
If you had a problem with somebody, you would just say that you have a problem with somebody, right? But then now with Destiny, you can just say, oh, when he says that he has a problem with somebody, you can say, oh, he's trying to assign negativity to somebody, so then he can direct his audience to harass them, right?
No, not necessarily. No,
Good.
I don't think it's as simple as that. No,
Alright. And then we can agree to disagree.
I think it's necessarily.
I want to say something. I want to see if Emery says it first.
If you are, let's say, for example, what's a good example? I'm trying.
All right, he's taking too long. It's just like I said before. When you're Destiny, you know how this works. It's happened. People in his audience have responded to things that he said and went after people hard, really hard. They've gotten people to leave the internet plenty of times. Everybody knows this. So Destiny knows how it goes. And so if he's not taking active, direct steps to avoid it, he is at least complacent in it, but very likely deliberately doing it.
I'm trying to think of somebody, but I also don't want to use somebody because it feels like too much. I feel like if you say something about Destiny,
Hmm?
and he doesn't like it,
Hmm?
um, and he looks at it, um, he'll talk about it in a very vitriolic way. Even if it's I think Brittany Simon is probably a good example.
Oh
I don't think he's
man.
ever directly like sent out harassment towards Brittany Simon. I wouldn't say that. But I would say there's aspects to how he handled Brittany Simon where he'll look at what Brittany Simon's saying, and Brittany Simon will basically say something as a critique mostly, what she actually believes of like what he's doing wrong or something like that. And I think he'll treat what the person is doing as like being more malicious than they actually are. Does that make sense?
Uh, so when the whole Brittany Simon thing, he had it's the worst I've ever seen Destiny by far. He had like a child holy shit fit on stream about her. Um, and like Melina and I think was it Cherry maybe? Or the one chick who just like pops into his streams. I don't remember who the other person, what the one was. They were like trying to soothe him and get him to calm down because he was like child temper tantrum throwing. It was honestly hard to watch. I've never seen him behave like that ever. It was the only time I've ever seen him behave in a way that I would say like this is like unprofessional. Like this is crazy. Um, I think most people would have suffered quite a blow to their reputation if they behaved like that on stream. And it was really crazy how that went down with like not a lot of criticism. I would say that that would be one of the easiest times to like criticize Destiny where he wouldn't have a lot that he could say back to it because it was just so bad. And I've been critical of Destiny like a handful of times. But like I would say that that's even more so than like how he interacted with Mr. Girl. Just because it's so blatant, it's so hard to like suggest anything else was going on there. It was just like a childlike meltdown. Why did he even behave like that, do you think? I think that he behaved like that because oh, take it easy, Big C. I think Destiny behaved like that with Brittany Simon because one, he wanted people to not think about what she said. Uh, he wanted to misdirect the attention from the criticisms, but also because I think that the amount of validity there was in her criticism to him without him really having like a debatey kind of way to approach it, I just think that he became emotional about it. I don't know how else to say that. Um, I think that if I had that type of emotional response to something, I would stop streaming and deal with it off stream. Um, for no other reason that I just wouldn't want people publicly to see me like that. That's not a hey, it's not a good look. Destiny is a master of reputation management. Yeah. And I think that people like him enough to where apparently this comes off as something that can garner you sympathy rather than like being kind of freaked out like I was. Um, it freaked me out.
It's like kind of like and I'm not sure if he actually feels this way about it.
For me,
it kind of is like
for
a
me,
villainizing moment, sort of
sure.
thing. Like,
Oh, just to be clear too, this isn't like a take for online. I told my wife about it right afterwards. Like, lady, you got to see this. Like, he has like a little kid breakdown on stream. It's wild. And she's like, Destiny. I was like, yeah, you just got to see it.
For me, the problem
My words won't
is
do it
that
justice.
you have to prove intentionality,
mhm.
and until you
leader
can
can't
prove
be
intentionality,
criticized.
it is null and void, right? Because you have to be able to prove something beyond the shadow of a doubt, right?
Sure.
And
here's a
yeah,
here's
No,
a
you
more here's a more apt here's a more apt
When you're talking about why you think somebody's behaving a certain way, you don't need to be able to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. We don't generally do this in real life when we're assessing somebody's behavior. We go based on like everything we've ever seen and we ascribe that to it.
critique that I have for him.
sure.
That I feel like a lot of people will either ignore or make a ton of excuses or like really drive the point of like, oh, it's not that bad or blah blah blah. blah.
Mhm.
For Anna, for specifically, with the whole Anna thing, one of the things I feel like he objectively did wrong is that he led a lot of his audience to talk about her on Kiwi Farms. And on
Yeah,
Kiwi Farms,
he
the
nailed it.
docs was there. So he was specifically leading them to talk about her on Kiwi Farms. And he covers this as, oh, I'm just getting everyone out of my community to stop talking about you. If they want to go talk about you somewhere else, they can go to Kiwi Farms. But I think
Yes.
that's irresponsible in the first place to do that, is to lead like your audience to.
It's not just irresponsible, it's deliberately malicious. Like, the charity has to stop somewhere. On that one, that one was just bad. That
Like
was really
basically
bad.
obsess and like hate on somebody that you're in a huge conflict with, like a harassment site, and be like, especially, I don't know if he knew about the docs being there, but especially if he knew about the docs being there, that's even worse. But I don't know if he knew about the docs being there at the time. So
Kiwi Farm is a
what do
place
you
for people
think
to dox
was
people,
like?
so it's reasonable to
I
assume
don't
there
know
might
about
be.
the specific context of this, like this specific thing.
yeah,
I do know about Anna Froze. Okay.
yeah.
But um,
Right.
what do you think was the best course of action for him?
Honestly, just to ignore her. Even when she was talking to everybody and the friends and stuff like that, all you really had to do by that point was basically just tell all your friends and be like, you know what, like that person's, me and them were not on good terms, a little unhinged in my opinion, blah blah blah. I think there's a lot of misrepresentation. You keep it as private as possible by that point, because like bringing it out more publicly over and over again and bringing it on for content farming and stuff like that, I think to me is pretty immoral, because
Or Destiny could have just done what he's always done. Whenever people got too out of hand on a topic, he talks about how he does this all the time. He will ban people that engage with. Look at the Mr. Girl in the subreddit situation. He could have handled it in the same way. He has a toolkit of things that he uses when people keep talking about things in his community that he wants to like discourage. Like he did it with misogyny too. He knows the ways to do this, and it's never been sending people to somebody's Kiwi Farms.
at that point you're basically just like, um, it's
It's weird
low
for
cow farming to
food
an
shops to
extreme degree, where like clearly this person's distressed, clearly
defend
this
that.
person's like unhinged and unwell, like whether or not like it's affecting his life in a negative way doesn't really matter to me by that point. Like I'd almost classify what she was doing as like super crazy, and like I think he should have understood like, hey, like
Yeah.
I really got to set huge boundaries and just like knock off all contact. It doesn't matter if she's talking to me about a string, just ignore her existence entirely. I think that was the more responsible thing to do.
Do you think at the end he did?
Destiny should have just given his own interpretation between what happened between him and Anna, but making sure not to demonize her and respect her perspective. That would have been nice. I think in his position that might be a bit more difficult to do. Because then it's gonna lend credibility to things that like I think he actually disagrees with. But I think that would have been a great way to do it.
Didn't realize that.
Do I think at the end he didn't realize that? No, I don't think he realized that until it was way too late, if he ever did. I'm not even sure if he did. I think he said recently something about her
Do
being
you,
OCD.
do you think he was like intentionally trying to farm her, like intentionally?
Oh wait,
I think he directly.
Food Shops isn't banned on Twitch, right? I just seen that none of their stuff says Twitch. Food Shops is banned on Twitch. Nobody report me. I had no idea. If so, I still don't know.
Said he was doing it too.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, he directly said at one point, "Hey, you're just gonna keep doing this. So I'm just gonna keep content farming you. That's fine with me then."
I think
he directly said that.
okay. I think at some point, right, that he had a problem with Zerka trying to farm the situation and trying to exacerbate the situation, right?
Yeah, but that at that point, like what the responsible thing to do is to let Zerka do that, and you ignore it. You don't give it any attention. Like you just don't. You ignore it.
You have to keep in mind that at the time it was also complicated because Zerka was as much of a friend to Destiny, right? Like he was he was like a genuine friend to Destiny, right?
I don't know if they were ever like legitimate
Sure.
friends.
So it was
I guess
complicated,
that could be
right?
complicated feelings in there, but I think like at that point your issue would be more with Zerka like milking her instead of like instead of going directly to her and like yelling at her about it.
If what Destiny has claimed is true and she's actually mentally unwell, and that people sending her spiraling into like loops was his main concern, then yes, that is exactly what Emery suggested is exactly what the responsible thing to do would have been.
Yeah, that would be my
You have to you have to also keep in mind like that I don't think Destiny had a full understanding of what the situation was.
Yeah, I don't know where he was at with that part yet, though.
Because
I
I think
Timeline's a little
that
murky
you
for
know
me.
what was happening at the time was that Destiny thought there was he thought that he had a full understanding of what was going on, but I don't think he understood. But now he does, and I think they're all good now. But yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's incumbent on the person to be a lot more responsible with their platform and how many people are watching them and how easy it is for someone to respond to somebody in a vitriolic way and then have their audience kind of harass them afterwards. Like, especially
here's a better question. Here's a better question. Do you think it should be up to Mr. Girl, specifically Mr. Girl, to police that or be the determiner of that?
I don't know why you're asking this.
That's a weird question.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it sort of does though, right?
No,
because
it doesn't matter because if you're making a critique on somebody, it doesn't matter who does it. Like here's what you can say, and this is a very valid critique, and I would actually agree with it. President Sunday has said this. Tons of other people have said this, and I've actually 100% agreed with him. Mr. Girl writing up the 100,000 fucking word report on Destiny and then putting it out there.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If hold
on. His image is
happening?
forever tainted. It's always been forever tainted. He is not the person to really say it in terms of making everyone take.
Well, yeah,
it
that's my
seriously.
point, right? That's my point.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but that doesn't mean he can't do it. That doesn't mean he's
well, he can right. He can do whatever he wants, right? But he has to also accept the consequences of that.
As far as I remember, everything on the report, like there's been very little where I've heard people actually be like, well, that didn't happen. That's a lie. This is a lie. No, instead it's been basically whataboutism with like Mr. Girl, who by the way, I also think Mr. Girl is like an abuser in a lot of different ways too. Or like the rape story that actually probably was rape. There's tons of other different things where I've heavily criticized him myself, and I think he's like super fucking weird.
Now Destiny just purely puts her behavior down to mental health problems without putting any validity to her perspective. That's true. By acknowledging that she has mental health issues, it does also invalidate her side of the story as well. That's a pretty good point, all-rounder.
In his own right. But that doesn't mean his critiques aren't of any merit. And I think more people should like be paying attention of like, hey, like there's a pattern of behavior, and I think this is really really weird.
I
should take it a little bit more serious than just being like,
oh
my god, like there's like that's
okay.
I don't know. Like,
listen, I actually don't.
If anyone else did this, if it wasn't as big as Destiny,
you're really going off right now. Okay, all right. Yeah. You need to take a breath. So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Jesus.
I actually don't have a problem with Mr. Girl. Okay, I don't.
Yeah, I didn't say you.
But my problem is really the way that he sort of betrays his friendship with Destiny. Okay.
I don't think this matters either in terms of the critiques of like what Destiny does.
Of course it does. Okay.
No, it absolutely does not. And I'll tell you why.
It absolutely
because
does.
all
why
of these things are
it?
critiques on like past relationships.
It's very
past relationships are doxing kids.
No. I'll tell you what I learned. I
don't think that matters at all.
Okay, are you gonna let me talk, or is it just the entire time you're just preaching to me?
I'm not preaching. You can talk.
You're sort of preaching. Okay, the moment it seems like the moment I start criticizing Mr. Girl, you sort of start going off. You're a little bit triggered.
Food Shops was interrupting him while he was talking. And then reframed with his frustration. That's kind of weird.
No, I think I'm pretty good.
Do you want to defend Mr. Grow endlessly and start preaching?
Do you want to say your critique? You can say your critique.
Why has this suddenly become about Mr. Girl? I think because it's an easy way to get a rhetorical win if you're in public.
Okay, so
He's unpopular, so
here's the thing.
It
okay?
works.
Is that it seems like to me, okay, and here's the thing, okay, because it seems like to me that he made this whole thing in the background, right? And it's true that he can have some
Incoming terrible fucking argument that a lot of people have said before.
concerns about Steven. He can have some concerns about Destiny, right? But the reason why I ask if he is really the right person to, make this kind of thing is also because of the fact that he was Steven's friend, okay? And this is a reason that I hold myself to is because if you are someone's friend, you need to be able to look at somebody more charitably as well. Okay? And especially if he is like a close friend. Would you say that they're close friends?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Girl wanted to be.
Hold
Okay,
on. Can I
okay.
respond to this really quick?
Sure.
Here's the major two big things that make this not relevant. I'm not even saying this to like be rude, but
Okay,
like,
sure.
sincerely
Go ahead.
discuss it
Go ahead.
more. Because they are more, I would say their relationship was more like business partners in terms of like, I think Mr. Girl said this before. He considered
That's
Destiny more of his
not
boss.
true.
No, he's literally said this. So I wouldn't call them close friends. Obviously, there was more of a friendship in terms of like Destiny is opening up a little bit more, but I wouldn't call them close friends. And Mr. Girl never considered them close friends. They were friends for sure, but I also don't think.
Yeah, there was a very
I don't think
heavily
this matters.
discussed. There's a very heavily discussed dynamic that Mr. Girl wanted to be closer friends with Destiny than they were. This person thinks loyalty should be the most important thing. OMG, not this again. They had 4 DM convos. Yeah, I'm really bothered when people bring up the loyalty thing because if you're my best friend in the whole world, and I think you're doing something wrong, if I decide to look into it, I still can't tell you. This would be doing a disservice to the people I think you might be hurting. The appropriate way to handle it is to get the information in private, bring it to that person before you go public and say, this is what I found. I am prepared to go public with it if you cannot explain to me why this is not the way that it looks to me. This is the appropriate way to do that because they are your friend. And maybe even if they're not your friend, I think it's not a bad practice. Depending on if you can trust them to not try to get ahead of it or like use this for you or whatever, use this against you or whatever. In an ideal world, Destiny didn't know about it. Mr. Girl does his research, brings it to Destiny, saying, look, this is what I found. Please say whatever you got to say to fix this for me. Because where I'm at, this looks really bad. You're my friend. I need you to fix this for me. Because this isn't how I want to see you. And if you can't, then I have a duty to stop you. And I think going public is the best way to stop you. And then hopefully, in a situation like that, your friend's like, oh, yeah, let me go over all this stuff with you. It's not how it seems. And it's okay, nothing gets released.
Also,
that's how I think it should go.
Because he started writing this after like the connection ended and they weren't friends. And he wanted to look back and he wanted to see, hey, like, am I missing something here? Because something's going off about like something's wrong with the Anna thing. And the way he saw how Destiny treated Lav and all that shit, like he's probably putting two and two together, and he's thinking, okay, is there more to this? So that's when he started writing a report.
No, he started gathering
So,
information. He started gathering
charitability-
information in the middle of
charitability-
the friendship, right?
Charitability doesn't really mean
Towards the end
anything
of the
because they
friendship.
weren't friends. Like, so that means nothing.
He started gathering information during which Steven interpreted as part of the friendship, right?
No,
Yes.
Yes.
no, they
Absolutely.
weren't friends.
Incorrect here.
Absolutely.
They weren't friends. They weren't friends.
Unfortunately, Emery
They
is
were
incorrect.
already not friends.
Clearly, there's a descriptive disagreement here, but you know what? I'm too lazy to resolve it.
Also,
Is there anything else?
if you're friends with somebody, you should be willing to criticize your friends.
Yes.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be willing to
You should be
like
willing
see
to
you. No,
criticize your
What
friends
you
and
shouldn't
call
do.
them
No,
out when they
What
do
you shouldn't be
abusive
doing.
behavior.
No. What you
That's
shouldn't
what
be
you
doing
should
is
do.
message
You
them
should
in the.
always
You shouldn't be
criticize your friends
messaging
when they do
every
a
single
pattern of
woman
abusive
that
behavior
woman
that
connection
you
in the
have a huge
background. No.
problem
You
with.
shouldn't be messaging every single woman connection in the background. All
Yeah,
right.
you could. Yeah, you should. If you
They're focusing on the friendship because it's like the easiest way to get like a rhetorical W in this. I've seen it happen time and time again, and I've debated against it several times because it's a brain dead like springboard to have this conversation on. It doesn't make any sense. If this is the case, then if I just befriend everybody who could possibly fuck me over, then I just have like I just have all this ability to denounce anything anybody tries to call me on because they were my friend. So it would just be in any malicious actor's bad or best interest to befriend everybody who could possibly have any information to hurt them, and then say like, oh well, they were actually the bad guy because they were my friend. They shouldn't have done that. This is very, very dumb. Yeah, it's a get out of jail free card. Which is why we don't consider this. We can't consider this to be the truly bad thing that was done.
you feel
That
like
is
there's a pattern of
insane.
behavior,
No.
if there's a pattern of behavior and you're like concerned about it, yeah, you can message anyone you want and
No.
say, hey, is there like something more to
No.
this? Especially if you are writing a report and that is your whole purpose. If you want to do that, go ahead, go do that. You are free
I
to
don't
do
know.
that.
I don't know what
No
to tell
If only Jeffrey Dahmer had become friends with all of the cops.
you, but that is unhinged. That's unhinged. Okay.
Are hold on. Are
Is that
people who
normal? Is that
write,
normal
like,
for you? Is that
are people
normal?
who
Is that
write-
something you
are
do?
people- hold on. Are journalists weirdos to you? Like, are people who make documentaries want to like get clarity on like a whole bit of information?
Is the
on
person they're
somebody?
digging
Are
to
they
out of their
weirdos?
professional
Like,
work?
are they weirdos?
I did say during the interrogation stream that I think that Mr. Girl was a bad choice for the person to be investigating it. Ideally, he could have like paid a private investigator to go through it. But that's more so on the end of public perception. I do think that the one thing that Mr. Girl did really bad with the report was that I don't think he fulfilled his duty to the people in the report that he would consider to be victims by giving it the best kind of press that he possibly could have given it. And that's like the worst of it, in my opinion. Well, the second worst. The worst of it is that I don't get to watch Mr. Girl streams all the time now, and that fucking sucks because his career got hit so hard by it.
Is the person they're digging to out of their professional work or not?
Me too, Elk. I hope Emery
Out of
gets
their
the W
professional
here.
work, not anymore. No.
Because Food Shops is making this is such bad argumentation.
Okay. If the person they're
is-
digging
hold
to
on.
their friend,
Also,
okay? If the
Is every
person
who, wait, hold on,
if
hold on.
the
Is every-
person
hold
they're
on, here's-
digging
here's an
into their
important-
friend,
here's an important-
okay?
Here's an important question: is every person who has ever made like a hit piece or had any bad information about somebody, like a huge essay, are they weirdos?
Let's be very clear. Okay?
Are they weird? Wait. No, that's important. Are they weirdos?
What's the full question?
Are people who make like say like iDubbbz is making a content cop?
Sure.
Is he a weirdo because he was looking into like somebody's whole life, like every little bit of detail, to criticize him?
Pretty good.
I would say it's
You're a
like
weirdo.
justified weirdo. Yeah.
Okay, you're.
But if
You're
he was
just
friends with this person, all of a
unhinged. I don't
sudden
know
now
what to
he's
tell you.
bad.
Like,
Why
this
is
is
that
like-
unhinged?
this
It's
is
weird,
like
but
standard-
it's
if
justified.
you
It's
have
fine. It's for
criticism-
the
if you
sake of
have
content. It's an
criticisms of people,
accepted level of
like,
weirdness. Because it's almost as if it's
You're-
almost as if
you're
we
unhinged.
dig
You
into
don't understand
content.
how critique works. I'm sorry. You're in this space and you don't understand how critique works.
I think food shops it is weird because most people, definitionally, most people don't do that. But I wouldn't say it's a justified level of weird. I would just say that it's by default it's weird because weird's just like not normal. Most people just don't do it. I just realized when you read my comments, someone rewatching your stream might think you're saying what I'm saying. Maybe. I think that like because I turn my head and stuff, it becomes apparent. And if I ever get that feeling it might happen, I'll like toss the person's name into it or something like that. Which is why every once in a while I'll like if I'm talking to you, I'll throw an elk in there. Yeah, if I have any concern about it, I'll just usually say the person's name.
Okay, is critique
But
to
yeah,
you
it's
messaging every
in the
single
background
woman
of my head.
connection
Yeah,
that,
if you
that
think
somebody
wait,
purportedly
if you-
says
hold on. This is
is
the
your
this
friend.
is the missing component. If you
if
think
someone
there's a
calls
pattern,
you their friend
if-
and is like
if
sharing personal, are you
there's
gonna
a
let me
pattern of-
talk? If you're
if
gonna let me
there's a
talk,
pattern, if there's a pattern of abuse that you see and you feel like there's something to look into, yeah, like that's fine. Go ahead, message. That's not weird.
okay.
That's never been weird. The
Yep.
only reason you think that's weird is because Destiny said it was weird.
Okay. Here's the
That's
thing.
I don't know
literally
if
the
that's
only reason why
true.
you think that.
They could have other
the
reasons,
thing,
but
okay?
That's like standard,
it's not a
normal
bad point.
journalistic thing to do. Like, hey, did this person abuse you?
Here's the thing.
No. Yes. Okay. Here we go.
I understand. Okay. I understand that if you find something that's weird, it's more like I feel as though, okay, that he as a friend did not give Steven enough charitability. All right, in that instance.
He doesn't owe charitability.
Why doesn't it as a friend?
He's not his friend.
I don't understand what friend means here.
Okay, again, we just go back to a descriptive disagreement, right?
Also-
because at
also-
that point,
hold on.
I would say that there was definitely
he was-
at least some
also-
degree of charitability like old there,
Yeah.
right?
Also, he was just lied to about Anna. So, like,
Okay,
he
why do you
doesn't
keep
owe-
going back
he
to
doesn't-
Anna?
He doesn't owe.
'Cause
He doesn't owe any charitability.
good
He
point.
was just lied to. He's looking at like a lot of things going on, and he's like, "Dude, like this is weird. I don't like what's going on."
I don't like that super chat.
Wait, I want
Doesn't
to.
They said, I don't think Mr. Girl would have dug as deep if he found what he needed earlier. He had a conclusion he was trying to justify. That's why he kept calling. The idea that he was just looking for like the silver bullet to take him out, I think is not a good faith representation of what Mr. Girl is going for.
He's looking at like a lot of things going on, and he's like, "Dude, like this is weird. I don't like what's going on."
Wait, I want
Doesn't
to
owe
know. Wait,
charitability.
I want to know why you keep going back to Anna. Why do you keep going back to Anna?
Do you not know why I used Anna as an example there?
No,
follow-
I
wait,
want to
can-
know.
wait,
No, I want to
Can you
know.
not follow the
No.
conversation?
Don't
Can you
ask.
understand
Don't
how
ask a question.
conversation works?
Don't
Hold on,
ask a
hold
question
on.
with a question. Just answer the question.
It feels like this person has a schoolyard perspective on friendship and loyalty, and snitches get stitches. Yeah, like if you're in school and the ramifications of your actions are like that of somebody who's in school still, I think this line of arguing makes sense. I would understand it really well. But if you're talking about an adult's behavior and like actual like bad outcomes that can happen from it, I think it makes perfect sense to go about it the way that Mr. Girl went about it. It just didn't end up being great.
I
Question.
can't believe
Right?
you
Don't ask a
couldn't
question with a
understand
question.
why I brought
No,
up
don't
Anna
ask
there.
a question with a
You know
question.
why I
Answer
brought
the
up Anna
question.
there.
Answer the
ask
question.
You know why I brought up.
No. Answer
The
the
ends
question.
don't
Just
justify
answer the
means.
question. Why?
You know why I brought up Anna. Don't ask stupid questions. You know why I brought.
Answer the question. Also, somebody said,
I
I don't
literally
think.
said-
Also, wait.
I literally
Somebody
said-
said.
I
Somebody
literally
said. Wait.
said- hold on,
Somebody
hold
said.
on,
Somebody
hold on.
said. Hold on.
Sure.
Somebody said. Somebody said.
Wait,
I
wait,
don't
why
think.
you bring
I
up
don't think.
random
hold-
Oh, somebody said it in their chat. They said they could have been family, dog. If Mr. Girl felt like grape and abuse was going on in the background, he can message whoever he
Hold on,
wants.
hold on,
Yes.
Hold on. Wait. Somebody brought up a good point. Somebody brought up. Hold on. Somebody. Hold on. Somebody brought up a good point. Somebody brought up a good point. Okay. I don't think Mr. Girl would have
Ah.
dug as deep if he found what he needed early.
They read that, but not the message that I just read. Okay.
He had a conclusion he was trying to justify. That's why he kept calling. Is that not
No,
a good point?
he already justified his conclusion by giving the whole fucking all of this
What?
information.
Okay,
the whole
here's
history.
the
He
problem. Here's the
already
problem.
showed
Okay.
everyone exactly what
Here's
was
the
wrong
problem.
and what was going
Here's
on. There's
no
a
no no no
whole
no 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 no
history of
no no.
problematic behavior
Here's the
that any
problem.
normal
Here's the
person
problem.
that's not
No
in
no
the
no no
cult
no no
will
no. Here's the
call out.
problem. Here's the problem. He had some kind of autistic point that he really really wanted to get to. Okay, and I get it. Okay, we have all of these autistic points
Wait,
that we
did you
all
even
wanted to
read
get
the
to.
report?
Okay.
Wait, did you even read the report?
No.
Okay, then why the fuck are you talking about the report,
Well-
retard?
That's actually not fair. I think the majority of the information and stuff is out about it. Most people aren't going to read it. Most people are going to have an opinion about it. Like, if you're in this space, you kind of have to have an opinion about it. I don't think that it's fair to demand somebody read the entire report in order to criticize it, because that's a big fucking task.
Okay. Number one. Okay. I don't appreciate you calling me retard. Okay. Number two. All
I
right.
don't appreciate you being a retard.
Number two,
dude.
number
Like,
two,
what are
number
you-
two,
What are you talking
number
about the
two,
report? if you
number
don't
two,
even know
number
what the
two,
fuck
number
is
two,
going on
number
in the
two,
report,
number
retard?
two. Oh, hold on. Number two. I know what the report is getting at overall anyway.
No,
Okay,
you
all
don't.
right.
Clearly, you fucking
Oh.
retard.
No. Number two. All right. What
Hold
Mr.
on.
Girl
No, no,
was
no, no, no.
establishing.
Can you
No.
wait.
What Mr.
Sum-
Girl was
sum up the
establishing
report.
is clear.
Sum up the
Okay.
report. Sum up the report for me. Sum it up.
Okay, Mr. Girl is establishing that there is basically a woman to orbiter to abuse pipeline, right? Yeah, that's it.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not it.
Yes. Okay, then you sum it up for me then. You sum it up.
Here's
Yeah,
the
he
sum-
did lose
here's
his
the
cool.
summation.
Okay, go.
Um,
Go
Number
for it.
one,
I
Yeah.
just
unequal
wasn't
sexual.
prepared for him to come back with, "I don't appreciate you being a retard." I wasn't ready.
relationships.
Caught me right off guard.
Number two, there's a pattern of behavior of over retaliation to the point of like escalation and hurting the well-being of people that you used to be friends with or like in a relationship with, where it's like sadistic. That's part of the other part of it is the sadism and being very very verbally abusive at times when he doesn't need to be, are going overboard to farm harassment towards people that he has a problem with. There's also narrative control, controlling the narrative around any enemy
he
or any
is.
person that he perceives as slighted him and continued harassment towards that person. So, for example, Hassan.
One of the things that really hurts is that when you're just a caller that calls in like Emery is, in food shops, I almost have to like give them credit, because it's a really smart thing to do and say, "Oh wait, are you a Mr. Girl fan?" Already, you are now fighting an uphill battle. You are already going to have less credibility and be less believed when you say yes to that, because the public opinion about Mr. Girl and Mr. Girl fans is so negative that like you've basically already signed off an L, which fucking sucks.
Vosh, fucking Lav, you can say these are justified in different ways, but there is a number of things where it becomes like overboard, where it becomes they are villainized, they are not human, they are dehumanized. That is the overall point. There is a dehumanization that is like perpetuated towards the whole community to where it actually harms people.
Okay. That was literally what I said.
No, it wasn't.
It was literally what I said.
Could you wait? What did you say? Because all you said was women abuse.
Yeah. That's
It's not
literally
as simple-
broadly
it's-
what I
no,
said.
it's not as-
Right? It was a
it's not as
summation.
simple
There's
as
a meaningful
women
difference.
abuse. You're taking out the nuance
side
of
with Emery
every
on that.
critique that is
Okay,
ever put in.
Do you
You
do
are
you, do
saying
you think
it's
do you
just
do
about
you
women
think
and
do you
abuse when
really
it's
okay
Did food shops know the effect of calling Emery a Mr. Girl fan? I would think so. Food shops has said some things that show that they have some knowledge about Mr. Girl and like public perception and stuff. So I think so. When they were on the whole Lolly thing, they would say like, "I'm like Mr. Girl but based," which is not true. the reason why people made accusations at Mr. Girl for like being a pedo was because of like content that he did and like sort of like twisting things around and all that. The reason why people were criticizing food shops because food shops said, I actually do the thing you don't want me to do. I actually watch Lolly, and that's the thing that you're mad at me about. That's the difference.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay. Did
is
I
the
not say
DDoS kid a
pipeline? Did I
woman?
not say
And
pipeline?
to be clear,
Right, that
I
was
don't
a
give a shit
big
if
part of
somebody
it. It was
watches
the
Lolly.
pipeline,
I don't
right?
care
Pipeline
less.
is
I don't
part of
care.
it, but it's an over.
It's not relevant
It's
to
much
me.
more
Okay.
broad than that.
Okay.
It's not just women abuse pipeline.
Okay.
And it's also
I
I have
have
no
a
not
reason
feeling.
to
saying
make
Okay,
any
hold
other
on.
assumptions about the person.
I have a
I just don't
feeling.
care.
I have a
it's
feeling.
also
Okay.
not saying
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Destiny is
Hold
a
on, hold
rapist.
on.
No one said
Taking an easy rhetorical win is tempting. Yeah, and I know that food shops, their main focus is to grow their channel right now, and they're doing a really good job at it. So like, it's hard for me to say like that's bad, you shouldn't do that or whatever. This is a debate, clearly. So like, I would just say like it's unfortunate that it happened, particularly for Emery. But like, I can't say like you're bad for doing this, food shops. I get it. They're clearly in this conversation to win. So making sure that people know that Emery's a Mr. Girl fan when this started is super useful. And it also lets Food Shop redirect it over to Mr. Girl arguments to escape any of like the spots they were stuck on, and that's what they did. So I'd say actually Food Shop is showing like a pretty good ability to move the conversation into a more favorable one for them in a debate if they're losing ground. So this is actually like a fairly good example of like smart debate skills.
Destiny's a rapist either. That's what Destiny also likes to
Nobody
say. Is that
brought up
Mr.
that
Earl
Destiny was a
implies that Destiny
rapist.
is a
Nobody
rapist.
brought that up. Nobody brought that up.
Destiny implies that all the time, where he's like, "Oh yeah, like he's like loving to imply that like I fucking rape women or some shit like that." Like that's basically what happens when Destiny's talking about it. Usually, he summarizes it in the most like uncharitable way. Yeah, no.
What?
Wait, what? What's this about raping? What?
He lost me on that too.
Do you really not understand what I said earlier?
No, I do not. Okay, you brought this up out of
Destiny-
nowhere, literally.
Destiny often summarizes the report as Mr. Girl basically implying that he's a
Oh,
rapist,
yes.
Okay, I
which is
don't.
a
Okay, that's one.
uncharitable
That's one.
and an extremely inaccurate view of what the report is.
Yeah. Which that actually works out really well for
I
Destiny because
don't agree.
if he sums it up by saying, he's just trying to make me look like a rapist, and there's nothing in it that makes Mr. Girl look like a rapist. If that's the frame in which people are gonna observe the report in, then the report effectively does nothing. It distracts from the actual point that he's trying to make with the report.
With Destiny's
Again,
assessment
another
that
good
Mr. Girl
tactic.
is a rapist. That is one point I disagree with Destiny on.
Okay.
Okay.
I figured to be clear, I figured you already stood that way, like you didn't think that.
Yeah.
So-
I also don't agree that Mr. Girl is a pedophile. Okay. Like people
I'd
report
actually
him out to
probably
be.
say I'd actually probably say he probably is. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, whatever. All right. The
Not in,
point.
not in the sense of
even among his enemies, that's a very unpopular opinion. Like some people, I think most people that say it just, I don't actually think
like
that.
medically, but in the colloquial sense, where everyone usually, if like there's any indicator that you like children in any way, yeah, usually I say it like that. Yeah.
The point is, okay. The point is that.
What the fuck?
All right. What is the
No.
point? I guess. Like, what was the original disagreement? Well, like, go back to the very beginning. What was zoom out?
I think
What's
we
the original
got lost
disagreement?
in the weeds of like the technicalities of like the report and stuff like that. Generally,
Yes, they did.
my assessment, and this is usually a lot of other people's assessment, although they don't get like super caught up in all the details like Mr. Girl does, because I don't know, Mr. Girl's autistic. Generally, Destiny is and I think you would agree with me. Generally, lacking sympathy, empathy for a lot of people. Generally, uncaring for the most part. Generally like I wouldn't say abusive, but like
I would say at times abusive.
kind of cynical and like kind of like unempathetic of a lot of people.
I don't think Destiny's as abusive as Mr. Girl thinks that he is, but I think that he's also abusive in ways that Mr. Girl doesn't recognize as well.
But yeah, like I think he treats people like shit, sort of casually, and obviously that's going to burn a lot of bridges. So, I think it's as simple as that. He's just not very good with people.
Okay, I'm not Destiny. I can't really defend on his behalf.
Yeah.
I
Um,
also
But they've
don't
been.
know Destiny personally.
mhm.
I'm not even part of his orbit, so yeah, I can't really say anything.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. I'm not implying you are part of his orbit or anything like that either.
Yeah, you know,
I think,
like Mr. Girl says, I'm not one of his white blood cells, you know.
I think the narratives about him just get caught up in the Twitch bull space.
Yeah, see, they said white blood cells. They obviously have some understanding to further add when you said, does Food Chops know the effect of calling Mr. Girl and Emery a Mr. Girl fan?
Okay, so when I say something like that's because what Destiny said, like usually like in the Twitch bull era, like what Destiny says, usually people have a vibe and they usually catch on to those talking points, either because like they genuinely
Fair play to Food Shops for not losing their shit and fighting back with Emery after he kept calling Food Shops a retard. Yeah, you open the door to a lot when you do that. Like if I resort to calling somebody names in an argument, I've just lost all interest. And they have, they had to have done something pretty bad.
genuinely do agree, or it just happens to
The
be like
conversation's
just
over, basically.
the best case scenario for their pockets or something, and they'll catch on to it, even if they did disagree, which they probably don't. I think it's just like I think Mr. Gold says it too, where he says it's a systematic issue. Like it can't just be solved easily. It's a wider Twitch bowl problem. It's not just Destiny. Destiny just happens to be one of the core people who does what Mr. Grohl's critiquing.
That's
Okay,
That's pretty good.
Is there anything else?
Nothing else. Sorry, it got heated. I don't.
No,
That's
you're all
probably
good.
the strongest
Don't
point
worry
I don't.
that Emery made
I
this
don't
whole
need to
time.
be doing that. I shouldn't
No.
do that.
No, you're good.
So I do
That's good
apologize.
too.
You're good.
No,
No, thanks for coming
I
on.
don't know.
Emery at the end there. Thank you. As I did claim you as part of my community. It's really cool to see you taking accountability for losing your shit for a minute there.
Nope.
It was fun. It was fun conversation.
I feel like he heard me read All Rounders comment and was like, yeah,
I had fun.
that wasn't good.
So,
Oh, thanks for coming on.
yeah. See you later. Have a good one. Have a good
All
night.
right. You too. Bye bye.
Later.
Well, that was interesting.
I feel like Emery had some strong points there. Yeah, it was a surprisingly chill ending. Emery definitely had some strong points there, but I feel like he let Food Shops get away with too much during some of it, and he definitely let Food Shops lead him down a path that he wasn't trying to be on. Emery trying to be on the other side of Food Shops. Yeah, I feel like there was some things that they could have just agreed on and then moved closer to the point, or the biggest mistake that Emery made was caring about other things that Food Shop was took the conversation into. He used to be like, all right, look, I don't care about that. I want to focus on this thing here. Not agree with anything they say anymore. Yeah. You're right about that, Alk. I think Emery did reasonably well. Especially for somebody who doesn't do something like this. However, Food Shops was in the driver's seat like the whole time, I felt. And I think Emery would have been able to do a lot better and not let the main topic like get away from them there. If he'd able to assert a little bit more control over the direction of the conversation. But overall, especially like I said, especially if somebody doesn't do something like this a lot, I think Emery did pretty good. Although I just wish Food Shops hadn't primed their audience to like I just wish Food Shops didn't do the you're Mr. Girl fan in the beginning. And then even just Food Shops having that information knew that they could lead down, they could divert the conversation into a Mr. Girl path, so they didn't actually have to talk about the main subject that Emery came to talk about But I'm glad I got to do that. The reason why I went to this instead of finishing the video we were on and then going to this like I said I was gonna is that this is my first stream since I took a break from my voice, which is it is I know it's not still 100%, but it's so much better than it's been. I'm gonna wrap it here. I don't want to overdo it. It was getting better for a while, and then I took a long car ride, and I sang along with my music because I got a nice system, and that fucked me up for another couple days. So I don't want to overdo it, and I can feel like my vocal cords like hurting from how much I've been talking on stream. Destiny Orbit or Wannabe. It kind of felt like that when Food Shop says I'm not even in his orbit. It kind of came off that way. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Well, I mean, since it seems like their main motivation is to grow, yeah, probably the case. But Food Shop's got an easy win once Emery started calling names. That was the worst part of it for Emery, yeah. Definitely ceded a lot of ground by doing that. Like ad homs are usually a sign that you don't have a real argument. Odd that you had voice problems similar to Max recently. Kind of, but I mean, I have it because I had the flu. Like the real flu, not like I'm sick. Like, no, I was like bedridden and like fucked up. And then after I got over the flu, like the dry coughing from how irritated my throat was from the flu has just been the worst. I'm like exhausted of feeling sick from it. And like I have like really bad cramps in my ribs still and like spasms in my back from the coughing. I just want to not cough for like a whole day. I probably feel like $1,000,000. Hey, Robert Murphy, thank you very much for following me on Twitch. But all that being said, I do have to rest my voice so that way I can still stream tomorrow. I want to stream tomorrow. I want to get back to what we were doing. Hi, do you talk religion? I love talking about religion. It's one of my favorite topics. Although it's unfortunate you just got here because I have to go to rest my voice. It's definitely been strained. I've probably eaten my body weight in cough drops in the last like week. I've been trying to do everything I possibly can to like make it heal faster. So I was really enjoying the streams we were doing recently, and should you talk later? I tell you what, Robert, if you want to talk about religion with me, you can join the Discord, hit me up, and we can chat about it. I love talking about religion. It's like top 3 favorite subjects. But I got a dip because of my voice. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow. If you want to chat about religion, I can slip you in between some of the Mr. Girl Destiny stuff I've been doing, no problem. Or if you just want to talk in the Discord about it, that's fine too. It's up to you. From India, Discord's not available here. Oh, well, fair enough. Although that seems weird. Oh, wow. Wow, India banned it. That's crazy. Well, I mean, I guess you can message stuff in chat and I can respond to it about religion. But I will be back tomorrow, probably closer towards the evening, but sometimes I go a little bit earlier, closer to the afternoon, but it'll probably be more towards the evening. For me anyways, it's 9 o'clock where I'm at. But you gotta go so I don't overextend my voice and then not be able to stream for another week and a half like I just had to. But thank you again for the follow. I really appreciate it. And yeah, shoot me chat about religion. I'm all about it. Thanks for showing up, you guys. Enjoy the stream. See you later, all rounder. Oh, I just talked to my wife about it too. I very, very much want to get back to the finishing the Ren tier list. That's big on my list. But have a good night, you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.